gloves?
You know, I just forgot. I forgot my hat. I put on my hat.
Here's a little bit. I got
Over
you.
there. Hey guys, we've been running crazy all morning setting up today, and what happened was I originally had this running on Ecamm, and hey, how come I hear myself? I gotta turn this stuff off. Additional issues.
We sound like we're in a
I
stadium.
know. We're,
Oh,
I'm echoing
Matt.
yet again.
Joe DiMaggio, greatest of all time. What's
Oh,
up, everybody?
good
How you
heavens.
guys doing? What's up, Dwayne?
Wait, are you guys hearing an obnoxious echo? Because it's, I apologize, it's me. I'm gonna have to do this again. This is ridiculous. I can't even find the right place to turn off the echo. And I know what went wrong too. Here we go. There it is. Oh, duh. Okay, is that better? Is the echo off? Let me know. And we're back without the echo. And we're also back without
The screen.
the screen. So, as we were saying, I was on Ecamm Live, and then suddenly it didn't connect to my YouTube live stream. And so I had to replace everything. And then, wait, how come there's no one here? There was literally one person. And then,
We're gonna cut it. There's only 2 people in the chat, and it was me.
why is there only 2
we're on day
people,
2.
right? And then we're on day 2. So, yes, that's correct. We're on day 1 now. So what we're going to see is on the left is the slightly larger Samsung S95C 77-inch on the left. Let me make sure we run that real quick. S9, oop, that's not it. So the S95C 77-inch is on the left. The LG 77-inch is literally just became available, so we did not get it in time. And we wish we did, but it is what it is. LG is getting such great demand, but they didn't get it out. The 65 and 55 are available, so that's what we'll do. Let me get this. Oops. There we go. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Okay. I'd even say where it is. Okay, so this morning we spent moving everything around, making sure everything's good to go. So why are there 2 cameras? The one on the left, the top, is exposed a bit higher, so you can see more of the shadow detail. The one on the right is dark because you're going to see more of the brightness detail. And I tried to make adjustments also as necessary to adjust for the extra blue, so I can continue to do that as you put in new content. I think this is pretty close, but we'll see what happens.
Saying the volume is slightly low.
Is
How's our volume, guys?
Okay, let me turn up the volume. Automatically adjust mic did not work. How's that? Is that better?
Let us know what you guys think.
Yes. Is this volume higher? And okay. So we'll start with the bottom right again. So I have 2 different cameras running, and they're both feeding into it. Hopefully you guys can see the differences both in the higher brightness and lower brightness areas, and we'll make adjustments as necessary so that we have at least 2 cameras seeing different things, although they're different cameras. One is the Sony a7 IV, the other one is the Sony FX30. So we'll play with that, but I'm just happy I got it all running. And I was telling Brian, our faces are too big. If I can only make us small and make the other screens bigger, but you know what? It's StreamYard.
We're using the camera that's like Blair Witch up at our face.
Yeah, so I'm using my. I tried to connect my iPhone and that didn't work out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the base settings first. This is out of the box, so there has been no calibrations, no adjustments. The LG is on its most current firmware, ending in 0.19. The Samsung is still on 1100. We will switch over to the latest firmware on the Samsung tomorrow or later today when we're doing game testing. So I think it affects gaming the most. What we wanted to do is do some games in original 1100, which is what the Samsung is right now. and then switch over to the latest firmware update and see how that affects gaming. But before we do the switch over, we're going to get from you guys, including Classy, what changes are to be expected. I know HDIG is a bit brighter, so we'll definitely look for that in certain HDR content.
Definitely.
We have the PS5, we have the PC gaming
PC's
machine.
tomorrow.
PC's tomorrow, right? So we have the PS5 at least today, and we have a couple of games there. We're gonna do some content. We're gonna run through the different patterns available on Spears and Munsell, so you guys can get a feel for what the patterns do as well between the two TVs, and this allows us to compare things like different gray areas. We're gonna play with image retention and talk about that. A lot of people say, wait, does the MLA cause image retention? We definitely have a thorough explanation, or at least a thorough speculation as to why that is. And it's important to understand why you might see, why does the G3 have quote unquote more image retention than the G2? Because last year it seemed to have cleared up a lot quicker. So we'll address that as well as we get through those patterns. And before we jump in, we see a quick super chat. Hey, EHJ, thanks for dropping by. What's good, family? Happy Saturday, happy weekend, everyone. Happy April Fools. Fortunately, this is actually real. Where'd they go? To all of you and your family, yes, all of you. Everyone who joined us, thank you for coming by. Let's get this party started. After party stream this weekend, we're planning it.
Yeah,
we don't know what we're going to do. I mean, just throw out the sleeping bags here. Who knows, right?
But well, firstly, we're here at Value Electronics. We got Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Robert, come have a seat real quick. Say hello.
Hey. So Robert's here. I'm going to show moved mountains for us to make sure all of this happened. We have all the TVs, the S95C. He got us 2 G3s so that we could have one G3 uncalibrated and one G3 calibrated next to each other, so you can see, is it worth calibrating? And when we do calibrate, where were the changes? Now, panel lottery being what it is, there's a lot of variability, but I can say this, the 2 G3s here plus mine at home, conclusively, it is so close to accurate out of the box, unless you are a cinema enthusiast to the degree where you will spend that extra $400 for calibration. I don't know if you did it right now. Gaming calibration, the Classy mentioned, that's a whole other matter. But we're talking just cinema out of the box in cinema mode. This is just so spot on, Robert. And we also didn't see any drift. So we were running the TVs hours and measurements at the beginning and the end. Normally, there's some kind of brightness, stability drift, right? When it's running, the G3 with MLA, they really fixed it at the panel level. So this is not even the MLA. This is just manufacturing getting better. I found the pink tint on all 3 TVs, mine, plus the other 2 to be significantly less. I mean, it's still there. It's the nature of OLED. But for those who are somewhat sensitive, it's not as bad. If you're hypersensitive, hey, there's no helping you, right? Get yourself a cutie OLED because there's no color tinting there. But for those wondering about the basics, tinting reduced greatly. Also greatly reduced is the banding.
Yes.
Vertical banding, both the TVs here, including mine, all 65 inches. This was where the banding was the worst, right? The DSC, you have the weird gray, magenta tint up and down the sides especially, much reduced to the point where I didn't see it at all. And to me, that's significant because over the years before the G3, the G2, the G1, you had it. It didn't matter if it was a C series or G series. It was unavoidable and much, much better this year. So that's something for a lot of you to consider. Why should I upgrade to a G3? It's just more of quality of life. We haven't even got to the performance yet because that really will depend on the content. But I just like what they did just for those 2 things. And I'd say that would be going to LG Display. Yes. In terms of the pink tint and the vertical banding. LG Electronics, they just benefit from it, as well as Sony and Philips and Panasonic. So if you're getting any of those brands from LG Display in 2023, you're benefiting from all of that. If that's what concerns you, then don't let that limit the brands you're considering. So today, you're going to see, oh my gosh, look, it's so much better with the pink tint or lack of, or so much better with the vertical banding. Sony's going to benefit as well from that. So that's a hand clap to LG Display. Now, moving forward, we're going to do a lot of stuff on the new Spears and Munsell disc because we have time. We have all weekend. So I wanted to kind of explore what's relevant to users like us so that you guys can always refer back to this video. Hey, what's this peak luminance? What does that do? What does panel aging do? And then we'll play with it, answer your questions as we go from one pattern to the next, because some of these patterns may be for pros only, like Classy, or for projectors only. And some of these patterns may be very relevant to you. Like I love the panel aging, right? It helps clear up some of that. And we're going to play with that, seeing, hey, this is causing major image retention, right? We're going to put a small window, 100% max luminous, and you'll see both TVs have image retention. Well, this TV can clear it up with this, that, and the other, because ultimately when you're at home, there is no 911. If you call LG, they're like, I don't know, right? So it's something that we hope to answer today, and your questions as well. So ask many times, because I'm sure we're going to miss it, and definitely we're going to catch the super chat, so we'll go back to find those because they're easy to find. But otherwise, we're here all weekend, so let's have fun and get to it. And I'm going to say hi real quick to everyone. And again, thank you, Robert, for making this our home for the next 2 days.
Sleepover.
We're sucking power out of this entire block. All these TVs are on, right? So it's really awesome. And we're closing all his curtains. I was like, Robert, are you okay? It looks like you're closed. I don't care. Let's just get this done and have fun. They're like, all right, let's do it. So now, before we get out of the way, a lot of you asked, I think this is important. G3, I can't seem to find any sizes. And the answer is right now, even if you want on LG's website, it's a pre-order, unless you call Robert Zone. He is actually shipping. He shipped me the TVs. If you buy it from Robert, you can literally pick it up at the store or have him ship it directly to you. But if you go on LG's website or Best Buy or Amazon, it's not even posted. So if you need it, don't care about the discounts later on Black Friday or whatever, Robert's your man. He's getting this. The 77 inches are actually shipping now as well. Yes. 77 inches are shipping.
And 83s.
And 83, but the 83 does not have the MLA.
That's correct.
So to be fair, now Brian's definitely going to test the 83 G3 without MLA to see if there's any improvements over the G2, because maybe that's where you can save some money, is on the G2, or in game mode, the G2 still has some of those gaming presets. The G3, yeah, we'll talk about that later. So that could be the difference. But for those wanting the G3 this weekend, next week, Robert currently has his allocations to send it there. That's why I have the G3. That's why Classy has the G3. Anyone that currently has the G3 most likely got it from Robert. So congratulations, early MLA adopters. So that's the answer to the question. So on the one hand, the answer is yes. The G3 has been released for purchase, but it's not on Best Buy or Amazon. Really, it's a few small mom and pop shops that LG wants to support. And so here we are. And this is a great way to start. Image retention has been taken way out of context. When a white window is on a screen for a while, it will leave image retention on any OLED. The standout issue is the length of time it takes to clear. And that's something else to discuss is, what is the length of time? Can you actively reduce the length of time? Is it going to require a heat sink? And those are things LG may not know. It may have to go through a lot of testing, and a lot of us, right? We're the guinea pigs. We have a lot of fun with this. So with that out of the way, let me see if there's any quick questions we can answer now. And let's see. Is the gray border that noticeable? Yes, I noticed the gray silver border. If you're asking, because we're in a bright room. When the lights are off, right? In a dark room, there's no light. But if there's light in the room, it is going to reflect off the silver border, and that's any TV, you know. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? Robert, here's a question for you. Robert, I read somewhere that the 2023 LGs will pass through DTS and DTS Master Audio to a soundbar. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
There you go. So it will pass through receiver. So pass-through is a pass-through as long as your end device can decode it. You got it. That's great. They didn't have it before, right? They took it out. So now it's out. And DTSX?
Yes.
Possibly as well, right?
Yes,
So great. The $1 million question. I wonder when, if MLA Tech will trickle down to the bread and butter C series. My prediction, Ryan, is next year. My prediction?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? See, we disagree. See?
Yeah.
No chance of it.
Because the MLA is such a way to separate the G series, you think?
That's why they're doing it.
Yeah. And to be
so
fair
it's a step-up feature.
To be fair to the C3, it's amazing TV.
Yes.
As you guys see the comparisons, right? We're going to bring out the G2 probably later this weekend, tomorrow, and you guys could answer for yourself. Did that MLA bring stuff that I see in content? The key is, because on the Spears and Munsell, I'm pushing out 10,000 mid graded content, 4,000, 2,000, but streaming, you're not going to break 1,000. Very unlikely. And even on Blu-ray discs, Ultra Blu-ray, HDR, less than a handful of movies will take advantage of that full luminance of the G3. If you're watching Alita or any of the many Oscar-winning movies, you're not going to benefit from the extra MLA, but you will benefit from the heatsink, the 5-year panel warranty.
That's right.
So really, it's between the G2 and the G3 if you're looking at the premium. So yeah, well, it looks like maybe the C series is not going to come next year, maybe the year after, right? Or it depends what Samsung does.
That's right.
That's what I like to say.
Yeah. One thing about the C3 and the G3 and the 83-inch, the panel itself is 20 to 30% brighter without MLA.
Yes.
So
That's and depending on the content, you may or may not see that. Though that's another
that's
thing.
right.
If I'm running a white square, of course you'll see it. That's the
Yes.
point of the white square.
Yes,
But if you're running Netflix, The Witcher, maybe not.
that's right.
Harry has a good question that many are asking: G3 or wait for the A95L? My response is: if your budget is $5,000, $5,500 for a 77-inch, then wait, because that's your budget. The A95L will be at least $5,000 or more on the 77-inch, and on the 65-inch, it'll be $3,000 or more, and so forth. If that's your budget, sure. But if your budget is what the G3 is right now, $3,000, $4,500 for the 77-inch, the Sony A95L may not get there this year,
Mhm.
and you might have to wait till next year. So the question is, what are you waiting for in the A95L? What is it about Sony? If you had Sonys all your life and you're used to the Google TV, the OS, you're used to everything that's Sony color science out of the box, it may be worth waiting because you're used to Sony. If you have no loyalty to any brand, then get the G3 because it's available now, and I don't think you'll benefit from that extra premium because you don't know what to look for, right? But we're going to have a shootout with the Sony A95L in
We will.
August, so
We will.
it may be worth waiting just to see what the reviewers say. What's the rush, especially if your TV's working right now? But yeah, good question. So get that out of the way. Robert's here before I push Robert off.
Mhm.
FOMO, is it too early to ask which looks better? The G
That's why we're here. You're here to wait. Wait, Steve.
and its use case, Steve. And even so, here's something I have to share with you guys. And as reviewers, we talk about this all the time. Hey, morning, magician. The thing is, the use case, even the best use case. Let's say I keep the best of the S95C, right, and the worst of the G3, and this is where the two are exposed. Unless it's that content specifically, everything else they're going to look nearly identical. With the G3 slightly more accurate than Filmmaker more often than not, but even that accuracy is very subtle. So as you go through the skin tones, you'll see for yourself. And you may prefer the S95C's lack of accuracy because it's so subtle. It is slightly warmer, it is slightly richer, and some people like that. But if you want accuracy out of the box, right now the G3 is killing it with accuracy. So if better to you means accuracy out of the box, you don't want to spend money on a calibrator, I cannot help but say the G3 does that out of the box so well. And when I say so well, we're talking it's this much more accurate. It's not like, because I know KG has the S95C, and he's like, dang, this is such a good looking TV. That's what you're going to get with A95L, G3, and the S95C. You're going to have that. And especially if you're coming from a non-OLED TV, any LCD TV, that infinite contrast in a bright room, the 3 brightest OLEDs you can buy this year, is just going to amaze you. So it's going to be pretty awesome. But as far as which one is better, G3 or the G series in general, this is a Hollywood reference client monitor that they use in the Dolby Vision Studios. If that's any consolation for those of you who are getting the G and wondering you're missing out on the Samsung, you're getting it because you want to get as much of what Hollywood is using as possible, right? And with the exception of Panasonic, which we don't get, that would have been the alternative. Oh, look at this shout out. Hey, Joe. Value Electronics is the best. Yes. I would not be able to walk into Best Buy like this. I know Brian tried and literally threw him out.
Yeah.
It's my guy, get him out. But yeah, unless we literally buy these TVs and bring them home, we cannot do this. But when a shop like Value Electronics says, you know what, just make yourself at home, do whatever you want, I have to say thank you to Robert. I mean, it's just amazing to just kind of take over and chase people away just to do this. And Mark, thank you for that super chat. Hey guys, OLEDs are getting brighter and brighter, but burn-in has not gone away. Ratings tests. How long are modern OLEDs solid until burn-in dies? So let me address this, Mark, because I'm going to have a live stream with ratings, ratings, specifically on their longevity test. I've sent him a bunch of questions, follow-up. They're going to have their team on, and we're going to address a lot of the questions, a lot of the shortfalls, a lot of the gaps in information, and we're going to question some of the conclusions and ratings those exactly. This is a first attempt, so bravo to them, because it's not cheap to do this, but there are a lot of outstanding questions about what conclusions can we make. And so they'll be on to answer those questions. So April 6th, if things don't change, but tentatively it's on April 6th. Brian and I will be there peppering them with the hard questions. So I'll be posting on my channel, on Brian's, hey, if you guys have any questions for ratings about the longevity test, about burn-in, let us know, and then we'll hit them when they come on, because they want to improve that testing year after year. It's not like they're doing it once and they're done. They're going to keep on doing it and adding TVs, and with each testing, it will just get better because of your input. Now, as far as the current test procedure and conclusions, right? The burn-in conclusion is not technically definite, and this is why. There is a question. If you run the TVs for a long time, but you don't luminance match them, if they're both at max brightness, right, and one TV starts to dim in order to protect itself, let's say the G2 or the C2, of course it's not going to get burn-in because it's dimmed itself. And if the Sony and the Samsung does what all of you love them to do, which is no dimming over time, none of that, no DSR, no ASBL, well, it's going to stay max bright because you asked it to. And you're truly testing, if you push it to this limit without any dimming algorithms enabled, how long does it last? So you get the answer with the Sony and the Samsung, but in the LG, you didn't get the answer because they actually didn't. But we don't know if you did. So this is a speculation because they did not periodically check the luminance. So then we have the follow-up, which is, okay, let's say it turns out, for the sake of argument, that LG does dim over time in order to protect itself and successfully prevent burn-in, which it did. Then what are we really testing? We're just testing the algorithm. So both Sony and Samsung will say, well, that's unfair, then we'll dim too. And they'll just study LG, and then now in the next set of tests, they will all pass because they all dimmed, but then you're going to say, oh, I can't stand the auto dimming. And you see, so this is something that we're going to have to explore separately with ratings and with LG, because the reality is, if you luminance match, but LG chooses to drop, do you throw out that test? I mean, do you go into the menu and disable it? But that's kind of like, it doesn't make sense. That's not the use case we have, right? So that being the case, just something for you guys to think about. How do you think the dimming, or not the dimming, how should burn-in be tested? Because if you're saying, well, this should all be put on max brightness and the first one to die loses, but that's not realistic, as many of you said, okay, then put on real content, but then in real content, if one dims after 2 hours, is that realistic? Because that's what LG should do, or Sony should do, because they're protecting themselves. So that's just something that we have to talk about as we're doing this, right? Now, and here's a game. Hey, Gaming Tech, my C10 and G2 don't show any signs of burn-in. Knock on wood, right? But yeah. So we're going to start going through. Oh, did it turn off? We took so long. And as we're doing this, these camera settings are not set in stone. Because I have two, I can adjust one to do something and the other to do something else, so that we can pause images, take your questions, and of course, the way I talk and the way Brian's like constantly here, if we missed your question, just keep on asking it, and hopefully we'll catch it later. But this is going to allow us to compare at least some head-to-head. And again, this is out of the box. Samsung is original firmware 1100. The LG has the most current firmware, which is 19. And then we will update the Samsung during gaming so that we see how it affects gaming, because apparently the complaint is really for the gamers. Oh my gosh, my S95C with a recent firmware, HDR is over brightened. Well, relatively speaking, how much more bright is it? So we'll have a before and after. Okay.
With the 10-minute demo, answer some questions.
Yep. Yeah, let's do a dry one. Yeah. Well, why don't we run some demo material just so you guys can see, and I can start adjusting my cameras. SD has a great comment. People have been using the C8 or C9 for years, gaming with TPC and GSR, and if those of you who don't know, TPC and GSR are those dimming to protect systems, right? Everyone's going to nickname. I'm sure someone's going to come up with something on Sony. It's dimming to protect. That is generally what they all mean. Over time, it dims, enabled with no issues. If a TV is now too bright to be able to handle these dimming, that's a flaw and should be called out. And as Classy mentions often in gaming, though, is if you turn off peak brightness and just let it drop by 10%, the dimming is both less aggressive and less noticeable. But because people want that max brightness, they go to peak brightness and shoot it to the top. Well, now that you have that extra 100 to 200 nits of brightness, the TV is saying, I can do this. Do you want me to? But if you do, I'm going to dim. But instead, now that we know, well, if we don't want you to dim, then just set it slightly lower. So.
Tell them that the ratings test is made to burn them in. That's
Right.
not regular use case.
That's right. Thank you.
Can't take that as gospel.
So I tried this, Classy. Unfortunately, I don't have identical cameras and they're different sensors. And the native white balance is not exactly the same. So one is my 14 millimeter GM on the A74. The other one is my 11 millimeter APC on the FX30. The FX30 has about 2 stops worse dynamic range than the A74. So it's like, you know what? It's easier to capture them both. So they're both, the playing field is even. Maybe next year when we do this, will there be a next year, Robert?
Yes.
All right. Next year I'll get 3 of the same cameras, maybe,
Yes.
or at least 2 of the same cameras, because, and I didn't get an extra one because I was planning to replace some anyway, because I know Sony's going to release some amazing things at the end of the year. Next year we'll do it Classy, because this is something like, yeah, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Right? We'll play with that tomorrow. Nothing is off the table.
Let's do the dry one.
Yeah, so we're going to do a dry run. You have to switch the CD. This one is the testing CD. Go to the other one, the other white.
I didn't want to read it.
Yeah. We're playing with the New Spears and Muscles DVD or Blu-ray. Yes, a big shout out to Stacey Spears. Thank you for giving us these pre-production discs so we can play with it. This is what you guys are going to get. So this is the final. Yeah, put that one in. This is the final production version now, and it looks amazing. I love all the different analysis that they have available, and most importantly for me, for reviewers, is you have creator's intent, what he intended it to have. And while we're waiting for the demo material to play, one conclusion I had, and this is kind of like, you guys are going to see this, when Stacy grades Dolby Vision 10,000 nits, keep this in mind. The 10,000 nit on a Dolby Vision capable TV, if your TV is not capable of 10,000 nits, the Dolby Vision processor pulls it down, and it will be less bright than 10,000 nits in HDR. As a matter of fact, it'll look very similar to a 2,000 nit version of the same thing. And in testing that, I'm like, wait, then what's the point of Dolby Vision? Because Stacy's intent is to push 10,000 nit in certain parts, and so you want the TV to push to its max. The TV does not do that, but in HDR10, the TV will. So if you look at the HDR10 of the same content, 10,000, 2,000, 1,600, it scales down to that grade, but in Dolby Vision, it's all or nothing. You either get or you have something less. And so Dolby Vision, I believe, even if the content asks for more, the TV is actually nerfed by the Dolby Vision processor. And so don't think just because you're getting an amazing bright TV with Dolby Vision that you're going to get that content. You don't. You will get the exact same look on all the TVs, no matter what the Dolby Vision TV is, down to the mid-tier to the top tier, same Dolby Vision content. I think the purpose of Dolby Vision is to make sure you get the same experience, but you're not getting the full advantage of that 10,000 nit creator's intent. Now, to be fair to Dolby Vision, that doesn't exist. There is no 10,000 nit creator's intent out there other than Stacey Spears' test material. So if you do get a Dolby Vision movie, it is not created to anything higher than 1,000 nits, maybe a little bit over 1,000 nits, but it doesn't matter because it knows what your TV is capable of. The Dolby Vision processor of all these TVs will be pulled down to what it thinks is accurate, which is dimmer than what the HDR version of that is. But it could still be creator's intent because If it was graded natively in Dolby Vision, that's what they want you to see. So it is what it is. On the other hand, not all TVs have accurate Dolby Vision. Like last year, we saw the Hisense, the TCL out of the box. It's not spot on. The Sony A95K, though, out of the box, Dolby Vision spot on. The G3 out of the box so far looks like Dolby Vision spot on. So, you know, you get what you wish for. Don't say that Dolby Vision is the greatest and then complain it's dim. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. And so, you know, whether it's the best or not is mostly marketing hype. Personally, this is why I tell you all, I like HDR10 for the impact. But those of you who love the color gradients, all of that, in order to maintain that, they move everything down to what they want, and then they have that dynamic range within that lower range.
Yes.
Whereas HDR10, this is it. And, you know, it's preference. There's no right answer, just so you guys know.
So we're running HDR10 in 2000, BT 2020.
Okay.
There you go, HDR10, 2000.
Give them something to look at.
All right.
Good.
Rob, we got something you want to say?
Hey, Fumo. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Before we say you out.
just that I'm so excited every year when I see the new advancements in technology. And I know that I've even heard people say, oh, you get so excited every year. And I do. But this is one of the biggest upgrade years we've ever seen from both of these premium brands. The Quantum Dot OLED panel itself, the module, is greatly enhanced. It's brighter this year. It'll have a longer lifespan. They've done a lot of great things at Samsung Display to greatly improve it. Samsung Electronics greatly upgraded their processor this year as well. LG, the heatsink, the micro lens array, the new A9 Gen 6 processor. This is a crazy big upgrade. And these are, as of today, the two best TVs that are available in the 2023 model year. These are stunning televisions. And they belong next to each other to see what the differences are, which are more subtle than you'd imagine, even though they're different display technologies with Quantum Dot, which is the color rendering method, versus the WRGB with the micro lens array and the heatsink. They're two different ways of rendering the color. And they're both emissive OLEDs. And these are just gorgeous TVs, outstanding upgraded processing. There's no mistake here. It doesn't matter which one you pick.
Yep.
These are world class.
And just to explain, as you guys see the content, you guys are wondering why I have two different cameras up. So the top one to the left of me are we're trying to capture more shadow detail. And the one on the right is trying to capture spectral highlights. Obviously, dynamic range being what it is. One camera can capture both, and YouTube won't probably let you either because of the way they compress dynamic range. So let's say we stop at the scene on the left-hand side. I'm going to try to capture, or the other camera, let's say camera 1, I'm going to try to capture more of the shadow detail in the darker areas. And then camera 2, the brighter areas, I want you guys to see the color gradients in the bright areas that would normally be clipped if I tried to capture it, but then lose the color gradients, right? So, and then we'll adjust as we go along. A great super chat from Graphic Challenge. If you haven't checked out his channel, go ahead. I bought my GPU after binge watching everything I had to say. So Graphic Challenge he loves the content. Thank you. I just got an S95C to hit 2,073 nits through a little magic. Hey, DM me. Let me know what the magic is. Let's hope it doesn't break. I won't let Samsung know if you won't. I love it. All right. And let's see, new Nintendo Switch with HDR 600 MLA OLED screen. You know, you can only ask Nintendo, hey, send us an MLA and everything, right? And on the smaller screen, maybe they will have MLA. But then on the Nintendo Switch, maybe it's the direct RGB as well, right? So that'd be great. And let's see. I'm going to go through some of your questions real quick. All right, so let me narrate through some of this. Now, some of this content on the top TV, it will look on the top camera. It will look like it's clipping or it's overexposed. And that's the point, so that you can see some of the shadow detail in the midtones and maybe slightly below. Obviously, in the super dark areas, it will still crush it because that's a huge dynamic range. And on the lower camera, you're going to be able to see more of that color detail, hopefully. And YouTube, streaming compression being what it is. Alternatively, and this is what Classy was saying, I can get the camera closer to each TV, split it in two, but then you're not going to get the same exposure. So the problem is I cannot make a direct side-by-side comparison. You're not going to be able to say, oh, this is definitely brighter. Only if I do it this way can you say one is crushing and the other one isn't, because they're all subject to the same exposure, right? Although color balance being what it is, white balance being what it is, you're going to notice a slight blue tint always on the LG on the right, but it's got a little bit better. I'll continue to adjust it throughout the course of this stream, but this is a lot better than it was before. And I'm going to see.
Samsung has a little bit of a red tint.
Yeah, the Samsung definitely has a red tint, and all the Samsung.
Filmmaker HDR.
Yeah. So let's go with the settings. The Samsung is in Filmmaker. It's no enhancements, no contrast enhancements, and it's in static out of the box. The G3 is same Filmmaker, no dynamic tone mapping, no enhancements. However, I will say this: AI Picture Pro is on, not because it's enhancing the picture today. The reason why we're leaving it on, after speaking of Samsung, AI Picture Pro is not on. Okay, well, it doesn't matter if it's on or not. So AI Picture Pro is actively collecting the images you're watching over time, and then through its AI, the AI part, it may apply changes to it, it may not, who knows, but turning it on doesn't necessarily change. Because I was like, wait, nothing's happening. I'm turning AI Picture Pro on and off, I'm toggling, I don't see any changes. And apparently it's collecting information on your watching habits so that it can then apply those changes, right, to the TV. So maybe a year from now, if you've had it on, then you toggle it on and off, you might see a difference. But we're definitely going to get more information from LG Electronics as to, and it could be their secret sauce, they may not even share it with me. But if LG Electronics can tell us, what exactly is this AI part of the Picture Pro? Because I don't see any instant changes. So if you turn it on and you don't see anything, and you want to experience the AI, you have to leave it on and give it enough time to collect test data, right? So we'll see. And am I going to keep your? Unfortunately, I'm not going to. I didn't keep my G2. I had no room. Right now in my studio, I have the G3 S95C and the U8H and the A95K. Here, though, Robert does have the G2, and so we will put the G2 next to the G3 for you all, and that's part of the reason why I'm here. I have access to a lot of TVs that you guys want to see compared. Oh, wait. Bad audio, and I can't see the TV, so let's do an audio check. Can you double check? Well, double check with audio, and can't see the TVs. Well, I can zoom it in a little bit closer so you guys can see the TVs. That's what you have when you have, or we could do it. We could do this way. Let's get here.
See the TV's perfectly fine.
I can see it fine too. Like in this one, so for this one, the dark areas.
We're lagging a little bit.
Yeah, here.
Oh, there we are.
I can do a close-up where necessary, so that's a good point. Yeah.
Maybe the brighter is a little bit closer.
Yeah. So we can, so where, like this one right here, wow, they're both clipping because, so let me adjust one. Can you pause this thing? Or can you go back and pause it? I'm going to adjust one of the cameras so you guys can see more of that color detail because that clipped on both TVs. Yeah, actually, yeah, go to the cactus. Oh. When we get to the cactus, let me know.
Is there a difference in brightness between the 77 and the 65? Does the size make a difference?
Well, just the specular highlights are larger, so perceptually it seems brighter on the larger screen size. It wouldn't measure any brighter in a 10% window with a meter.
Oh, actually, yeah. Go to the cactus again because this one is good. This one, both cameras are doing their job. And let me put this one. So as you can see here, this is kind of like the low luminance version, so you can capture more of the highlights. But then you don't see any shadow detail, right? So this is crushed. Oh, we are in a very bright room, by the way. If you guys don't know, we are in the store. So any of this lack of polarizer business, that's also overdone. I have never found an issue with that. Even on the S95B, it was never an issue for me. Okay, yeah, actually stop right there because this is a good bright scene. Yeah, pause right there. Got it? Perfect. Okay, on this one. Oh, okay. Brian, I know that.
Mic check, mic check. Slide over one.
Okay. The camera is blowing out the image a little bit,
All right.
but maybe the exposure change will fix that.
What's up, guys? It's Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy. We got Robert Zone with us. We also have John Reformato in the house, who will get on and speak shortly. Special thanks to Wendy Zone, Leanne, and also, as you mentioned, Stacy Spears. We have his new works here as well. Let's see, where's the space bar to bring these comments down?
See,
That looks good.
That looks better.
That looks very much like what we're seeing here.
Where's the thing to bring this down on the Mac?
So Brian, you want to mention also that the Samsung always has some dynamic tone mapping on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic tone mapping on the Samsung is either static or active. There is no disabling it.
So it's static indeed.
And
It has it all.
the G3 has it all completely. And the G3's AI Picture Pro stuff is off. All eco settings are off on both.
I'm going to swap.
Where's the, to bring the pan down? Where's the pan down?
Here, let me put this one up so you guys can see some of that detail.
Very good.
How do you pan down here? I'm not seeing this on the Mac.
Scroll up and down.
Oh, with that. Well, hold it. Wait, where's it?
See if you go all the way up. See?
Oh,
fingers.
gotcha.
2 fingers.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
I guess this green button will exit if you want.
Get this big again. All right.
I have to say, I'm very impressed. The
Yeah,
level of color luminance on this scene.
they're the same. I know.
The only thing you want to mention is that the Samsung is tone mapping.
Yeah, yeah.
So that lacks a little
I
bit.
can tell you in person,
Which one?
the color volume looks the same on these high peak lumens. They look
Okay.
the same. So
That's the only difference in the two screens.
yeah, but look at the color volume.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah,
Well, it's again, it's still P3 and both TVs have 100%
yes,
color volume.
I see that.
It's 100% coverage on P3. So
Right. Now we didn't have that last year on a
maybe
G2.
a little bit less, but
Yeah, because the MLA is boosting red, green, and blue equally.
Yeah, only in
the luminance is getting higher as
Yes.
far as color volume. It's not that's has more. I think when it was measured, it was pretty close to what it was last year, but the luminance is higher. So that's
Yes.
what we're seeing.
How do we show this?
If you look at the, oh yeah, just hit it. So where's that one? That's timestamp 955. So scroll over to
You
955.
actually have to go to it.
Here,
You can't just
Which
touch
is
it.
what we hope. You know.
let me see. 9.
That's right.
Oh, it's not here. There it is. Is it John D? Or
No, H. That's the first one.
even further down? Okay, so go to John D first if you can.
There he
There we
goes.
go.
John Doe, thank you for the super chat. You don't have a comment or a question, so please follow up. We appreciate that. Just follow up with a question or a comment, my friend. Just put it anywhere for us. And then let's get this other super chat quickly. Harks for gaming only, both on PS5 and PC, LG C2 83-inch or the new 77-inch. I mean, Robert, you and I both stand in the same place as far as size.
Yes.
What do you think? If you have the size,
Yes.
you know, I mean, for me, the C2 at 83.
So at 10,000 nit real quick, you notice the S95C is slightly brighter.
Yes.
And because this is 10,000 nit content. If I go to a lower nit content, let's say 2,000.
It doesn't look brighter in person.
No, it doesn't.
It looks the same in person.
It looks
does.
brighter on
So the camera is fooling
yeah,
us.
the
here.
camera. So guys, quickly,
Kind of very sensitive to the differences.
Well, it's minimal in person, but the camera seems
So
to.
quickly, for gaming, for Hearts, thank you for the super chat. I would say if you have the space, 83 inches, if you want that immersion.
Right.
If you want a TV larger than 77, no matter how good these TVs are, they're not going to make up for this lack of size. So if you're looking for something 83 and 85, I would go with the C2 at that size, Robert.
Yes.
Because as nice as these are, Robert, they're not going to make up for
Right.
the size. If you want a 77, I would go with the ones. Thank you for the super chat. Michael.
Otherwise, sit a little bit closer and get the smaller
yeah, get the
screen and
smaller
sit closer, and you will have a better image quality.
Yep. But if you have the size, if you want a larger TV, that's the way I would go. Okay. All right. So quickly, guys, what you're seeing on screen of what the Samsung looking brighter in this setting, it's not. It's the on camera for some reason it's showing up that way.
It is slightly brighter.
It is, but it's much slighter than what we see
on the camera. It looks a lot brighter.
Just made it worse.
Yeah.
They really kind of did.
This one is very similar. The only other question I'm a little concerned about is we have the dynamic tone mapping off on the LG.
Right.
I know if I turn it on,
Turn it
it's
on.
going to make.
Oh, well, look,
Yes, it
here's
will.
the thing. But look, this. Let me just
Samsung is on static though. If you do that, we're not taking the Samsung on.
turn them both on. This is what we're prepared. Watch.
Isn't it doing some attacks on it?
So
It's most active on the mapping.
so
You're right.
let's
Maybe it is.
let's pause it. Pause it. We'll just do it. This is what it's all about.
Okay.
Yeah, so right here, even let's do go ahead and do the OG shot.
Yeah.
And then I'll do the Samsung.
And again, let's also remember that we're comparing a 77 to a 65.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's the other problem. Right?
And guys, throughout the stream, we're also going to leave Filmmaker and go into different presets to show you guys exactly what they all can do in different presets.
Yeah.
Because the most accurate is important, but a lot of you guys in the chat like to see other presets as well.
Right. And I'm sorry for having different screen sizes. We had 77s and 83-inch G3s shipped and in transit to us, and weather slowed it down. So it's going to be here Monday morning,
Yeah.
the 77 and 83 G3s and C3s as well.
So it did make it brighter, but the thing I did notice was that if you look at the upper right-hand side of that picture, when I turn dynamic tone mapping on the LG, you see more clarity in that section.
Yes.
Whereas on the Samsung, even though we have it on static, it's still doing some it's doing tone mapping
Yeah.
because it looks the same now. Yeah.
Shout out to Modern Wise. Joey, what's up? For those of you that watch the hockey test on everybody's channel, that is Joey from Modern Wise. He is the legit OG, been around forever. Great guy, brilliant guy. Joey, let's get back on YouTube, my friend. A lot of the guys, a lot of things you see, Joey started. Joey, what's up, brother? But that hockey test everybody does, that's Joey's. Let's see. I hate this Mac, man.
Watch what happens to that little piece on the LG.
I think Joey's looking to buy a TV, Robert.
Okay.
Let's see.
See? Because it's clipping, right?
Right, it's clipping.
It's 2000 nit content.
So tone mapping is bringing it down.
Right. It's making it look closer to the way the Samsung is.
That's correct.
Sam Poston, what's up? What's up, SD? What's up, guys?
Oh, and that's an active.
Let these guys figure it out.
Yeah, no, but leave it on.
So, Robert, what a good year we've had so far, 2023. S95 in the store, 900C in the store. We got the 90C in the store, right? You got a lot going on.
Yeah. And at some point, I'm sure we're going to do this, but we should review the enhancements and upgrades for each one of these two gorgeous TVs, so people will know what's different about a G3 than a G2, and what's better about an S95C versus the S95B.
Fire away. Go
You
ahead.
want to go over some of that now?
Go over some of it now. I would.
So we're going to have to try out dynamic tone mapping because in bright scenes, OG actually makes it dimmer.
So
Yes,
trying to get more detail.
That's
Right,
it.
try to get more.
yes, yes, it's tone mapping, right?
Samsung is more predictable. Active just makes it brighter.
Yes,
So,
correct.
so this is so then to be.
Well, they're figuring it out now.
Samsung.
It's just interesting to see the difference.
Yeah,
Because I guess the point is the Samsung is, even though you have tone mapping on static, it's still doing
it is.
more tone mapping than the LG is.
And
Well,
again,
right
please
now-
remember, we got a larger image area, so that's making it look perceptually brighter.
Well, and guys, they are going to look. You are going to have them trade shots, especially in different images.
Now, if
So
you look at this image right here, it's almost identical.
In person.
in person.
Yes.
They look the same.
Yes.
Robert, what's the shipping cost from here if you're in the U.S.?
We don't collect shipping. We ship for free nationwide. And there are some other very aggressive benefits and promotions we're doing right now, most of which I would recommend people call or email me for. But we have a 5% store credit. We have free nationwide shipping. We have some other benefits for people that find us on the FOMO or Brian's Tech Therapy channel or Classy's channel as well. So please call so we can discuss that in person and or by email.
Yeah, let them know.
But there are some great launch promotions that we're doing right now. And I wanted to kind of apologize, if I may, to, let's say, respectfully to Best Buy, Amazon, and all the other retailers, because we grabbed the first supply of these. So that's why we have 77, 83, 65, 55. We have all the G3s available now. We're shipping starting Monday. 77 and 83s will be ahead of all the other retailers. So I just have a little inside track on this.
So right now, if you go on LG, it says pre-order.
Yeah.
And if you go on the other ones, it's pre-order sold out. And we don't have the 77. We'll have it in a couple of days due to weather. We didn't get it. But the fact is no one else has it either.
Yes.
So
Monday we'll have 77 and 83. And the 65 and 55 G3 we've had for 2 weeks now. But I think, again, we'll be probably one of the few, if not the only retailer with the early first allocations.
Now on Monday, can people come in and just do cash and carry?
Yes. We'll have inventory available right here in the store on Monday, 83 and 77 G3, along with 65 and 55, which we've had for a couple of weeks.
So Redemption asked Brian, what TVs out of these two would you pick up if I had to? That's a great question.
Yeah.
I will tell you that it really depends. Though you can make these look very similar, I'm definitely somebody who leaves filmmaker.
Yeah.
The Samsung does have a more vibrant, saturated
Yes.
signature. If you like that, we'll show some gaming later. Gaming's changed a bit in the LG. I think we'll bring it back, but the presets are different than they were when I first unboxed the G3 2 weeks ago. At this moment, from my personal taste, it's leaning towards what Samsung would be offering me as an individual. But it goes back to trust. So Robert, what are you thinking?
You know, this is a very tough call, and these TVs are so really, truly close to each other. You know, some people have a preference of a brand, and that's good because there's hardly any difference in the overall performance and picture quality. You know, I can't really say.
That's a good guy.
Yeah, I really can't say.
I only set Robert up for that. So, I mean, guys, I'll tell you that I think between the three top manufacturers that we're discussing today, for me, it's signature. It's feature set and signature. What presets do you enjoy? What do you like? What they favor? Samsung, unfortunately, I think we're going to see what they do with their firmware updates this year. Hopefully, we won't have any issues. Keep in mind the G3, we do have it before anyone else, so there will be more updates in the next few days. John Reformato was working on that. Were you not, John?
Yes.
So there were some things that John wanted to work on, and they're going to get on it. So that's the only thing about having these TVs in early days is we will see them change quite a bit.
We're going to see a firmware update on G3 probably in about a week to 10 days with a lot of the things that John and myself worked out with the engineers that we asked to enhance the product. There isn't much that we asked for because there isn't much more.
But it was based on all the testing that a lot of the other calibrators did.
Yes.
I don't want to give them credit for doing
Absolutely.
all that extra testing. We just communicated it, made sure they understood it and documented it. So
the specular highlight, notice the Samsung is slightly brighter in the peak highlights on the Smart 2 is, but it doesn't mean that you could adjust to that.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Well, this is pretty good.
So a shout out to Classy and Dwayne Davis for bringing some of the few items that needed minor little tweaking to everybody's attention so that we can verify those items and review them with the engineers to get these things upgraded.
Well, it's a great question too. What's LG's signature? Well, that's interesting because, in my opinion, LG's OLEDs used to be what I would consider almost looking like a Samsung OLED. They were very vibrant, C8, C9, very punchy. Their accuracy is much better. So would you say that they feel like they're closer to a Sony signature, Robert, away from what Samsung is doing, what do you think their signature is now for LG? What's
Well,
their
LG signature series would really be the Z2 right now.
no, I mean, what's their style? What would you say they're trying to aim for? They're aiming for more accuracy now, or do you think it's more punchy? Where do you think LG's
Accuracy,
looking?
totally for accuracy.
So
Good question. I'm
that's
glad you asked.
555, because we were talking about when you pick a manufacturer, to me, it's your feature set, what you're
Yes.
looking for, Robert, and then
Yes.
also when if someone hits you up, let's just do it this way. If somebody calls you up and says, "I'm looking for this," the first thing you would say is, "What's your preference?"
That's right.
Right.
That's
So,
right. Thank
and
you.
if I'm describing to you the three, if I say Sony, what was your first thought when you say Sony? Accuracy,
Accuracy,
filmmaker.
processing uh, capabilities, even the audio performance is amazing out of the box on the Sony TVs.
Samsung, we're thinking color, we think punchy,
Yes,
we
Yes.
think
the
vibrancy.
brightness is very.
Yeah.
But you want to mention one other thing I noticed too.
Go ahead.
The other thing that we're noticing slightly is that
Grab
the black
grab the microphone.
background. I can talk to it.
Okay.
The black background on the LG is really black,
Yes.
whereas in the Samsung, it's very, very, very faint gray. You know what I'm saying? It's not as
Yeah.
it's black, but it's when you compare the two.
So you're saying you
not
feel like
as black.
Samsung is a little bit is it? Would you say it's lifted a bit, or is
No,
it?
it's not black. It's not lifting glass. I think it has to do with the quantum dot being energized. You know, when there's no
Right.
signal.
Right.
Because we're in a bright room.
Oh.
Right.
So
So what happens in the bright room is you're seeing the reflections of the quantum dots.
right.
The sun isn't on it.
But
though.
it's not something that's very noticeable unless you have something to compare it to, right?
That's
And
right.
Because we have the LG next to it.
Right.
That's the only other thing that we noticed. So if you had this Samsung and you took it home, you probably wouldn't even see it.
That's correct. Thank you. All true.
I was going to rewind that because it looked like
It's a timestamp.
has slightly lifted in the shadow detail right here.
It's like almost like
They sure are.
So this allows you to show detail. If there's any black lifting, it would be here.
You know, they look identical. Remarkable how close they look.
now the LG's got quite a bit of time on it, right?
Yes. More hours. Yeah.
DTS is passing through this year.
Yes.
Hey
it
guys,
is. Yes,
DTS
it
will be
is.
just passing
Yes,
through,
it
or
is.
is it decoded and
Yes.
played internally?
Yes. No,
So-
it's passed through. It's not
No.
decoding, but it is passing it. So your audio equipment would be able to decode the DTSX.
Which is unlike last year where
Right.
it would not go through.
That's correct. So that's a nice upgrade as well.
FOMO,
Okay,
Class D,
another
carrying the torch. The time I was making deals, I couldn't find. Yeah, I mean, mile-wise, most of what you were doing is what we're doing now, my friend. So come on back. I'd love to have you back, bro.
Yeah. And just to review again, a couple of the advantages of a G3 versus a G2 is you have the micro lens array, so it's significantly brighter with better color saturation because they're boosting the red, green, and blue together, not just boosting white. You're also getting a new anti-glare coating, which really reduces reflection and glare quite a bit on the G3. You're also getting a big upgrade in the built-in audio if you care about the TV audio and the integration of using all the audio with their pairing up with their LG soundbars, which we're going to demonstrate later or tomorrow as well. We have the LG SC9 soundbar, which is the 2023 soundbar that was designed for a C3 and a G3. And when you see and hear the differences, this is a major upgrade.
And what we'll do next week is when the C comes in, we'll connect the soundbar to it because it does attach.
Yes,
It does. Its
That's
feature is
correct.
to connect directly to it. I think it's seamless. It looks like it's a piece of it almost. We saw it at
Yes.
CES.
yes.
This has more wood to. Hey, Brian,
So
real quick, you see the top right-hand corner where the leaves are? John is seeing, if you step close, there's less resolution is slightly softer than on the 55.
Right.
So it's almost like super resolution where it's,
No, it's not super different in the resolution.
Or is there a difference between 55 and the 77 inch? Because as you get larger in size, is it possible the larger TV now
Well, that's good.
show larger pixels?
But here it's a
yeah, but it would be across the entire screen. What I'm saying about super
Yeah.
resolution is
what
that
I'm saying is
It's just a corner, right?
yeah, the point I'm saying is that if you look in this area here, it's softer underneath and it's sharper.
Right.
yeah, that could be size though.
You might say, okay, it's different in the size, but if you look here, it's about equal.
That's right.
And then the other area, I'm just pointing out things here, like, right.
Yeah, but sometimes the processing, John, like in gaming, sometimes they have a more resolution in the middle of the screen than around. So maybe they're doing a processing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they call it. It's like in gaming, it's dynamic resolution to where
Yeah.
4K is in the middle of the screen, and around the edges they lessen it. So maybe that's a processing.
Yeah.
The other thing too is, go back to it again.
There is another upgrade, by the way, in the way the AI. Go ahead, please.
That's what I mean. I wonder, Robert, if it's doing
Yeah.
something like that.
It is. It is. The way it's looking at. Right.
So it's saying what the priority is.
Yes,
This is the
That's
priority.
correct.
Now, you can see the shading is slightly different.
What's up, KG?
Yes.
So those are the major differences.
Yes. So the LG is finding the parts of the image that are most important and putting more processing power in
Maybe.
there. That's another upgrade for this.
Vinny, thank you so much for the super chat. Debating between the 83-inch G2 or the 77 G3 MLA. Do you guys think the brightness is that much better to sacrifice the size? Robert, you want to pick that
Well,
one?
it's not just brightness. We're talking about last year's technology versus the new technology. So you have a different processor, you have a different panel, and you have MLA. So it depends upon your viewing distance. I still favor a larger screen. And the G3 is on a very aggressive final closeout.
G2.
A G2. So, it's a tough call. If your viewing distance is within 10 feet or closer, I think I would get the 77 in this case.
So so Robert,
I love the picture quality enhancement.
so you feel like the processing and the MLA
Yes.
is worth it. So I mean, I would say that, like I said before with the earlier comment from me, Vinny, hold on one second. We got your super chat here. So what I would say, Vinny, if you have the room, unfortunately, if you have your heart set on something 80 inches, the TV's not going to grow.
Right.
So if you feel like you have, I'll give you this. If you're coming from a smaller TV, 77 should be big enough, and then I would go with the G3. But if you're going from, say, a 75 and you want something larger, you
Yep.
can only really go with the next
Right.
TV. And hopefully with the gaming features on G2, they have the presets still because they're gone.
Yeah. And then you have the option of the 83 G3, 30% brighter, and the new processor as well.
So then,
And all the new features that are built in.
so good point, Robert, because what I would say then at this point, Vinny, is instead of the 83-inch G3, I would look at the 83-inch C2. That would probably be brighter than the G2 from last year with the APL increase with the pixel booster. The
Yeah,
C2 will be a
this-
little bit brighter.
The C3.
C3, I mean.
C3.
Yeah, so I would look at the C3 at maybe not.
That's a good idea.
So instead of going with an 83-inch G2
Yes.
around the same price, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be
Yes.
on the surface. I would go with
Yes.
an 83-inch C2.
That's a C3.
C3.
Yeah.
We got it. So I'm saying is that you're going to see a bit of brightness with the C3. But Vinny,
Yes.
thank you for the super chat. I would consider 83-inch C3.
3, absolutely.
Okay,
That's
now-
good advice.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Fama.
You ready for the interruption?
Yes.
Of course.
Come on, one of your mics.
No. Good. Here, take one.
No, too late.
You said borrow one of your mics. Gotta find balance. Just gotta find this one. Where to go?
Okay, so this is interesting in that in static mode, filmmaker S95C, and in its most accurate filmmaker mode on the LG G3, this stump has lost a bit of color saturation compared to the stump on the right. Now, without a reference monitor,
You don't
that's the
know what's
question.
wrong.
We don't know what's wrong. But there is a difference, and the difference is not major, but when you have them side by side, you notice that the stump on the G3, there's a bit more color, saturation, right?
So understand on the bottom.
And if you say, well, maybe because the LG is pushing red. No, it's the Samsung that's pushing red. So if anything is pushing red, it should be the Samsung that has more of that richness in the stump, but instead it doesn't. So this appears to be more of a possibly a desaturation, but again, without the reference.
Without a reference, you can't know.
You
for
can't,
sure.
you don't know for sure.
Right.
But there are differences. So for the, and does this make a difference in buying a TV? Not really. But this is why we do what we do.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
to point out
critical
that
viewing.
the rest of the scene looks fine.
But you want to point out one thing, and that is that these two TV sets are like the best that's out there, right?
Yes.
So we're splitting hairs, right?
Yes, we are.
We always are.
We're
Though.
splitting hairs. That's what everybody has to remember.
That's
It's
what
not
I-
like one's
we're
like crazy
nitpickers.
better than the other.
We're geeky Nick.
I mean, guys, 543 in the chat. I think we all nitpick, and that's why we're all here.
Oh, well, that's
We
why
just
they're
bought
there.
and walked away.
When you pay that much money, you want to find
The
that
little
extra-
differences, little
When you're getting a
nuances.
Ferrari or a Lamborghini, you win on that extra 0 to 60,
That's it.
0.2 seconds.
Little nuances. Everybody in the chat, because nobody here buys a TV and disappears. They're all here because that's what we do.
This is what we do.
No,
So-
I think it will be very nice to stay on the channel, and let's look at the G2 and G3 when we put them next to each other.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Demonstrate
see the
what
differences.
happened this year.
they do have 3L.
You know, again,
The ATC.
the arrow mode.
Is that what you're talking about?
ATSC
ATS
3.0.
they do have.
This year, they also put it on the C3.
Okay.
Last year, it was not on the C2. So we have the next gen ATSC 3.0 tuner built into both G3 and C3 for 2023. And I love that over-the-air tuner. Thank you.
Quickly, ratings and R&D has shown that there could be problems with burning on white pixels with QD OLED. Their testing information is excellent, but again, keep in mind, guys.
Let me answer that.
Please.
Okay. Oh, did I turn off is my audio on? I think I may have turned it off.
Give me this.
Okay. All right. So it's a preliminary test. It is the first pass at the test. There are still things that need to be reinvestigated. So, for example, does it really show WOLED is less likely for burn-in? Well, first, the Sony also had some burn-in,
Yes.
and the LG didn't at all. What's the difference between Sony and the LG? And if that difference is that the LG has more aggressive dimming algorithm, then is it the algorithm alone that prevents it from burning? If I ran all three TVs at its max luminance where there is no dimming allowed, then is there burn-in? That's not what happened. Ratings has no control over the dimming algorithm, and Ratings didn't double check luminance matching a week later. If after, let's say, 24 hours, both the LG and the Sony started to dim, they did not account for that, and they can't. I mean, what do you do? So that's just something to keep in mind. Now, whether or not that did happen is another matter. We don't know, and so we need to have another round of this testing as well. But it's not definitive that it has burn-in. Maybe it does. And this is why we're going to have Ratings on April 6th to ask these questions.
Right.
And that's something for you guys to think about as well. OLED is organic. It inevitably will dim faster over time than any other technology, but you're going to replace the TV more likely than not before you notice the dimming half-life, right? But burn-in shouldn't happen if you guys watch normally. So that goes to the second part of the test. They're running CNN all day long at the highest luminance.
Well, and they're trying to, and guys, I mean, I think that's the fear of burning coming back is you're trying to burn it in. So running the same pattern or the same news for how many hours did they run them? How many days?
Days.
So I mean, meaning that unless you legit
Months. Yeah,
like-
4 months.
So
4 months.
I guess my thing is we finally put burn-in kind of to sleep. I appreciate the tests and I love their work, but they're trying to burn in. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's something to really worry
You
about.
know, I want to tell you, this brings up a very important point here. And we're talking about the dimming. So,
The ADSL.
yeah. So this has been greatly reduced. It's not aggressive as it was on the G3. Now, but it's different the way it works.
We'll do some image retention testing.
Yeah.
today so they can see
Yeah.
what that looks like.
As long as you have motion on the screen, you're not going to see dimming. But if you have a static image that doesn't change and you leave a static image up, that's where it's going to dim more aggressively than it used to do. After 5 minutes of leaving a static image on the screen.
No, static isn't necessarily a game because a game would still be moving.
That's
if
right.
it's a cloud moving, it won't dim. But
It
if
won't
if
dim.
you want to leave it sitting there where it's a pause scene, it's going to dim. And
This is a big upgrade for
and
this
that's
year.
not, and that's
There's
not
no dimming. Almost none.
protect
Unless
itself,
it's a static image
Trying to
that's
protect
full
itself.
field bright. Right.
which
This is
kinda-
a big upgrade, and it's a good thing for viewing very bright images. As long as there's any motion on the screen, there's no dimming.
You might want to point out what LG said about LG Display not being too concerned at all because of all their experience.
Thank you. That's
yeah, they're
correct.
tried and true. I mean, they've always
You might want to
yeah, they've always been like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been going through since the C8, C9. They made huge changes.
Yeah. ABL has been
Now,
Almost eliminated.
in this scene, the G3 is slightly brighter.
It is.
Slightly.
Well,
It
also
is.
in the grass.
Yeah.
So it's not always a clear cut that the Samsung is brighter.
No, and I think we go back to saying they trade shots, and I guess whatever the processing is looking to focus on.
Right. Thank you.
Because the RAWs are slightly brighter, the
Yes.
highlights are slightly brighter.
Yes.
But in other scenes, it was the Samsung.
Yes.
Bigger shots.
But also, if you look at the film of the yellow next to his head, there is more color there. If you look even on the camera,
Yes, that's correct.
there's just some.
correct.
So I guess it's not. We're not just in a peak brightness war. At times, you'll see the wider color gamut of
Thank you.
the Samsung. Yeah.
But look here. Look here. This is brighter now. Yeah. Than here.
No, but
Right.
what I'm saying is, but what I'm trying to say is that the wider color
Actually,
gamut.
the color is more saturated on the G3.
Oh, I can't. Maybe I can see them.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. It looks the opposite, but
You know, Foma, what about that teal water scene? That where the ocean water scene where the
It is not.
oh damn, really? Because that really made the Samsungs look like they were doing great. All right, guys, we have 549 in the chat. Please hit
beautiful.
like.
Beautiful.
Again, special thank you to Value Electronics.
Thank you.
I'm Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel.
Yes.
And we're going to be doing this for a while, so make yourselves comfortable. We got Tech with KG in the house.
Thank you.
KG, what's up, my friend? Check out his.
Less glare and reflection.
You guys hear us? Lost it. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
You guys hear us now?
You got these audio?
Yeah. Mic check. Should be good.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, SD?
Let's see. Settings.
Yeah, that got closed out.
Check.
Mic check. Yep. No, we're
Audio's
good.
working.
Audio's back, guys. All right. KG's in the house.
Good.
We got a lot of influence. Classy, of course. What's
Yeah.
up, Classy? You and I have to have a conversation later about gaming because those presets were there when I unboxed it last
Yes.
week. So if you check out my video, those gaming presets, you got to give me a call later on. SD, what's up, baby? Classy, call me later because that's a huge thing that I'm going to want back, and I have a feeling they're going to bring it back because the box is still there, and it still acts as if it's going to give you the choice. So
Yeah.
Classy, we'll talk later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Good. Just hand the mic to one of the guys.
Right. And we'll also be discussing that with LG Engineering as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's something that's temporarily gone. John Branco, thank you so much. Branco, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, FOMO, I'm thinking about buying a 77-inch QN900B,
Yes.
but know the G3 is out with one, would be a better buy. Well, Robert, you'd be able to answer the 77-inch Q900B. You mean the 75 8K?
Yeah.
That's on a huge sale right
Yes.
now. So
Yes.
they are not the same price. Robert, what is the price of the G3 at 77? Do we even know?
I'm good on the technology. I'm not so good on the pricing. So
so-
I'll ask somebody in my office.
I mean, I
here.
would say that if you're
They're
looking
on
at
a very aggressive closeout. Right
the
now.
challenge with the Q900B, John, versus the G3, obviously, other than a mini LED versus an OLED, is
That's
that you'd
right.
be looking at a 75-inch, which is smaller, and I could never recommend a smaller LED go against a larger OLED
That's right.
because the
And
contrast,
OLED being emissive, as you brought out, has the advantages of pure black,
contrast
of
ratio.
more detail and depth in the image.
And now that the G3 is so much brighter, and we'll show
Yes.
them tomorrow, but the Q900B is excellent, but I would say, going for the smaller 75 is going to be hard to recommend unless we'll see how much it is. I mean, I'm sure
Yes.
it's down pretty big. But
Yeah.
thank you so much for the super chat, John.
Always go OLED over 8K.
Yes. I agree with that so much.
And FOMO say always
Yes.
go OLED over
8K.
mini LED as well, but
Yes.
that conversation may change if that's an 85-inch 900B, guys, versus
Right.
a 77. It can.
Also
We
true.
just cannot go
Thank you.
smaller.
Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat, John. Let me know what you think, and don't be afraid to buy that TV here.
Thank you. And we have it listed on the closeout price on our website.
Yeah, it's very,
Value
it's
Electronics.
very,
Yeah.
because the 900C is pricey at that size. I like the new stuff from Stacy's great.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Stacy Spears.
J.R. Frazier, thank you so much for the super chat. How is the fine detail between them? FOMO, John, do you see any detail changes between the two different TVs other than one's larger than the other? You see some fine detail changes? John, can you speak to that?
The only thing I could say is when we're looking at it in person, in most cases, the picture is almost identical.
Yes.
And we know that the 65 may be a little bit sharper because it's a smaller size, and we can account for that, but nothing super major.
Yeah.
Look at the black ones.
In person,
It's remarkable how similar they are.
Yeah,
It really
it's
is.
the same. You know, it's,
Yeah.
Well, what no one here is talking about is the Samsung. If we think the LG is accurate, the Samsung is accurate filmmaker mode.
Yes.
Bottom right-hand corner, this is the lifted we're talking about. This is the environment lifting it.
yeah,
Oh, yes, indeed.
So, bottom right-hand corner. Ooh, my gloves.
right. And you can
Not so you guys can see.
and you can
This
see
whole
that.
time, no gloves.
Gloves, right.
Yeah, brother.
That's what I was trying to point out. What he pointed out is in real life, this looks a little gray
Yeah.
in this area.
On the S95.
Yeah, but again, you wouldn't notice this if you had the TV at home because there's nothing to compare it to.
All right, so on phone, do you have? All right, so John or Jr. Thank you so much for the super chat.
See that?
Yeah.
That is the room. This is the
Yes.
scattered
Right.
Yes.
light.
That's correct.
It's supposed to be perfect black all the way down.
That's right.
Here,
Yeah.
it isn't. Even though it's shut off.
Yes.
So is it looking?
Never exposed it, but that's why you have a camera with good exposure.
But is it looking like that Venom crawling black a little bit? Is it a little pixelated? So it's just
This is from the quantum dot layer.
Right.
okay.
It's activating slightly from the.
And so let's see. Look
I see
how
what you're saying.
you
It's
can
a
see the
little-
reflection. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's such a good point.
You
to
can see
bring
it.
up.
Just look.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Oh,
we are
yeah.
saying the S95 is a little less black.
Yes.
But again, if you had a
It's-
TV
it's-
at home, you would never see this.
Right.
There's brightness here. Maybe the floor is having a reflection.
Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe it's the floor causing a reflection. This is like the controlled system. Wait, I take it back. It could be the floor causing a reflection.
So
Because here,
Yeah.
you're gonna have Samsung engineers trying to check out the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you guys are just tuning in, the reason why we have things this bright is to look at VME raised black. So
didn't help.
No, it didn't help. I wonder why that is.
So because if you look at the outside of this one, it's the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So it looks
But
like they
we
did
don't
solve
see that when we look.
This is nice.
Yeah.
So this is Samsung display a heart attack. What?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I just want to mention about those white cotton gloves. Our techs use them, and we've been doing that long before you've been doing it. And the reason that we do it is
know it,
because
Kev.
you
You
can't touch the
know, baby,
screen
you know
with
we-
your bare hands. You need soft white cotton gloves. So our techs wear foam. That's right. That's what we wear.
do you guys
And
remember
we did it long before you did it, by the way.
KG? Did you watch those CX videos for me where I was freaking out about the crawling blacks? Those were dark days. No audio is not great. What is that? You guys don't hear us?
Oh no, did it die again?
No, it's good. That's all. People are saying no audio. It's bad audio or no audio.
Yeah, let us know when the audio goes down because sometimes, for whatever reason, I don't know.
Yeah.
That is a big difference. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there certainly is.
It is a big difference. I mean, we don't have a reference line.
Yeah.
But look at the shadow detail here compared to the shadow detail.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out, now when you look at this,
So audio is pumping, so we have more volume.
Is it too loud or too soft?
Is it too loud, guys? Audio is good on my end. A couple people chime in about the audio, please.
There's a big difference in the shadow detail now on
Yes.
on the LG compared to the S97.
Right.
KG, I called it a dangerous girlfriend.
Yes. And tell me what you're seeing,
What
John.
I'm seeing is there's more shadow detail
Right. On the G3.
On the G3. There's like significantly more
Yes.
than on the.
Modern Wise. I have work trips in NYC and Bloomfield, Connecticut. I'm in Connecticut, Joey. Violet Electronics is in Scarsdale, New York. It is. You're not quite in New York City, which 45 minutes from the city?
Yeah, maybe a half an hour or so north of New York City.
Stop in and say hi, Joey. Let me know when you're going to be here.
Yeah,
man.
we're on the way up to Connecticut from New York City.
We'll grab dinner.
And now the picture got brighter and it's okay.
Yeah.
Can't believe that.
That's
Joey
right.
in the
That's
chat.
right.
I am legend.
Yeah, but that's a big one. That one there was really evident.
Just let me know, Joey, when you're going to be here. I'll meet
Yes.
up with you.
Very good.
What's up, 5F News? How are things, my friend?
Oh, I like this guy.
He's always on point.
He's great.
Steve, take care. We got 525 in the chat, guys. Please hit like. Kmart question: does that 65-inch have better details than a larger size TV? Pixel density will always be a factor.
Yes.
It will have a cleaner image.
It's minimally sharper, actually, pixel density. Sure.
So Kmart, yes, you will see it is a bit cleaner.
Okay, so what we're going to do is going to run it again. That was both TVs and static and tone mapping off. Now we're going to run it with active on Samsung and tone mapping on with expressive
Thank you.
on the LG, and we see what happens when they're popped up a little.
Thank you.
Right?
Very good. And this is how people normally use it at home. I think.
And I recommend active myself. I think active is very compelling.
Pablo, he goes, "Oh my God, the panels are gonna burn." This isn't ratings. We're not gonna let it run for 100 hours. We're just chilling.
No answer.
Audio is popping, or lower a little bit.
Want to dynamic mapping on?
On the other cinema.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, cinema home. So we're on cinema home on the LG because that's LG's pop, while preserving some color accuracy. And Samsung's version of that is going to mapping active.
Yes.
To all of its magic. So both of them will be maxing out on luminous while preserving as much of color accuracy and color volume as possible.
Let's lower the
Sony's brightness preferred, you lose a lot of that color gradient. It's all flipped white. So I think both these TVs do a better job. Hopefully the A95L addresses that in its brightness preferred. Because right now I don't think it's very usable. Because you lose too much.
Let's lower the volume. Like, where is it? That's over there.
Oh, then go to auto. Go to auto.
Yep.
Just click auto.
Because we're clipping a little bit. Let's see if this is.
Automatic.
Let me know,
Okay,
guys,
check. 1, 2, 3.
if we're gonna be
Check. 1, 2, 3.
mic check, mic check.
Check, check.
If you're saying we're clipping, we're too loud.
Thank you. And I'm close enough here to his mic, I think.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You want to keep this?
Yeah.
So if I lean over, don't think it's anything personal.
Don't miss
I know it's something personal. I mean, I've been here every day. We're hanging out. We're part of the family.
That's a good thing.
Okay, how's the audio volume, guys? Just
How are we
double
doing? Good. So we're good.
All right.
Well, it's not going to be perfect, my man. I mean, better not perfect. I mean, it's,
So now these are the two sets with the highest.
Yes.
Correct.
So to repeat what just joined us, if
I
you want
think
both,
this is what people would use.
yes. If you want to the TVs in a normal room, which is normally you want cinema home, a slightly bright room, on the Samsung it would have tone mapping on active. Well, in that case, I'll put the Samsung on movie because movie also allows it to be a little bit brighter without too much affecting the color as well.
From a move the mic up a little bit.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
The camera blows out a little bit.
Now this is way better.
You're talking about,
Yeah, lower the.
talking about something perfect.
There we go. Good. So now you can much more accurately see on camera what you're seeing in person.
Actually, LG was brighter than that last scene. So we'll just go back there.
Yeah.
You want
right here.
Yeah, that's very much what we're seeing.
Except the only thing, that's true. It's just that you have to be in real life.
Oh, thank
But they always put the camera though.
you. Yeah,
Well, unfortunately, it was just the camera's interpretation.
Right.
I can only one set the way one panel.
yeah.
You really need two separate cameras to if you really want to do that.
Yeah. Actually, the movie mode didn't change it much.
But moving most of the set the
Yeah. It is the brightest. It's on active.
that is the big one.
Now you can see it. So in Cinema Home on the LG, well, I mean, it's not that big, but it's slightly brighter. My camera sees it slightly brighter.
And the blue push that we see is not what we're seeing in person here.
Here, we'll be covering gaming in a while. We're just going to go through some of this. I'm going to jump back and forth.
But the G3 does have a little more what I would call a little bit more contrast. Yeah.
How many content is this?
2000 nit, I think.
Yeah, we're at 2000. All right.
Yes. Here.
This is the new disc
Right.
from these Spears. Here's a muscle. This is actually released yet, so that we have it before. It's actually out there. So special shout out to Spears and Muscle. This is the calibration disc. Many of you guys see on everyone's channels and don't know who they are, but you should know who they are. Very important. What they've done in the industry and what they do in the film industry.
Yeah.
Real life.
Look
Look
at
at the contrast on the LG.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just way different.
Yeah, it is.
It's just different picture processing.
That's
All right,
it.
the audio still. Phone, we don't have any other mics besides these.
What?
These mics, I guess people still complain about the
Mic
audio.
is not working now?
No, it's already working, but it's just
If this is a mic, we might not need that.
that's a transmitter.
Oh, okay.
Saying that every word is being cut out.
Every other word is being cut out? Then let's use the mic on the Mac then. Actually, what? Yeah, let me change that. Okay. It is better. Is that now just talking to that? Hopefully that
Okay.
works.
You guys hear us now? We'll just keep using this until we'll reset the.
This is the MacBook Pro mic.
Yes.
Was it better at the beginning or did it just fall apart?
I can't tell what they're saying, but we'll restart these.
But you want to point out, can you really see that? I can't see it in the
Well, maybe we should just take this off and just have to blow this up a little.
All right. Can you guys check?
Okay, hold on. You don't have a microphone. I'm gonna stay up here so you guys can see.
Remember, there's a
Yeah.
remote
Checking.
delay or so.
Check. Check. Can you hear me? Check.
But there is a delay. Remember.
Yeah, there's a delay. So it's not, there's nothing? Check. What? Checking. Okay, it's working now.
No, the audio's good.
Okay. Huh?
It's supposed to be delayed.
Yeah, it's delayed.
It's supposed to be.
Like 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a normal thing.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Okay, so in this scene, at 1000 nits, both TVs tone map fine. You see the detail in the grass that's coming out of the snow.
That's right.
Now I'm going to go to 2000 nits, and the G3, although both increase slightly in brightness, but you're going to lose some of that grass in the
That's
G3.
correct. That's correct.
All right, guys. Again, keep letting me know how the mics are.
Huh?
Go ahead.
All right.
Do you want to charge your mic? Can you charge yours up? Is yours not on?
Yeah, this one's the other one. This is the one side goes out and switch.
I have mine up. Do you want to charge it? Let's charge it.
No, it's all charged.
You don't want to use it?
Well, I was afraid I might screw it up. That's why.
No, just try to see.
Just let me know.
And also, if you want to learn about all the advancements on the new Quad.OLED panel for 2023, I have an exclusive video on our website for the G3. I'm sorry, for the S95C. I was invited to a invite-only private event with Samsung Display, where the top engineers reviewed what they did to upgrade the panel module for 2023. And that video, and nobody else has this video or any of this exclusive information, is on my website, valueelectronics.com, on our S95C page. I urge everybody to take a look at this so you can learn about the advancements. Regarding the G3, there are very significant advantages, and I'll be summarizing them as well.
And so again, on 2000 nit content, you're clipping, and remember this is in Cinema Home
Yes.
with expression. So if you turn on Cinema Home with expression, dynamic tone mapping, ultimately you get brighter, but you're going to lose specular highlights, just like right here. Or you have the specular highlights, but you lose the detail in the highlights.
Right.
So this is a choice for you guys to make.
Color saturation is a little better.
But then, well, there is no color saturation because look at the clouds. You're losing all the, and this is optional what we're putting in, right? We're putting it in Cinema Home, which is it's a less accurate mode in return for brightness, but you are clipping the shadow detail in the cloud. So if you look at the difference, look on the left and the right. You see that?
Yeah.
It's all gone,
Yeah.
but that's because we turned on expression.
Right.
Well, let's start off the expression and see if it's expression that's causing it or the tone mapping.
Now,
And it is in Cinema Home though.
for those who don't know, with the G3, expression is a new feature in the picture settings. They did add that. It is a cool little feature.
Yes.
You can see the new game, or not new game bar, I'm sorry, their new shortcut menu is pretty cool too.
Yes, it
Foam
is.
was in the advanced settings, but if you pan back, the shortcut setting is really cool too.
So it was on detail. Let's see if brightness makes it better. No.
What's the dynamic tone mapping on?
Dynamic tone mapping is on.
It's on both. So
This one's
active
on active. So the Samsung on active, you don't lose the shadow detail. On the LG, because you want it bright, that's why you put it in Cinema Home.
Right.
You're going to lose some of that shadow detail. So it's for
Right.
those of you who are turning on, what does it
Well, that's
do?
because you're in the home,
Yes.
cinema home, which is
Yes.
making it brighter.
So Bat Tech, we have dynamic tone mapping on both.
Yes.
So active, the
Actually,
QD
this one's
OLED
better.
is on active.
Brightness, it does change the gamma,
It does.
right? So let's go in detail.
Yes.
And I stay in detail, and we're going to go to, we're going to toggle dynamic tone mapping on and off. Oh yeah, you see that?
That's nice. You
So dynamic tone mapping, if you turn it off, you bring it all back. So essentially, let's keep it on off because it's not less bright than the Samsung.
thank you.
If any, well, because Cinema Home is actually brighter than Samsung
Yes.
Active. So I'm going to keep it on because it's doing what it's supposed to do. Very well, actually.
There you go, one for Robert. Robert, 83-inch G2 4800, or 80-inch 3-inch G3 6500. Is it worth spending the extra money for the G3? Though we'll know Monday more, but
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
quite
I
a.
think we should compare them Monday and put them also against each other. But you do have the new processor. You have 30% higher peak lumens. The new processor is a very big upgrade. So it has to be a personal decision because it's hard for me to decide on budgets for other people. But if you're an enthusiast, I would think that you want to get the
Yeah.
new processor and the new panel as well.
Well, it's a tough question too because you're going from one releasing literally Monday, so it's at its highest point
That's
versus
right.
something that it's at its very
That's right.
lowest.
Right.
So I mean, value-wise, obviously, it's not a good call, but for cutting edge,
Yeah.
you are going to pay cutting edge prices. I'm sure the G3 would drop at some point, but being that Robert's got them a few weeks early, you can't expect a price drop. Add another 2 or 3 weeks to a few months.
A few months. It's not gonna be
So
that soon.
it's going to be, it is their flagship. So
Yeah.
I would say, personally, for me, I want to see what the G3 could do brand new. That's why I'm considering it for that reason.
Yeah, let's put them next to each other on Monday and take a better look
Yeah.
at the differences, and then we can more intelligently answer John and many other people's
Yeah.
questions. Thank you, John.
Because John, if they are very close, that would make it easy for us to
Yes.
say, like right now with the
Absolutely.
900B and 900C, we'll do a comparison of that tomorrow. The
Yes.
900B holds up very well in a
Yeah.
lot of cases, so that's a bargain right now. I'd rather see you buy an 85-inch 900B than a
Yeah.
75-inch 900C. So we
Yes.
can determine that Monday or Tuesday.
I'm really enjoying what Cinema Home with Expression Detail is doing.
That's great. Cinema Home's awesome.
Because
Looks beautiful.
it makes that part of the cloud pop the way I think,
I love
I mean, naturally.
it. Yes.
Again, creative intent,
It's not on-
right.
No,
It's
that's
actually doing Samsung better than Samsung in this
Yeah.
scene. I really like it.
very
So
nice.
Ryan is saying, I don't see the video Robert referenced on his site. Where would that be on your site, Robert?
It's on the web page for the S95C. Should be on that web page.
So go to the specific web. Go to. It's not just on the general website. It's on that specific thing, Ryan. Let me know if you can't find it, and we'll find it for you.
Right. Well, send me an email, and I'll send you back the link to it. It's something that you really should be watching.
Can we all say that we want Samsung to have an input button, or if I can make a request, we need an input button. These juggling the remotes is nuts.
Yeah.
All right, awesome, Ryan. Let me know what you think. Does it link over to Facebook? Is it a Facebook video? That's just on the actual.
No, I recorded it myself,
Okay.
and I downloaded it onto my web server. It's a video that I took personally.
You didn't even bring your crew in to film that one?
And I did it myself.
Like, check me out.
Yeah. But you went to that same meeting, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Fumble
yeah.
went to it. also.
Yep.
So I
You guys
turned,
didn't record it?
Which that was the. Hold on. Well,
just real quick, I turned down the active because in active I was losing some of that cloud detail
Yeah.
and not getting the highlights. Basically, it was brighter, but the highlights weren't brighter.
Yeah.
It was just everything was brighter, but then you lose the cloud detail.
Yeah.
That separation isn't there.
So I guess that's the challenge we get in, guys. When we're looking at a higher peak brightness, you can step back and say, yes, this is brighter than that. But if you lose the detail, it kind of defeats the purpose, which is really the purpose of OLED anyway, which is contrast ratio
Yes.
and the difference, the detail.
So we're going back to 2000 nit content because 1000 are all good. All
Yes.
TVs are capable at
That's
1000. I want to change the grid up to 2000, which is if we're going anywhere with content, it would be 2000, not
Yeah.
10,000 or 4,000. And so now in Cinema Home, the LG matches the Samsung in static
I know.
S95C.
I
So,
see that.
so right here, now they both look very similar. And I have the expression detail on. With the expression detail on, actually LG is raising the highlights even higher.
Join the club, my friend.
We are.
You see that?
We are total nerds, no doubt.
Okay, well, this is great. This is a great scene. Actually, I want to take this down. So you
Is
guys can
active
see-
mode like dynamic tone mapping mode on the LG? It's basically, so we're using the active mode is basically dynamic. John, the active mode is dynamic tone mapping forced on. Yeah, so it's because we don't have it on off. No, it's.
On that, you can turn it on or off. On the
But now we have on the LG. Yes, so now we have. Wait. That question was about the Samsung or the LG? Oh, active mode. Oh, yeah. On the Samsung, active mode is like dynamic tone mapping on, but static is still on the Samsung.
The full screen.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, let's run that.
so Rick, on the LG, we can turn dynamic tone mapping off, but on Samsung, it will tone map a little bit anyway. Static is much darker, especially on the 900C.
Yes.
Okay, so this scene I really like because you have a super bright scene with shadow clouds in the middle of the bright scene,
Mhm.
and we're at 2000. Yeah. So the LG with expression detail, it knows where the specular highlight is
know.
without also raising the clouds. It's able to separate the clouds from the specular highlight really well. I mean, this is AI at its best. Now, Samsung in static, this is static,
Whoa,
is doing a
damn.
great job. But the G3, I'm very impressed. And there's color luminance in that specular highlight. In the past, this bright yellow would be more of a bright white. So the G3 is preserving the yellow. And again, we'll add expressive detail, whether it's accurate or not, we're going to have to pull out a reference model at some point. But we're just talking luminance. The G3 is impressive in this one because it's creating that expressive detail. So I'm a big fan of expressive on detail.
Yes, I am.
If you want to bring little highlights to pop, that will be. But dynamic tone mapping, you will lose detail. You saw that, right? I would turn off dynamic tone mapping because you clip too much of that detail. You would clip all those clouds right there. So this is just
It's beautiful.
phenomenal. Now, the Samsung maybe, and when I turn on active didn't make a difference. But you know what? Let's just run active. So you guys can see how the Samsung with active deals with it. When I did the comparison, it didn't seem like active was able to keep up. But we'll do it as well.
You can change the brightness on the fly now in this.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. You could always do it. I've always been able to do it, but only on the Panasonic is it easier to do that. The Revine's not. That's why I don't use the Revine.
Oh, okay.
But you have to go back to the main menu. All right, so now we're getting a little brighter in here, guys. So a little bit more brightness. Foam, you want to put the windows open? See what happens?
Hmm?
You want to open the blinds and see what happens? We're sunny right now.
Light in here.
So right now
We have very high ambient light.
we're getting right now. Robert and I are getting the tan. If you guys can't, guess you can't see us. Hold on, here we go.
All right.
We're not even in this. Where is?
Yeah, active, you lose the detail in the clouds. The clouds are also lifted. You notice that?
Yeah.
When I went to active. So this scene is not good with active, and it doesn't have a separation that you have with the G3. So in this scene, active would not be recommended. It's too much of a global brightening. It doesn't do a good job isolating the specular highlights the way the G3 did. In static, it isolates it, but doesn't raise the specular highlights. So this is definitely a plus for G3. Now it's very subtle, but basically you're getting more yellow color behind those clouds.
Right.
And the Samsung, because it does a touch red,
Yes.
calibrating it, I don't know. I can't wait to see how the calibration changes things tomorrow.
You guys can see now the sun in the skylight because it was raining, and now it is very bright in here. Audio, sorry guys, doing the best we can with the audio.
Audio data.
No, it's just distracting.
Well, these images are beautiful.
Yeah, conversation we have a lot with Panasonic. We'd love to see Panasonic here. Robert has an amazing relationship with them. He had a studio reference one 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That panel was stunning. It was the A9G
Yes.
and C9, I think, and it was amazing. It's just they're not interested in being in this area. So FOMO's not talking. That's why you can't hear him, Daniel.
Hello, guys. I'm just adjusting for this scene. And it appears the G3 with expression detail, that sun's pretty bright, although it doesn't have as much color. It's definitely hitting the creator's intent. If the creator's intent is to have the sun at 10,000 nits, which is what it is, the sun in the G3 is doing it.
Yes.
And so expressive detail is pushing it beyond the tone mapping that normally allow it to do.
Right.
So this is pretty phenomenal. I like this much better than Dolby Vision. Well, we don't have Dolby Vision for both, obviously. The Samsung won't do it. But in Dolby Vision, this would be even less bright.
Yeah.
So if you guys like these spectacular highlights, definitely turn expressive detail on. Or expression, detail, not expression bright.
Mhm.
Detail gives you this while preserving much of that detail. This is pretty good. I'm very impressed with this function.
Absolutely.
But in return for that, you're going to lose in a bright, white, snowy scene. You're going to lose the grass. So you know what? You can't have everything.
Yeah, it's a push and pull no matter what.
What question about MLA?
No, I'm just saying it's a push and pull. Let's see. Super chat. Travis Vania, what's up, my friend? Robert, can you tell us anything about the new Sharp Mini LED versus about the new Sharp Mini LED versus Q900C? I bought a G2. I bought from you and I love it, but interested in Mini LED still. Thanks, guys. So you're asking about anything from the new Sharp Mini LED versus the Q900C.
Right. Well, I'm a very big fan of the Sharp. It's called the X LED. Is their new Aquas flagship Mini LED. It's beautiful. A brand new processor by Sharp. They make their own processor chips and the firmware that comes with it. A brand new high panel that they created for their own products only. This is going to be a very high-end Mini LED TV and available in the US at 65 and 75 inch. We're pushing them to bring an 85 inch in, and we'll be dealing with them as well. I'm very good friends with Sharp, and I select the TVs that I love the most, and this is certainly one of them. So you have a good eye for them. You know, I only select handmade prototypes, but I will have mass production end of May.
Ooh, nice.
On
Okay.
the X-LEDs, end of May, no later than early June.
So Travis, we have the 900C here, so I'd wait. We'll see.
900C is beautiful.
It's
too.
very nice too.
And
Let's
of
wait.
course,
And
that's
s-
8K
Yep.
resolution.
Yes. And we'll see how. And we have no pricing
It
on
has
the
their new high-end processor.
Sharp. Yep.
I do have the pricing on the
Sharp.
Sharp, but I'm not supposed to release it yet publicly. So call me or send me an email, and I'll reply, of course.
So Travis, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for buying your previous TV
Yes.
from Robert.
Thank you.
And then Quack Fu has one of the best comments. Quack Fu, FOMO, this comment's for us. You guys need to stop doing reviews. I don't need another TV. You and me both, brother. But that's what we do. That's how we roll. Thank you for watching, my friend. Thank you for the super chat, Steven. Coming from a C9, would a bigger B2 be a downgrade? That's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
B2 processor.
Yeah. So the processor is a step down, and so is the panel as well. You know,
B2, B still 120 hertz panel. right? It's a C that was 60. I think
Well,
the A
bigger, it's going bigger. Bigger B2. If it's bigger, it can be a
but the
downgrade.
B2 wasn't 60. It's 120, but the A was 60, right?
B2 is 120.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's just a
They're
lower.
not making the A series in 2023. They discontinued it.
If you get two sizes up, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah, I'd say if you're gonna jump up in. Yeah, I jump up a few
You're
sizes.
stepping down in processor
Yeah.
and panel as well. But it is nice to get the bigger screen size.
Steven, what size is the C9, by the way? C9 was one of the punchiest OLEDs ever. I
Yes.
thought that the CX was a bit darker.
Yes.
John, the CX is a little darker.
Yeah.
They definitely changed
The
it.
C9 is
Was a
a
special.
little bit brighter.
Yep.
yeah.
so I wanted to revisit this one again. 'Cause
Thanks, Steven.
I got the right camera on it because it has slightly better dynamic range. So on the G3, the circle is brighter, the sun, and on the S95C, there is a bit more of that haze covering
Yes.
it, which gives you detail. However,
Yes.
one has expressive detail in cinema home, the other one doesn't. It's two different approaches. I suspect the G3 build, it's actually getting closer to 10,000 nits. Obviously, we don't get close, but it's trying to bring that to pop. And the S95C is just tone mapping what it's supposed to do, but it's never going to get, it doesn't want to get too bright because it's going to lose some of that haze that's covering
Yeah.
the sun.
Yeah.
Whereas G3 is like, oh, forget the haze. You want
That's
that
right.
pop.
That's
So
right.
that's just something we guys to consider is
Yeah.
it's your choice to do what you need to do. Here, let me
Yep.
rewind it again to that point. Because a lot of times when we do comparisons, these options are available to you, but you just have to know, is that the setting you want all the time?
So, John, here's a question that you could answer. FOMO, my A95K's colors and normal mode are a tiny bit stronger than my 65-inch G3s. Any way to calibrate more punch into the G3?
Say that one more time.
Come on over. I'm going to let John Formato jump in. This is a good question for him. And share a little bit about your findings.
Let me just read it again. Really?
Which one do you prefer, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, that's just basically the way the QD OLED panel, it compares to the W OLED panel. And,
Mhm.
you can experiment with raising the color maybe a notch or two, in the user menu after it's calibrated.
The G3 has better color.
Yeah,
saturation.
it does, yeah. So,
It's much closer to the micro LED.
yeah. So,
Quantum dot, much closer.
yeah, I mean, so what Robert's saying is they're much closer, which is true. You just have to play around with it. I mean, there are subtle differences, and that's probably what you're noticing between the QD OLED and the regular, W OLED. But what we're looking at here, at least in the store, the color saturation is incredibly close.
Yes, they are.
So, yeah, I mean, are both your, if both, I would say if both the A95K and the G3 are both calibrated, it should be extremely close. You shouldn't really notice any strange, any basic differences. And if it is, it'll be really, really small.
And even without calibration, they're very close.
Yeah, right, exactly. But once you calibrate it, then you know for sure, and then then you don't have to guess, and you shouldn't see hardly any difference. Because I'm telling you, we're looking at that here specifically, and it's in the G3. I mean, the LG really made a lot of improvements in this year to try and match the way the QD OLED is performing in these areas.
Because the micro lens array is boosting equally
The luminance.
luminance of the red, green, and blue,
Yeah.
not just the luminance of white.
So you have the color volume hasn't really increased that much. It's just the luminance is higher,
That's
right?
right.
So and that's why it's
Color volume is.
Check this out.
yeah. Well, it's improved slightly, but what we're seeing though is that the luminance. I think D-Nice checked that,
Well,
and the luminance is like significantly higher, and that's why we're seeing the color detail, the color volume, so to speak, look pretty close. There's still a difference, but the closing. LG is closing the gap on that.
Everything is accurate, but you go this. It keeps that brightness, but lowers everything else.
They should change the name of that feature.
Yeah, they don't know what to call it. They should call you.
So the expression enhancer, John, talk a little bit about that.
So I'll show you right now. So the expression enhancer, you guys can see this. If you turn off the detail, everything, actually this other stuff, I'll grab that real quick. So expression detail, this is what it does, and that's why I kind of like it a bit more, because it does make HDR even more HDR, so to speak. Right, so this scene, if you turn expression enhancer to detail on, it subtly darkens everything except the specular highlights. The brightness expression of the specular highlights appears to continue to follow the OTF, whatever that is, but everything else drops a little bit. So it's separating the brightest part of the scene from the darkest part by just a little bit to make it more detailed, so to speak. And that's a great approach. I think that preserves some of this detail that's in HDR, and you don't lose that detail because in the highest parts of the scene, like this one right here with that bright sunlight and the clouds, that actually doesn't change, because if you turn it off, it's everything around it that gets a little bit brighter. So I'm going to turn up my exposure. Hopefully you guys can notice that. Maybe this will be a little bit better. Okay, so let's try that again. Turning on to detail darkens everything just very subtly, and then turning it off. This is what it should be, right? So I'll leave it on only because we already know in accurate mode, it does what it does. In detail on, this is subtle enough that I don't think it affects you as a consumer of creative intent as much. And I think for HDR content like this, where I'm putting at 10,000 nits, that actually gives it that separation that you would see if it was at 10,000 nit content. So now we know what expression enhancer detail does. It just lowers everything else with a tone a little bit, slightly, subtly, but it's enough to get separated from the Samsung, where the Samsung appears to be more flat now because you can do that. And this is both being tuned up, by the way. So if you guys are thinking one is more accurate than the other, technically neither are accurate because neither of them can do 10,000 nit content. The question is, which approach, how do you tune it to your preference? And I like the way the expression enhancer detail does it, even though it's like cool, right? Everything around it, but scene by scene, it will adjust it the same way. Lowering the brightness in certain parts below a certain nit level, and above a certain nit level, it doesn't change anything. So you have that separation. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And just to answer sincere, yes, we would ship much faster, and you would pay significantly less through us as well. So give me a call or send me an email, and I'll go over what we do that's so different than even LG would, other than our 5% store credit and our free shipping and our faster delivery. There's some other benefits that I can share with you personally that I don't want to say out loud to the public here. But give us a call, sincere. Love to work with you.
I mean, these scenes are so identical. Like,
I
you look
know.
at this, it's like,
It looks like that on TV.
just one character. So again, if you guys are debating between the S95C and the G3, get one that you like their UI, the OS. Get one where you're a gamer and it offers a certain gaming look you like. Get the one that's more or less expensive based on your budget.
We saw him at CES.
Yeah, we saw the QDO Gen
Did
2.
you order some product or anything like that?
Yes. So MZ also, please send me an email if you would, or call, and we can. I'll go into the database and give you the accurate answers on that. I'm not piece now.
So John, this is another where we would the 77 was delayed to the weather until future Monday.
Yes.
So we have a couple of 65 G3s here. But, they were delayed a couple days.
Right. But I think we'll have them side by side on Monday if they're going to come back. So we'll have both 7 same screen size on Monday on camera on Brian's channel. Brian's Tech Therapy.
No one has them.
No, we're going to be very first to have them. That's right. 77 G3 Monday morning.
When it's here, you can see it, but it's all worked out. It's picture processing.
Yeah.
It's basically picture processing is what we're looking at.
Yeah. So if it's too bright, the G3 will clip detail but it will try to preserve color. And it's a preference. There's no right
I'm
or
not really sure
wrong.
that's the case. Go back there again. I don't think the G3 is definitely not clipping. It's
Well, here, watch. If you go to 10,000 nit content, it's going to clip.
okay, 10,000.
Oops. You know, I'll just go straight
So we
to
are in the
10,000.
Spears and Munsell. We're on the second, or his new,
Mm-hmm.
their new disc, and we are now at 10,000 nits.
Yes.
My nose is bleeding at 10,000.
Yeah. We are also using Panasonic
Okay, let's see.
9,000. 9,000.
Yeah.
This is the same.
Yeah.
I think it's the UP9000 PK1 Blu-ray.
Panasonic's still best in the business.
Yes.
You go back to that slow scene.
Because
In gaming, they do look quite different, but there might be a few different reasons for that. We'll talk about that when that portion comes.
Yes. We're going to do the game comparison. I think input lag will be best on the LG. If you're competitive gaming online.
Could be why they changed the
okay,
preset
this one.
technology too.
Yes.
And then thank you for the super chat. How is the HDR gaming on both TVs? I think they both are very good, but the S95 did take an update, which changed the color and raised it a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Well, this
I
is a
guess
good.
Samsung is not great at the second, but anybody that has the S95C,
You see,
let me know what you
oh,
think.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me
But this is at 10,000.
They do look very
2,000
different
or
gaming
1,000.
wise.
So when it goes
Right
brighter,
now, LG's game
now
modes
expression
are
details is on.
singular,
So
so it's hard to make them look similar. But they look very similar in their original game mode and versus standard game mode. They look the same. But if you did standard on the Samsung, it looks very different. Wow. Thank you for the super chat. Bud.
Triangle blenders.
okay.
Nope. Go back to detail. Turn dynamic filter mapping off.
The reflection on
It's off now?
TV look fine.
Yeah, because-
Yeah.
So
because you lose too
the
much.
reflection's terrible. I'm looking at it right
No,
now.
Yeah,
it's,
see,
there's
you don't
little
want
snow reflection
Interesting.
on both.
But again, this is 10,000 nit. If I
I
go
don't
to
see any reflections.
I mean, when you're in the dark screen, you'll see that more, but right now we don't see anything.
Yeah.
2,000, the question is, it an issue at 2,000 nits?
But again, we don't know what's right.
Well, you know what's right. You know why?
Go back to
Because
1,000.
1,000 looks just like
Yeah.
that.
The
So that's-
S95C seems brighter and better highlights, especially on the white TV appears more contrast
See?
and punchy. They do
Well,
change
since we're
or
2000
trade shots in every other scene, so they are meant to be. The fact that they're this close shows you how far LG has come
That's right.
with MLA, and there are times where they look brighter and different and deeper.
So 2,000 is fine.
Yep.
Great comment.
Very true.
But again,
Good.
real content, they're not.
Interesting.
But Samsung did a good job
Yeah.
in color tone mapping.
Yep.
So just for out of curiosity, for those who are wondering, 10,000 nit content, HDR10, Samsung is able to tone map the colors down to its capability, and LG cannot, although the brightness is there, you
Right.
lose color saturation in the tone mapping process. You don't have to, because you go to 2,000 nit, it's there. It's just when it sees a 10,000 nit signal, it will desaturate, trying to hit
Can you go
the
back to
brightness.
I want to take a picture.
So, no TVs are perfect. And it's something that could be fixed with firmware
It's first
processor,
generation as well.
right? I mean, it may just make it into 2,000 nit content, period.
I want to take a picture of that.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's 2,000. I'm going to go to 10.
You go to 10. Okay, perfect. See if I can get that. Perfect, thank you.
And
How,
this is,
how do you figure the contest is over? G3 wins. Come on, man.
so this is
Come on,
so another
Samoa.
thing is firmware updates will change these TVs between now and the shootout,
course.
the actual electronics TV shootout King of TVs in August. all the firmware updates that will happen between now and then, different TVs.
Yeah, you'll
because
definitely see
LG is
refinement.
taking notes as well as Samsung. They're going to go back and go, wait, where did we fall short in those comparisons today? They're going to go back and see if it's worth investing time to make it better. So
Yeah.
they have a shot at dethroning Sony. They already have a shot at beating the A95K. There's no problem there. The A95L needs to address some of those fixes.
The challenge with the A95L coming out so late in the year, though, is they will not have the same time. So they can kind of hang back and go against the two waiting, but as far as being in the ring. Broled.
Yeah, that could be a bug. I want to report that.
Hi, Dave. How are you? Is there any signal loss with the S95C in the One Connect box? I would say I haven't had any signal loss. I would say at times enabling HDR can be painful, as far as it does tend to knock itself out. But then again, we're unplugging these and moving them around, so at times they do reset a bit. But we haven't seen any signal loss per se due to the One Connect box. They've been doing it for years.
Now I'm lowering the exposure so you guys can see when there is a brightness difference, but when there is no brightness difference, they look identical.
They do.
It's rare that
Excuse me.
there is such a brightness difference.
But in saying that they look identical, you know, the color gamut advantage is, I mean, it's amazing how close they do look.
yeah.
Considering
The color gamut, just to make sure you're clear on.
the QDO. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to make sure, it's just the color gamut. The gamut's the same. It's because both P3, right?
Mhm.
It's the luminance and the color volume.
Color volume, I'd
Okay,
say.
that's the
The
difference.
luminance of the individual color.
Yeah.
So it's asking for a certain luminance. If a TV can't provide it, it will provide what it can, and you'll
Right.
see that difference.
I guess
Yeah,
the more color volume is what I mean.
Right, but the thing that's different here is that the LG has definitely closed that gap with the QD-OLED. As you can see, the colors look pretty closely saturated.
But the color volume doesn't measure as the coverage is not
It's
more.
not the
is it?
coverage. It's both sets 100% P3 virtually. It's the luminance of the as you get towards 100%, as you get to the brighter colors.
Mhm.
You know, the LG is going to use more white subpixel, and what tends to happen is the colors seem to get washed out. Right? So, because the G3 is brighter this year, it's able to produce brighter colors. You know, and so therefore, the luminance of whatever color volume it has
It's
is going to
magnified.
be better. It's going to be higher, so that the visual appearance of color volume is going to look higher. But it's
Look at
really
that.
the luminance that's changing.
Dave, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for
So
stopping by
similar.
and supporting us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is a hard scene, and they both look
They're
so
almost
similar.
identical.
Look at that.
Bless. I would love to see micro LED. I love this new watch part and the new disc. So again, guys, this is the new disc from Spears and Munsell. That squirrel you saw,
Again, you can see
and this
here, right?
timepiece is another addition.
Yeah, there's more. There's more gold.
There's no gold, right? And they did that intentionally, right? So
We need a reference monitor.
we need the monitor, but still, the point of the matter is we do need a reference monitor, but I've seen this against a reference monitor, so
Okay,
I
so
can
that's
tell you
accurate.
that we're pretty okay with the analysis.
So there's actually a little bit more color in the bottom half of the clock. See that, Brian?
On the
On the
G3.
G3, it's a bit more gold,
Mhm.
more richness. And again, I know that without a reference monitor, we're just saying, hey,
Yeah.
it looks richer. But
But JR has seen this with a reference monitor, and I can tell you for sure
You
that
said JR. You give yourself your own nickname.
it's pretty freaking close. Yeah.
I get you some theme music.
and the G3 looks okay. Any argument that's desaturated, it's not. How about that? Whereas the S95C definitely has a lot of color luminance, but it is not necessarily giving it an advantage here in this scene. and we are at 10,000 nits. So the luminance between the two, let me compare the luminance real quick.
The fact that we can actually put 10,000 and not just wash
It
it out.
looks
is cool.
really similar. Yeah, one is not brighter than the other. So
No.
they both co-map to the same light level.
Yeah.
There is no luminance advantage. It's just a
Just a
color.
little bit of the difference in the color saturation.
And now the S95C is, well, uncalibrated. Whereas G3 is closer to calibration. Maybe with calibration, when we do it tomorrow,
Maybe.
maybe we can make the S95C calibrated closer to the G3, because that's what we would check tomorrow.
I doubt it.
Confidence, my friend.
Well, the big thing you have to remember is that you have to use this terminology correct, okay? I mean, I don't know how to repeat this, but the problem is that everybody keeps talking about color volume, right? And on AVS, we talked about this quite a bit, and I know Dwayne Davis was on there talking about it in Classy. You know, you have to step back, and the thing is this: is we're looking at peak-free content, and unless you have really, really super bright colors, the appearance of color volume on both sets is going to be the same because the luminance is going to be the same. It's only when you get those super bright colors that the white subpixel will take over, and then you will see less color on the LG potentially at certain. But because the G3 is so much brighter this year, right?
Brighter.
It's going to be able to, the luminance is higher, right? So the colors, the brighter colors are going to look more saturated because of that. So as that the color volume changed, the luminance of what it's doing is better. Now the color volume probably changed a little bit. I didn't measure it myself, but probably got improved. But it's closing. The LG is closing the gap with LG. With the QD OLED is really what we're seeing.
Now in this scene, Robert, the specular highlight of the G3 looks to be a drop down, but did we leave expression detail on or off? So I wonder if that would change anything. Because the top of the building doesn't get as bright, and this is the strength of
Ninjishan,
G3.
what's up, my
Light.
friend? Thank you for the super chat. JR likes his pixels spicy. That's from Ninjishan. What's up, brother? Hope all is well. Hope things are going good.
It's on. Yeah. So
And we have.
and this one is
mapping off. We have both on.
yes.
Okay, good.
And this one's just static.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there are scenes where even white, the specular highlight is just brighter. This is just not color, it's just bright
exactly.
white.
That's fine. Yeah. But there's no super bright colors here where you would have a color volume problem.
Right, because that Aeon on
It's
top
still
of the
not
building,
bright enough. Yeah.
in the past, well, actually, there is a touch more red, but then again, it could be a calibration issue.
Yeah.
Aeon, right? So there's where the building is says Aeon on top of the building, there's a touch more red on the S95C than the G3. Like this one looks the same.
Yeah, it's identical. So we have to go look. Hold that scene. Hold that. Can you take this out?
It'll go in a second. There you go.
Oh yeah. Doesn't S95C look a touch brighter there?
Okay. So one of the things to see, we always do this in the shootout. We're always looking at this antenna.
Yep.
Right, because this tells the story. So on the G2, that antenna was not so great.
No.
But if you look at that antenna now, it's like near perfect.
Yeah.
You can see.
I can see it.
You can see every little last
Inside
detail
that
in
antenna, below the red.
Yeah. Samsung's doing a pretty good job, but the LG definitely
Well,
the detail is
they
there.
fixed a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's no jaggings. It's perfectly straight. Then I can see what this guy's eating. I think. I can see what this guy's eating.
Yeah. If only it was 8K. Oh, yeah.
You check them out in the shower?
We do have a little better color
Let me just get
saturation
On the
on
S9.
QD OLED.
Yeah.
So color volume and color saturation
It's very
is still moderately better
yeah.
on QD OLED
But it just
on
depends.
the S95C. Again, put them in two different rooms. Me and Superman wouldn't know which was which. But when we have them butt up against each other and we're nitpicking, we can see a little bit of color saturation and color volume on QD OLED. Samsung's S95C.
You know what's more obvious of the QD OLED at G3 this year is the reflection on the water in the shot, FOMO.
Yeah.
The fluorescent lights on the S95C.
I really haven't really noticed it. You
Saturation.
guys can't see them on camera, but the differences in the color in the water
Yes.
really
Yes.
pops on these, right? Don't you think? I mean, I've never really noticed. I'm so busy looking at the skybox,
Yeah.
The S95C,
right?
in this
Isn't that
scene,
obvious, John? It's like you can really see it.
has a bit more color luminance than
Yes,
the
it does.
S95C.
Yes.
They
it
did
does.
great in the detail.
When you have that pure color, S95C just rocks it.
Right.
And these are like very kind of pure
Thank you.
single color brightness.
Right.
S95C does a very good job because there's less processing.
Yeah.
It's all about luminance, getting
right.
the luminance out there.
Perfectly
When you
said.
have image processing, where you have subtle gradients in the clouds,
Right.
the G3 has better processing.
Yes, it does.
So
Very
in
true.
movies, the G3
Yeah.
likely will be the better one. I mean, I'm guessing. But
yeah.
when you have these things where it's specific, very single fluorescent light,
Right.
the S95C does a great job.
Absolutely.
And the G3 isn't bad, but
Right.
between the two, there's a bit more color luminance, like the blue.
That's
blue
correct.
Can you
above the
bring
wings.
this up a little bit, FOMO?
Yeah. Right up
You
there.
see, I can see what we're seeing on the cameras are a little dark for this particular.
Is that better?
Yep, that is better.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we're talking about right here, where the wings, the blue and the wings
Yeah, I was gonna
overlap
say the
here,
sign is pretty cool.
right
That's
here.
right.
Yeah.
Again, it's a moderate or minimal
Very,
difference.
Yeah, we're looking at like the
But
air
we're-
one of
we're
both.
nitpicking, and we got them put up against each other, and that's what we see.
And the blue luminance is the strength of obviously the S95C because they got all these layers of blue,
Right.
where in the subpixel it will be slightly diluted, but we had to find the scene. All the other stuff, they look very similar.
Yeah. A little less glaring reflection on the LG. But again, very minimal glaring reflection. The other thing I wanted to bring up is what was brought up from some other channels and some other comments, is that we do have a very, very greatly improved and reduced off-axis tinting. It's so minimal that when I first got the TV and spent a lot of time on the G3, I didn't see it at all. But then when I was told it's there, I did look much more critically at an extreme off-axis angle, and there is a very minimal amount of pink tint. It is so minimal
Yeah.
that truly and very respectfully to those that brought it up, it's a non-issue.
Yeah, you got to really look at it and be extremely off angle
It
for
is
it.
so greatly improved this year, and it's respectfully a non-issue.
Yep. What's up, Max? Yeah, see what helped me out. How you doing?
Open?
Yeah.
How you doing? Thanks for jumping in.
Oh, yeah.
Comparing the new flagship TVs.
I've seen
Good, now you're on too.
that. Intentional.
That's okay, not a problem.
Good. I was really just in the neighborhood and I knew you guys were here, so I said I was talking. I'm trying to get, is it the media player?
What's up, Max? How you doing, brother? Thanks for jumping in. Just saw Max to an X95, S95C video. Check out Max, guys. No Max, hit up Max. Max, my boy.
What's in it like on the
We'll open the blinds shortly, get you guys seeing some more reflections. The problem with the reflections here is that the blinds, the S95 is so much closer to the windows that might not be fair to show that, but we'll show you shortly. You know what I'm saying? If I go and show reflection handling,
We'll show the reflection right now.
we'll show the reflections now. He's gonna open the blinds.
So I'm going to open the exposure.
Exposure.
All right, watch.
Of course, bro. No more live streams of you guys, though. They're dangerous for me. What's up, Kimar? No, Kimar, you are not wrong, my friend. I mean, that's what competition is so important. You're talking about QD OLEDs really kind of forcing LG to bring their MLA early. You're right. You know, it's important to keep that in mind. That competition is super important. So if you're looking at the reflections now, guys, this is FOMO doing it via camera. So, and the good thing about seeing it this way is that we're not relying on the windows, so to speak, where he's got the camera dead up. So you're seeing the reflection handling on both. I mean, really, really highlighted though. This isn't typical viewing. I hear you, lazy gamer. We'd love to see Panasonic here. I mean, yeah, Rick. Basically, either TV is amazing. We are looking at two premium TVs here. They're world class. What I think is interesting is you're looking at LG's first generation MLA versus the second generation of the QD OLED. So there'll be improvements made even throughout the year.
And it's at 10,000 nits.
So right now we're at 10,000 nits.
At 2,000, they're identical. It's only at 10,000 when you separate, but then at 10,000 nits, there is no content other than Spears and Muscle and maybe the occasional HDR video game that's specifically graded to 10,000.
Yep.
But pushing the TPI's capability, but then you're testing the tone mapping process, not really the maximum ability of the panel itself. At 2,000 nits, full TP is good at
Yeah. So it comes down to real world content. But we're splitting hairs here anyway, right? That's what we're doing.
Now, I would say the G3 tone mapping of detail is not as good as the Samsung at 2000. You lose some of those, the snow scene with the horses and the straw. Samsung preserved all that straw, the grass that comes out of the snow. Now, 1000 are identical for sure. And almost all streaming content, Netflix, whatever, it's going to be graded to 1,000 or less. So it's not going to affect your image quality. And the G3 is going to have a better low rate processing. So if you have tricky internet, the G2 will actually look better than the Samsung S95C because its low rate processing is not as good.
Yeah.
So now the panel technology,
She wants to know.
picture processing.
Who? It's on the next TV over.
Oh,
It's not on the. Wait.
question.
It's a reflection. Yeah, it's a reflection on something behind me. The circle, you see this? There's
The TV behind it.
Welcome to YouTube, Rick. Yeah, the favoritism and fanboyism makes it hard to gauge if people are being real about their comments or not. That is always the case, my friend. Typically, if it's slammed one way or the other, you can tell if something you think absolutely sucks, then that typically is a trolling comment. Because these are really so close to each other.
I just texted my wife. She found a video about it. She takes care of all the stuff.
Well, I'll wait till you hear from her.
Okay, very good. Thank you. She did come back with a business card. How you doing, guys? That's a Lisa. So we're in the month. Are you back on the seat? We're looking for the side of we're looking for one rotation things. Yeah. This is a great scene because it separates all different TVs and these two TVs.
Details are amazing though. Typically, John, a lot of times in this Spears a monthly. No question. Usually in this part of the demo material, they almost tend to bleed a lot of times in this scene, and the detail's awesome on both of them. What do you think? As far as like FOMO, the colors are staying spot on at 10,000 nits too. That's what we're pushing. Looks really good, man. High def, the squirrel, baby. That's when you know you're watching the new jam. The squirrel and the watch face. I think the beavers are new too.
I don't remember. I'm sorry to say.
Are any alternative fabrics?
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, we have to go and take a look, but I'll have availability to that on my wall.
What do you guys think? You guys think that hockey is something that's a little better on the OLEDs these days, or do you think hockey's still a weakness of OLED?
Should be fine now.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how bright they want it. I thought the G3 hockey looked bright. It was brighter than the S95C.
Yeah.
95K in their respective dynamic vivid modes.
So Durkan, for hockey, Tomo had it on his stream, and it was very bright. It looked good.
G3 in vivid is brighter than Sony in vivid and brighter than the Samsung in dynamic. And vivid on the G3 is brighter than its sports mode as well.
Wow.
So I would recommend watching hockey in that.
Yeah, that's fun. We can finally say that.
And it's a touch brighter. Comparing the two, you can see this is a little bit brighter.
Yeah, KG, it's the secret squirrel, it's the beaver, and the watch. Those are the those are the three scenes. You know what? And also that diamond encrusted crystal thing is new as well. You know, wrong way. After watching this 2-hour plus stream, they're pretty close on everything. I will go with LG because they match QD OLED, and I'm scared of Samsung firmware updates. LG beats it this year. I mean, that goes back again to preference of the manufacturer, and you know, it's a little hard to trust Samsung in that regard when it comes to their updates. So that would be choosing one manufacturer's preference as far as how they operate. So I totally get that. That's a good comment. But it's good to know that they're that close to where you can make that choice on something other than picture quality. Oh, Kmart, I missed that. Kmart, hold up, brother.
2000 nit and 1000 nit, the G3 does a good job. Color mapping, color tone mapping, not just units. The challenge is like 10,000.
I just want to, I don't know if I can hear you. I just want to point out the off axis is fantastic.
I never had a problem.
I don't know what like this.
Yeah, go sit in the den.
I don't see six dimensions.
Kmart, thank you for the super chat.
Say one thing.
Hold on one second. Hey guys, let's have a poll to guess the price of the A95L. Kmart's guessing 6,000.
5,500.
I'm going 5,500. Kmart, so the three of us, let me know in the chat what you guys think the A95L will cost in July when it drops. And thanks for the super chat, Kmart. And John's gonna jump in, give us a little.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out is at least on these sets, I still think there's some paddle lottery going on, you know, with the G3. But basically, when I go off axis and look at both of these sets, there's absolutely zero tinting. At least I can't see anything that's noticeable at all. And I was like really far off axis, so that's all good, right? But again, there'll be some panels that may have some tinting, some other maybe, you know, as slight as it may be, and others maybe with zero tinting or none that's perceptually noticeable. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Nobody watches TV that much off axis unless you have a big family.
So we are going to switch over to some patterns and stuff. You can see the grays and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Before we get there, let's look at some faces real quick.
Oh yeah, put those faces on. You want? We also could try later some low color line.
Yeah.
Have the patches with it.
Because they're so close, but you'll definitely remember the difference in sharpness. It's great. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. What's yours?
Next time, graphic artist and
Oh,
So definitely there is a difference in the skin tones.
You love the skin tone thing.
Yeah, violence.
So over. Yeah.
You walking in the.
Okay.
So the they're putting on the Faces videos, which you, oops, okay.
Exposure here.
We're just getting some reflections. We're getting those reflections from you.
It's
You know, it's coming. Where's it coming?
side window. That's why it's looking down a little bit.
By the way, in the video, you're going to see some reflections, at least on, on both TVs, and we're trying to figure out where that's coming from.
Okay. So the skin tones. Oh yeah. See the difference there?
It was raining this morning, so it was cloudy, but today, now the sun's coming out, we're seeing reflections here.
It's this light we have on here that's causing the glare.
Can we turn this light off? No, this light here.
I think it's this.
Well, the angle is coming from that. There you go. So they're better.
I think one of the takeaways that, at least I think, is important to realize is that, again, both, as they've been saying all morning, is that both these sets are the top of the line, and we're really splitting hairs. But there was no question when we saw Quantum Dot OLED last year that the colors really popped, and we just really liked the way it looked visually, right? And it seems that LG has spent a lot of time, and what we're seeing on the LG is LG's caught up to that. They've improved the WOLED to the point where now they're really matching very close. There's still a difference, right? Depending on what content, and that's the thing too, right? In some cases, the TVs are both identical, and then you'll put on some other content where the LG processing is just killing the Samsung, right? Um, because it seems that the processing on the LG is superior in a lot of different ways. So anyway, that's just an interesting point just to keep, to understand.
Okay, so look at the faces. You guys can see that there's definitely a skin tone difference between the Samsung and the LG. And remember my LG G3 comparison with the A95K in the last stream. The G3 and the A95K skin tones very similar. So you can see that the G3 is closer to accurate than the Samsung. So depending on your preferences for how you want the color, these are the differences in skin tone. The Samsung is slightly richer, pushing it just a little bit on the skin tones. And as you get to the further faces, that extra red makes a difference. Especially with faces that does have some richness in it, on the Samsung makes it a little bit richer.
What picture are we in now?
Cinema Hall.
Okay, we're still.
And the Samsung is filmmaker that's stacked. And in this bright room, Cinema Hall is exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing to point out, right? We're sitting in, we have an OLED now, right? Sitting in this bright room. It's ridiculous, right? Years ago, we could do this, right?
Both of these TVs are absolutely fine at bright room, by the way, because this is a bright room.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Actually, you know what? Let me adjust this one so you can see how bright room is. And let's take this out. There we go. This one out. Okay, Has, which team has more deep colors and vivid dynamic mode? Just join the chat. Actually, really, thanks. I would say both the G3 and the S95C. In the content you watch in vivid dynamic mode, SDR sports and the like, they're about the same. So it's a matter of pushing the luminance. You're not going to get the luminance that high in SDR based on the content you're getting. I wouldn't choose a TV based on that difference. Now, I will tell you that G3 vivid mode is brighter than the dynamic mode on S95C. So both TVs are maxing out. The G3 is slightly brighter. We haven't listed actual luminance in those modes because ones are asked you the first. So I would only have to guess, but I think they're probably very similar. One of them not stand out. Based on what we're seeing here with the various content, vivid dynamic mode just makes everything a little bit brighter, but not necessarily that the G2 or the S95C will have the level of deep colors that you're talking about. So give me some more detail. What use case are you talking about has? Thanks for the super chat.
We can always run it.
Yeah. Good question, right? MLA is cheaper and smaller models. I can't see improvements in MLA. It's just lenses. It's more than just lenses. It's actually brighter, specular highlights, brighter. It's able to extract more of the color information and brightness. Like it's not diluting the color. That's the thing. MLA is recapturing color you would lose if you got just brighter. If you didn't have MLA, you could still get brighter. You're going to get a lot of desaturation. With MLA, you have captured all that color that was normally lost to scatter. It's being recaptured and refocused to the viewer's eyes. That's what the second one is. MLA helps with off-angle viewing. So there were some pink tint issues with MLA. It doesn't exacerbate that, right? Everything, the improvements are subtle, but if you had issues with it before, then you'll know. Oh, you know, mic? Is my mic off again? I'm sorry. Check. Oh, it's working. Hey, how are my mics? I apologize. Thank you for letting me know. Sound is awful. Here we go again. All right. I'm going to switch to.
I'm gonna sit there right with the Mac.
I think the Mac is the best.
Okay, we're back on the Mac. Let me know about the mic. I apologize, guys. Yeah, as soon as the mic is out, as soon as you hear the switch to the basic mic on the MacBook, let me know. JDI, it works well for like 30 minutes, then it goes bad. Emily, it's just hardware, another layer. Well, OLED chemistry, another layer. At some point, it does add an improvement. And you know what? Maybe it isn't MLA that improved the G3, but without a doubt, the G3 is clearly brighter than the G2, without a doubt. And
Significantly.
the tone mapping is definitely brighter.
Yes.
And there is more color detail than last year. So whether it's because of MLA or processing or both, who knows? But MLA definitely, you can give it some credit, maybe not all the credit. Let's see what the A80L looks like this year, right?
That's right. Yes. And also there's a new OLED module as well. It's not just the addition of MLA. The OLED panel itself has better color saturation, better color volume, and is brighter, natively brighter.
And to those who wonder, what mic was I using? This wireless mic from DJI. It works well, and then it just, I don't know. And I plugged it directly into the USB-C port of the MacBook, so I'm very disappointed. Thankfully, I'm at Best Buy, so I can return it. I apologize, guys.
They're not great at streaming mics.
Yeah, it's just not a good streaming mic at all. Hopefully, this sounds better. And this is a straight mic off of the MacBook Pro. FOMO, would you prefer LG G3 for HDR performance? I would prefer the G3 not because of HDR performance, but because I'll get better low bit rate
processing, because if I'm going to use cable, if I'm going to use, there's a variety of sources where low bit rate could be an issue. The G3 will process that better. So it's more of quality of life issues. Ultimate picture quality, the two are very similar. But quality of life, now we get into image processing with low bit rate. It's not necessarily upscaling. Both of them upscale fine. So, or if you're a gamer, choose the one where the gaming fits. That's why I would get the G3. HDR performance on both of them at this point, they're so similar, you're cutting hairs. Because the content I watch, which is Kaleidoscape, UHD, Blu-ray, right? Nothing is graded above 2,000 nits. And where the G3 struggled was at 2,000 nits, where you lose a little bit of detail here and there. But since most content is graded 1,500 nits and below, G3, indistinguishable, and more importantly, out of the box, it's accurate. So if I don't want to spend money on calibration, definitely then it would be the G3. Whereas the S95C, I would have it calibrated.
Yeah. And it's going to be tomorrow that we're going to have the G2 next to the G3. Is that tomorrow's schedule?
Yes.
It is.
So
And
tomorrow we'll do
also,
that.
we're going to be doing the S9,
were
SC9.
you able to get the reference monitor, Robert?
No, I'm sorry, not for today anyway.
Oh, but tomorrow. Is there a possibility?
No,
Oh,
but there will be at our TV shootout.
Okay.
We'll have
we tried.
the
But
BVM
yes. I apologize,
the
guys.
3 of 10.
But they will be calibrated. The question is, there's no reference. So
Right, right. And also tomorrow, we're going to do that new audio system, the SC9 demo. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big issue.
Come on, Bush. It's still early. We still got a lot to go. There's an entire 6 hours left. We will revisit everything. Don't worry. All right. Great question. Thanks for the super chat. Leading. Can't afford the G3 77. So G3 65 or G2 77 at 10 feet. At 10 feet already, I'm thinking 77. The question
I
is,
agree.
I think, well, are you watching in the dark? If you watch in the dark, the G2 is fine for brightness. Now, the pink tint, it's a panel lottery on the G2.
Right.
So you might win, you might lose. And how sensitive are you to the pink tint? This 77 has less incidence of pink tint than the 65 G2.
True.
So if you're getting a 65, your risk is much higher. Doesn't mean the G2 77 doesn't have it, but it's just less likely. So I would say go with the G2 77 unless there's some issue with it,
I would agree.
because you get a larger.
Or a C3 in a 77
Oh, yeah.
is another good choice.
There you
right?
go.
Because then you get the new panel and less pink tint, all the other advantages.
Which opens up the Sony AL as
Yes.
well. At the
That's another
77
that's a good choice. Yeah.
If you're watching streaming content and you don't need, like you're not in a super bright, you need that extra punch, you may not need the G3's MLA, the benefits of MLA. And the G2 doesn't have it anyway. Might as
Right.
well get the C3.
That's right.
Price is similar.
Yeah. I like the 77 C3 for
Mhm.
show.
So this is a good point. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean there isn't a significant difference. Sometimes you got to know what to look for. And so we don't know what we don't know. And this is the problem with testing or reviewing. If there's a content out there that exposes one TV over the other, unless you tell us, hey, check this out, we
Mhm.
don't know. So what we're going to do is when we test some of the content today, for example, the Illusionist, right, that low
Mhm.
luminance red, let's see how the S95C and the G3 deal with it. The A95K could not. How do we use that? Last year during the shootout, maybe the Sony would not have won, but nothing is exhaustive. Since you don't know what you don't know, then you don't know what to do to make it better unless we find out. So important for us to always interact with you guys here to find out
Mhm.
your use. For example, I didn't know about the low luminance red desaturation
Mhm.
until people on EVS forums put it out there. They're testing on the Elite. I go, wait, on the Elite it looks low. Classy is telling me it's low.
Mhm.
Huh? Is it referenced or is it actually desaturated? So it takes a lot to kind of follow up with what we're hearing out there. But yeah, thank you.
Very good question. You bet.
24 FPS stutter, who wins? I would say most of the TVs have gotten it right now.
Yes.
The question is, do you want a little bit more soap opera or not? Sony eliminates the stutter, but there's always slightly touch of motion interpolation. It's not quite soap opera, but there's something there. If you turn it off completely,
the stutter is unbearable. No TV wins on stutter. It's just the nature of OLED or modern TVs. That low latency, you're
Well,
always going to have stutter.
I think it's the issue of we're native to 60 hertz here because we're using the AC electric power that it sets the clock on the TV, which is 60 cycles. And that doesn't equally divide into 24.
You have to choose your poison enemy: soap opera or stutter.
Right.
Because 24 FPS means jutter, right? The conversion for 24 to 30 or 60.
Right.
But if it's stutter, then it's really the nature of these low latency panels. So
Yeah.
as you get away from stutter, you're going to start entering soap opera. And so that fine tuning, Samsung, it used to be a bigger jump from stutter to soap opera. It's much finer now.
That's right.
And
That's
they're
right.
both LG and Samsung, I think, have caught up to Sony in being able to fine tune it to your taste. But you will never ever get perfect cinema motion blur in the theaters. It's too bright,
Yeah.
too large.
Sony might be the best because their processing
I
is
prefer
the best. And they also have a combination of the black frame insertion to use with the smoothness grenade. So
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. These are very good questions here.
So Nestor was saying MLA is what it is. It's hardware, not software, which you can develop much further and beyond.
Yes.
And so software also has a physical cap, though.
Yes.
So with the G2, right, the software could not make it brighter because the G2 has a physical cap. If you were to push any brighter, you would start to lose color. Like you're only white. You desaturate at the bright level. MLA reintroduces some of the color back at 400 nits, which you normally wouldn't have. So on the one hand, the software wants to go harder, but if you don't have MLA, you don't even have the opportunity to reintroduce that color. So the software can then take advantage of it and then tone map it with it. So with hardware, software then has more to work with, is the best way to look at it. But yeah, MLA alone, you have other issues to introduce, which we are going to look at shortly. We're going to do a little bit of, as we answer more questions, we'll do a little bit of image for you guys and see what happens. Hey, Dave, thanks for the chat. Bedroom, Netflix, and gaming, which TV? Assuming bedroom means late at night, you don't need it bright, then B2, B3, then you can game on it because the B2 and the B3 is not as bright as the C2, C3. However, it's brighter than the A2. It gets bright enough for the bedroom, and it has all the gaming features of its siblings, the C and G series. So I think the B on sale now, MSRP is I think it's a bit too expensive. I love OLED for the bedroom because it's the perfect environment, right? It's dimmer, it's darker. The B3 should be pretty phenomenal this year, actually.
Yes, it is.
The only difference in terms of hardware is the B3 will always use a step-down processor, but I've never noticed a huge difference between the processors personally. So try the B2 at a larger size in your bedroom and see what happens. Thanks for that.
Yeah. This year, the processing difference is quite a bit different than it was in previous years.
Yeah. So Melissa says, like I said before, the G3 wins. I think the G3 satisfies for most people. Now, use case, if you need a One Connect box or you need a stand, the S95 has that, assuming you're willing to trade off the other stuff, right? The stand, because we have a stand here, but we had to buy the Sanus to use it with the G3. It doesn't stand. And the One Connect box, some people love the One Connect box because you're able to not have to worry about getting a wire on the wall and so forth. So Samsung knows its market. It wants to market the S95C as a premium TV, but I think the G3 is for the enthusiasts, right? Those who want to tweak it, come on, 3D LUT. Samsung doesn't care about a 3D LUT. So if you want to tweak your TV to death, the LG C or G will get you there. The Samsung is for the, you know what, I got some money, I don't want to think about it. Samsung, I'm comfortable, good to go. They're that close though. So, but yeah, for those who really want to tweak the details, G3, I think, is the one.
Put some pretty content up.
Yep. Oh, actually, we can put this one right here. Yeah, here, let me turn on some of the content right now.
He's got some beautiful content on this disc.
But you want to see the
Yeah, I want to do the image retention for them. Oh wait, wrong one.
you want to see what's it called? You want to see some slides, right?
Yeah, I'm going to run through some patterns real
Don't
quick.
look at the patterns quick, Robert.
Can you cover some of the questions, Brian? While I run through that pattern real quick. Yeah, that's right here. Oh, look, we actually have 3 chairs. Actually, you know what? Let's make this. And there we go.
Very good.
Okay.
Here's the Mac.
Yeah, the Mac.
All right, get into the Mac. Into the Mac. Start. Did you get all these super chats or no?
Which one?
Got
see.
Vincent.
Nope.
Vicente.
Didn't get that one.
Vicente, thank you for the super chat. How does the G3 compare with the old CX? Massive upgrade.
You're not kidding.
Massive. CX was great. CX was a transitional model
Yes.
coming from the C9. They solved a lot of the burning issues, things of that nature,
Yes.
but it wasn't the most vibrant. I think you would see a massive difference.
Yes. Indeed. In both processing and in luminance capability and color saturation. They're in a different category.
Yeah, and CX is still great if you have it.
Yeah,
Say you would see a massive difference.
Yes.
You see a big difference to the C3 or even the C2. So right now, thank you for the super chat, Vicente. I would say you would see a massive difference. The C3 as well. Right now, we're looking at screen uniformity.
Right.
So right now, quickly, we're going to stay here for 1 second.
Right. And that tinting, we don't see that in person here.
Oh, wait, I want to go see it. What's the see what I
So let's see. This is what's the percentage? Almost. This is just white, or what is the percent?
80, I think. Let me see. Or 70. It's 70%.
70%.
So you guys can see pink tint if there is any.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's much better. I mean, obviously, it's a touch. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to lose the hit of it.
Right. Right.
So there's a touch of pink tint on the left, but it's
Yes.
not noticeable.
Right.
I mean, it's noticeable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, on full field light, we can see it, but it's minimal.
So,
Yeah.
Paul, if you can look at advancing here, you have to be
Pretty extreme. Yeah.
So to really start to see it,
Wait 1 second. Let me get you on. So show Brian. So Brian's on an angle. What angle do you see it, Brian?
it starts to get a little bit here. But if you want
So
to
Brian sees it from that angle, right?
see it, you have to be almost completely on the side.
And where do you see the pink tint?
The corner.
In the corner. Okay. So this is a big improvement over
Yes.
the previous years for sure. And again, it's on a white.
So
In
off
normal
angle,
content, you're not going to see it.
straight on, nothing. Off angle, things will come down here a little bit, but you have to be.
Yeah. So on angle, not noticeable. It's off angle when you do see that touch of pink, and that's just something. That's the nature of WOLED for everyone. So it's not. You're not going to swap panels because of that. In real content, you're not going to see it. Like when we were looking at real content, we didn't really notice it. But
I mean,
still have to
and for us to even see it in the pattern, I have to be so off angle. Where with the G1, we say G1 is when we first started really seeing it.
Yeah.
G1, it was pretty evident, especially on 65. We're not really seeing that here. So it's not just a content thing, even on the slides. Just shout out what we're in now. Formal.
But overall, both panels will be never a problem.
Into
Yeah.
get any shots while I was in here because I think there was more.
Yeah, go hit them again. It's fine. Yeah, action camera.
One thing about
There we go.
thing about the 77
You
How about that, guys?
Make me a smaller if you want. It's a terrible viewing angle.
Oh, there you go.
All right, here we go. What GPU do we have? I have a 4090, the Supreme the water cooled one, the water block. All right, let's go up quick. If we missed anything. Leo, what's up, baby?
Oh, then you got the big fat pencil. Guess what?
Vicente, we got
the same in
Batek. I think I missed. Did you get Batek's or no? All right, Batek, thank you for the super chat. Just remember, MLA has been around for years, and LG is only bringing it out because of Samsung to
Okay, so
compete.
the answer is Tech. You're absolutely right. So this is so fun.
very great.
Let me get us in here. All right. So what people don't realize is LG was sitting on its laurels, right? It was doing really well.
Absolutely.
But then suddenly S95B came out last year, and the difference was so startling. And LG's like, okay, we're going to break out the big guns. So all the stuff they had in development, they didn't think they needed to introduce it because it costs money to retool.
Yeah.
And they did. And so this is why we say it's always good to compete. It
Oh,
is awesome that Samsung introduced the S95B and now C. And because of the MLA, what's Samsung going to do? They're going to have to go back to the drawing
competition
board.
is so
Right.
important.
So
It's so
excellent
important.
point. There is
Yeah.
no doubt. And of course, LG will never openly tell you that, but I'm pretty certain, yes.
But it's like any other weapon that you want to hold back
Right.
for when your competition needs it.
And let me give you, this is better.
Always
Cool. Okay. That better? Ah, there you go. There you go. That's
Right. Let's see. And then we got another one up here.
It's moderately better. They're very close. Yeah, they really are very close. Yeah.
FOMO, this game will be much more fair when comparing similar sizes. It's pretty fair now. I mean, I wouldn't say one's pulling away from the other, but
Brian's going to film Monday. The 270.
hey, Brian, FOMO, the upscaling of the G3 is significantly better than the G2 with low res SDR content. We haven't used much low res.
It's really hard to, it's not low res, so let me clarify that.
Good.
So when it comes to upscaling on the S95C, the difference is not resolution. We're not talking 720p or we're not talking 480, 720, 1080. We're talking low bit rate, meaning if the S95C receives 4K signal, but it's low bit rate, meaning you're getting 4K from a stream, but the stream is not the full bit rate that it should be, but it's rough. The S95C does not process that as well. It doesn't fill in the blanks as well as the G3, and that's the image processor. So this year they didn't improve that. That was the weakness of the S95B last year. People who had cable or low bit rate cable, and people who had YouTube TV and you're watching sports, even in 4K, the S95C did not look as good. And so that comes down to the image processing. The G3 actually has the advantage there. Now, is the G3 better than the G2? Again, low-res content, I think they've addressed it. If you had a specific problem with the G2 and low-res SDR, let us know, but we never found that to be an issue.
No, I think even since the CX has gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
I think we missed a super chat for Dominatrix. I was telling Lenny's
I love these things. Dominatrix.
Dynatrix. Dynatrix. So there's Vincent. Okay, no, hold on. There's Batex. Why is it not going back further?
Oh, because we logged out? Hey, get back to us. If we didn't get to your super chat, I apologize. We get kicked out every now and then.
Dynatrix. Resubmit that because I had to hop out of this particular thing. So please, if you resubmit your question, let me know if that was a super chat. Let me know what it was. C2 is not garbage. Thanks, Mr. Popo. That's when you know someone is favoring something significantly more than the other. Say something like that is garbage. C2 is very good.
It so we're going to run this for a minute or two, create some image retention.
Okay.
So we're looking to do image retention, guys. Again, Matt, we're not looking to burn things in. Image
That's
retention
okay.
is simply just retaining the
That's
image.
good. That's good.
So we'll let this sit for a while.
Yeah.
We'll see how long it takes to
Answer
dissipate.
some questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on.
Now, after about 4 minutes, you're going to see the G3 dim because it's a static image. But right now, it's on full. Right now, it's
two. Create the image retention. Going to 2 minutes.
yeah, yeah.
So
No, that's
Diamond
good. That's all
Matrix,
right. You're not going to hurt it.
your super chat or your super chat was, I was just asking which TV, in your opinion, is doing better with flexion handling.
This is a great one here.
You know what? It's a little unfair to the G3 because it's getting light right here.
It looks very similar. It's
They're
so-
very similar again. Yes,
Do you have your flashlight, Brian?
I do.
There you go. Let's do it.
that's the way to tell. Thank you.
Take care, my friend. Thanks for popping in.
There's a larger glow from the S95C. So there's that slight glow.
Yeah,
It's not, yeah.
Is it spreading it out in Samsung? Are they using that reflection?
More exposure so you guys can see it.
So right now we have a flashlight going into the screen.
They're very similar. I
They-
wouldn't
they
use
are.
the reflection handle at all.
yeah. Both brands have got much better at glare and
So to
reflection.
answer the question, I wouldn't choose based on reflection handling.
They're the same.
So it's minimal.
Yeah.
Not basically saying you wouldn't make a choice based on that alone because
Yeah.
it's that close.
And what I anticipate is going to happen from this image retention is that you will see more image retention because MLA is magnifying what's image retention on the screen is, where we don't have it magnified on a QD OLED. But it doesn't mean that it's going to burn in easier at all whatsoever. It's just showing you more detail of the image retention that's natively on the screen. So it's not a judge for burn-in.
So Maya, thank you for the super chat. When
Yeah,
you guys
I don't even
testing
see it.
gaming, we'll be testing
You don't
both
see any.
PC and console. We'll be showing today only PS5 gaming, and we'll see how they look in comparison to each other. There's some issues that might be locked out in the G, but we'll show that. They look very different. We'll show that shortly.
I cannot see the image retention.
No,
Thank you for the super chat. We'll just be doing
you
PS5
have to be in
today.
a dark room to see that. Yeah.
Well, after here, maybe, right?
A little.
Oh, pretty quick.
Yeah.
You have to go dark room.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's, yeah, I mean, there's a slight touch, but it's not.
Yeah. Maybe we'll try this test again when the sun sets.
Hi, Leo. Hi, Brian. I heard horrible micro LED releasing the end of 2023.
What is that?
Leo saying that we've heard about micro LED affordable ones releasing in the end of 2023. I haven't heard that to be real. Leo, any?
No, I don't know about that either. Now, micro LED is advancing rapidly. The reason they haven't had smaller screen sizes is because the dot pitch can't be made on micro LED.
Yeah, they'd be massive.
Right. They got to be very large to have high resolution. They have to be very large screens. But we're seeing that change too, and we will see some Samsung micro LEDs probably towards the end of the year that will be smaller and more affordable, but they're still going to be very high priced.
Yeah. What's up, John? How you doing? Hope things are good. Anna, my friend.
Both TV, brightness, spot on, very similar.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Isn't that amazing how similar they are? This is crazy. Two different display technologies that deliver almost identical image qualities.
Kmart, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Brian, I know this isn't the stream for it. We'll be getting Creed 3 on Blu-ray. Did you enjoy the movie? I have not
Yes.
watched Creed, actually. I am a massive boxing fan. I have not followed boxing the last few years. It has gotten that bad. So
Uh-huh.
I didn't follow Creed, my friend, and I won't be getting the Blu-ray. And it's something we should talk about on the channel at some point. Is physical media is really dissipated, but that I didn't get into it. You know, being really into boxing, Kmart's too fantasy based for me. I wish boxing was like that. Let's see. Our pleasure, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for checking it out. Very few games support Dolby Vision. You're right. Lazy gamer. You guys have any questions? Hit us up.
Yep.
Wow, very red.
So that's the other thing we probably didn't discuss was the processing where you can set the colors as you like them and the density. And are we going to be reviewing that tomorrow? We're going to show that tomorrow.
Under the calibrated settings.
Yeah,
What was
the AI calibration pro.
Oh, yeah. I think the conclusion is it doesn't do anything. I mean, look, we turned on for users, but we couldn't find any difference.
Well, I mean, when you calibrate to your liking with it. Give you
Oh,
six
the wizard,
images.
yeah.
Wizard, yeah.
Actually, we do the wizard right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. If you think physical media is making a comeback, let me know why you think that's the case in regards to enthusiasts. I mean, as far as consumable being in store to purchase, and as far as enthusiasts, physical media will always be there. But as far as it being
Mhm.
something people will go after and favor, I mean, it's almost completely missing in the stores. Emeraldos, thank you for the super chat. Moved out from my parents' house and buying first TV, LG C2 versus Samsung S95B for the same price, mostly gaming on PS5. Haven't heard the best things about Samsung in terms of quality control and build quality.
That's
I
true.
mean, it's a little hard to
Yeah.
say no about that.
Yeah.
Except the G2 lines up better against the S95B than the C2. But for me, the C2 is more tried and true. And it's something that
Yes.
hasn't been hit with updates. The S95B is more dynamic, I think,
Yes.
has more vibrancy, but it's just hard to trust them and their build quality. I would go with the C2 just to be safe. Robert, anything on that?
No, but if the budget permits, try to look at that C3 as well.
Yep.
Or S95C would be also beautiful. So those are, if you don't mind stepping up to the new model year, it's such a major upgrade this year from both brands.
So if you're moving out, look for the C3. We'll see. And the C2 will probably fall a little bit more, but look for the C3.
Yeah.
So in this one, individual colors on the G3 is slightly dimmer,
Right.
but then the white is right up there. So this
I
is
know.
this is the white subpixel.
I know.
You see that, Brian? The
Yeah.
white subpixel issue. If you isolate colors, the G3 is not as bright as the S95C.
Again, by a small
Now,
amount.
small,
That's
but for the
true.
whites, it might even be a touch brighter. But this is why
But saturation wise, they look the same.
it's just the luminance.
Yeah.
The G3. So when you isolate the colors,
Yeah.
this is what. So
Right.
I don't want to hit it too long because then it'll start dimming on its own. But do that again real quick.
Very good.
A lot more testing there now, huh?
Yeah. The blue disc is great.
So yeah, if you just take the pure colors, the G3 just it's not there.
Yeah.
But you're not going to see some real content.
Yes.
That's why you do a
yes.
test pattern and go, oh, the G3 sucks. But then you look at the real content,
Yeah.
it was right up there.
Yeah.
So this is why test patterns are useful to understand. But then when you put in real content, the TVs act differently.
Yeah. And G3 algorithms are very sensitive to static images.
And it's these patterns why S95C is so exciting for those who get the pattern. But in real image, the tone mapping comes into play.
That's right.
Our pleasure. Let us know. And you can always hit up Robert or email him with any questions.
Sure.
All right.
The 900C wasn't canceled from this weekend's shootout. It's just that these two TVs are just dominating. We'll include it
Yeah.
probably tomorrow a little bit.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be fair to it.
all afternoon, but yeah, there'll be
Yeah.
some stuff we're going to look at.
Yeah.
For example, the Illusionist, we're going to put that in.
That's right. And we have the QN900C here in the store.
It's actually right to the right.
Yeah, it is. We'll do some comparisons with that. Yes.
black and white TV.
I remember those days well.
This is the
This is a
so
great,
this is a motion setting.
this is a good one for us to spend some time on,
And the
because I
motion
have not,
is fine to me. This is default. I haven't touched the
Yeah.
motion app. Out
which
of
one do you
box,
think is better?
Let me see. I'm not seeing obvious stutters, so I'm already okay. The Samsung has a touch more stutter that would fix.
It does.
The
It
G3
looks like
does.
that's just-
The
that's-
G3 is very slightly better, but it is better. Oh, that's good. Thank you.
3 looks a little bit better, right?
Yeah,
Maybe we can tune it to look like the LG.
yeah,
And at 3, it does, doesn't it?
yeah. But again, remember, you got some side effects by doing this.
Yeah.
But that just turning it up a little bit, you won't see the negative side effects, and you'll help improve motion resolution.
Right.
So there's nothing wrong with turning it up a little bit. Be conservative. You'll improve your motion resolution, and you won't have the digital fake soap opera, digital fake video.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Now, with sports, it doesn't matter
No.
because that content was shot on video. It wasn't shot on film. So you can turn that up a little bit more and make sports a little bit better motion clarity.
Default, I like it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
Is the BFI still? They still have that?
It has BFI, it's at 60 hertz, I think.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. A lot of new controls and settings in the menus this year.
Acceptable.
Yeah,
I would recheck it based on the motion.
that's correct again. You bet.
So if you guys are concerned about motion, you can't adjust it.
Without causing any bad side effects.
So the Q900C is not canceled, it's just right there actually. So
Yeah.
we're gonna do it later, but
Yes.
I think you guys will end up buying either one of these before you get the Q900C.
And the cameras would have to be readjusted for that. I mean, it's
It's very
I
bright.
have two motions,
It's very bright.
both of those on that one?
Which gaming system do I? I'm a PC guy. I have a PS5 and a Series X. For exclusives, I go for the PS5, especially after the Last of Us port
TV, so if you need me, just.
on PC. So out of the two consoles, the Series X is my online gaming console. I'm a PC guy. I got a 4090, but the PS5 to me has got the better exclusives.
You have the NVIDIA 4090?
I do
Did you bring it with you?
tomorrow.
Oh, good. Boy, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, and we'll do it in
And
the
we'll
900.
do it on the 900C on the 8K TV. So we're going to watch native 8K HDR gaming on a native 8K television.
Yep.
How fun this is going to be.
We'll probably still have to do DLSS for it
Oh, yeah.
for newer games, but
Oh my gosh, this is great. How fun that's going to be.
we'll be able to see if the motion, how the motion. There might be a motion issue with 8K. We'll see how that works.
Yeah.
You know,
And we can also put it on, if you like, the Z9K as well at the same time even.
yeah. I wonder, does Z9K get updated with the VRR ever at the end?
I
I
don't
think
even
I'll
know.
check. I'll check
Yeah.
it tonight.
Okay.
What are you shooting? Oh, you're going right to the. There you go.
There you go.
But that one camera's still on. Hold on. That's the wrong camera.
Yeah. Which one? Yeah, remove this one. So actually, add,
Hey guys.
add. Yeah, that's a good one, right? Here, let me do it. Yeah, I'll remove this one. Too many cameras.
the sound's coming from here. So
So you said it's that camera.
yeah, the
Gotcha.
camera doesn't have sound.
Just leave. Don't worry about that one anyway. Let's go back to that. Is that better? Let me know if you guys have any questions. Yeah, when Jedi Master for you're not wrong. I mean, streaming is becoming the main focus. So yeah, that's tough. That's a good one, Robert. Where do you just lost it? Okay, you want to explain to me the differences between the S95B and C? I didn't know a significant difference as far as features other than Atmos support and allegedly no bent panels. What do you think is the big difference with the C versus the B?
Well, other than the new processor, which is very nicely upgraded and improved, so motion is better, scaling of low resolution content is cleaner. The big change for me that I really like is Samsung Display's new QD OLED panel. And again, I put it on my Facebook page and I also put it in our website where you can see all of the differences in the new QD OLED, and you want to learn about them. They're big upgrades this year. They're brighter. They have twice the lifespan. They made some very nice upgrades. The screen uniformity is excellent. This is the biggest upgrade year we've seen in many, many years.
Let's see. Oh, hold on. That's not. We'll be doing as much as we can. Let's see.
Processing changes. Yeah.
So there's no desaturation. The reds are the same, and as I increase exposure, so this is what you normally see.
Robert, does Samsung have a 5-year warranty like LG?
No, I'm sorry, not. We have 5-year extended warranties, and you can use your store credit that we give you to help pay for that warranty.
So, Joe, if you're interested in something like that, hit Robert up.
Yeah, and we'll get you the 5-year warranty.
But it won't be a Samsung thing. It's something that'll be gifted to you.
Yes.
All right, Phil, what are we talking about with the? Oh, you're away from the microphone.
So this is the scene that the Sony had trouble with. Neither the obviously S95C doesn't have trouble with it, but the G3 doesn't have trouble with it either. So as far as desaturation is concerned, in low light, they look pretty good, other than a slight color difference because the G3 is probably a touch more accurate. But once we have them calibrated, we can see. But you see that the G3 has a little bit more red in it. But I think whether or not
I'm actually surprised to see that because we saw a little more red before on the.
So it could be that. Well, you know what? Unless it's calibrated, I can only be guessing.
Yeah, right.
Definitely.
But we'll do this. Let's try to do the same scene tomorrow when we have the calibrated versus the out of box.
Well, now, Robert, which TV has the best picture quality, the 900C, G3, or E95L? We don't know what the E95L is going to bring. We haven't compared the 900C to anything yet.
Boy, that's a very good question, Miles. Thank you. So I favor emissive displays and controlling the light in a room. If you have a very high ambient light room, you're going to like the 900C because it's significantly brighter, so it'll stand up to high ambient light. And A95L, we have to wait until we see them. I've seen handmade prototypes, but I have not seen mass production yet.
So more OLED guys. For me, I'm an LED guy, but I'll have to see them next to each other to really make that determination because now these OLEDs are brighter. Leo, as far as our panel that I see is clean.
Yes, it is.
We did notice there was a filmmaker mode bug though, where Leo, actually, you can tell me that in the comments. On our 900C, filmmaker did local dimming wasn't working on it, but it works on the other presets. So Leo, let me know on your 900C how your local dimming is in filmmaker mode.
So Leo, in
in filmmaker mode, the standard and the high dimming looks identical. It doesn't change.
Mhm.
But in movie mode,
It was
when you
significant.
toggle right from high to standard to
Mhm.
off, it actually changed below standard, but standard and high did not change in filmmaker. So
Mhm.
either it's a bug. So if you have it, then it's a bug. If only we have it, then it's a panel issue.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a local dimming,
So Leo, do me a
yeah.
favor. Just go into your filmmaker mode and then toggle local dimming for me. Tell me what
Yeah.
you see.
And Classy is suggesting that you look at your emails.
I guess Stacy sent you something
Stacy sent you something.
about the disc.
But yeah,
Oh, yes.
Stacy, if you're watching, shout out to Stacy
yes,
Spears and Munsell.
yes.
Looking forward to talking to you, Stacy. Obscure Concepts, thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to the MVPs of quality review and testing content. Thanks for always keeping it real, fellas. Our pleasure. Thank you guys for being here. Really, really appreciate it. And that was really nice comment. Thank you so much, Obscure Concepts. Thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you.
What's this? Oh,
Rather support Robert.
Well, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, MZ.
Yeah. MZ, hit him up and you can talk about that. You can talk about, Robert, talk about the pricing roadmaps, to where you price match and
Sure.
it's by the manufacturer and you add
Right.
things for us as influencers,
Right.
but talk about how that price
Right.
matching works.
So all the manufacturers put out what they call a promotional roadmap, and it tells us the prices that we're permitted to sell the TVs for. You can sell it for whatever you want, but you won't get the manufacturers to support you with their marketing funds and other promotions that they do. So all authorized dealers follow the promotional roadmap, which means the price is the same at B&H Photo, Best Buy, Amazon, Value Electronics. The price is the same. However, we are permitted to add store credits, which we do, and we're very aggressive at that. We're permitted to pay nationwide shipping, which we do. We're permitted to pay sales tax in your state. So there are some price advantages of doing business with us, other than our great support and our technical skills, and that we get the very first allocations as well. So you'll do better buying through Value Electronics, I promise.
And a quick update, real quick, because we were talking about Dolby Vision earlier.
Mhm.
So with Dolby Vision, it should not be darker than the HDR10 version. You have to calibrate it though, if it is.
Yes.
And this is the issue. It's not calibrated. So tomorrow, once John calibrates it, but then that brings into question, right? Why isn't it right out of the box from the get-go? So this is something that we'll continue to explore.
Yes.
This is what Stacy's telling me. So there's a lot of
Yes.
other things that we'll look into, but for sure, when it's graded, the TV should at least match Dolby Vision HDR10
Yes.
off of his 10,000 nit grade. And if it's not, then it definitely needs to be calibrated. Once calibrated, then Dolby Vision should at least be a match. So
Should
we'll
we
see
show
that
that? Should
tomorrow.
we show it to John before he calibrates it? Because he's going to be
Well,
calibrating.
John will, well, I'll tell John. But John got the same email.
Oh, he did. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. The one from Stacy
Yeah.
was
Yes.
Dolby Vision, once we calibrate it, the Dolby Vision 10,000 or HDR 10,000,
That's
this should
correct.
not be less bright. It
That's
should be
correct.
the same.
That's correct.
We'll see.
Yes.
In theory, everything is in theory. And if it isn't, then we call it OG.
Anyone know if the G3 has the same glossy finish as the G2 or C2?
Not quite the same.
It has better reflection handling,
Yes,
but it still is a glossy screen,
it is.
which you
And
want.
Let me tell you the advantages of a glossy screen. You can get better blacks and you can get a sharper image with a glossy screen.
In a darker room, that's the problem.
Right. Right. But that's why a glossy screen has its values. The disadvantage is the glare and reflection. But again, they put a very nice new anti-glare coating on the finish. So this is a better year for less glare on all the brands. They all made great upgrades in reducing glare and reflection.
So we're still glossy, guys, but
Yes.
it's better reflection handling.
Yes, thank you. You said it better than I did. Thank you.
But you know, I mean, I did a comparison last year with a matte screen, and even though you would think it was better reflection handling,
No.
it really diffused it.
That's
and it
what it
almost
does.
spread it out.
That's what it does.
So, and it looks
yes.
doesn't look as quality anyway.
Yes. No, it's not.
Matthew, how much different is the S90C versus the S95C?
Picture quality is not going to be much different, but the 95C will be moderately better. But the build quality is significantly better on an S90C.
While you're a Fire Stick, you can stick it into
The S9, the
Come on.
S95C build quality is better than the S90C. The S90C is using the same chassis frame that the S95B used, and it's very thin on the top. So it's the build quality that's one of the upgrades. And also because it has the One Connect box, it's it's less than a half an inch thick on the S95C. It's very, very thin. The entire back is the same depth, which is very, very thin. So that's a nice upgrade that the S90C doesn't have because all the connections and power supply is all built into it.
Well, actually, use this one since we're not using this camera.
I don't see raised blacks on either of these two TVs. So I see somebody commented.
And then just turn the camera away a little slowly.
Yeah.
Just turn the camera away slowly.
And yeah, I do know a little bit about it. And Monday we'll have more information on the new monitors as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry about that. Let's do this real quick. Okay, we're doing streaming real quick. Brian's going to put on his beautiful face so that we see how it works with streaming, different material. We'll try to get what Netflix we can without getting shut down, obviously. And we'll see what YouTube looks like, YouTube TV and so forth. Do you already answer Tech with KG's question?
No.
Oh, actually,
What do you think? Yeah, no.
Robert, do you know if the S90C is going to be Gen 1 QD OLED panel for 55, 65 inch size? Any confirmation from Samsung specs?
No, it's the new Gen 2.
Even the 55 and 65.
That's what my understanding is, yes.
So we'll see.
Yes.
You'll figure it out, right?
Thank you, KG.
Okay. Make sure I have everything. Yeah, I didn't see any raised back the G3, so I don't know where that's coming from.
It does not have raised blacks. Thank
So
you.
yeah, Matt, let me know
Does not.
what content or where did you find that? I mean, we'll check it since we're here, but definitely let me know.
And thank you, Classy, for confirming what I said earlier. There's no raised blacks.
I didn't see it, but again, it's really content specific, but we didn't see it in the Spears and Munsell bits that we were using. But just like with the Sony, who knew that it was desaturated red?
You want something just me talking or just the quality?
Any video that's bright, or you could use Jennifer Gala's video if you want. Are you good to go? Can I add that video now?
Well, depends on what you want to say.
Which one has? There we go. Yeah, let's just see how it looks. Let's see how you look.
Well, that's a short one.
Yeah, let's do it. So what you're seeing is streaming on Brian's channel. Okay, let me adjust.
Yeah.
So this is Brian's recent video, right, Brian? And both TV look identical. Why don't we go to a, yeah. Sure, see how your face looks like, because they're sensitive to your face. G2 versus G3, what's the price difference? If it's the same size, it depends on your use case. If you can get a G2 larger, that normally is what I would recommend, right? If it's the same price, 77 versus a 55 or 65. Oh, you look beautiful in both TVs, Brian. And in terms of exposure, so you are perfect. There we go. A bit more natural. How's that? So this is Brian's YouTube channel. Obviously, the TVs look as they should. Now, G2 versus G3, if you are just streaming, Simon, and you do not need the additional brightness pop of the G3, you don't need it. Know why you're getting the G3. If this is your first OLED, save money and get a larger G2. If you've had a C7, C8, C9, then the G3 will be the jump in picture quality in terms of brightness, specular highlights, and HDR. But if you watch mostly SDR, cable TV, sports, it may not make a difference if you didn't see any problems with your current TV right now. So yeah, let us know what your use case is, and maybe we can help you out.
Anybody want like YouTube TV and put in some news or something?
Yes. Yeah, try news, and we'll see the kind of motion. Actually, yeah.
Which camera is it? Alternative. Can you just remove the camera real quick?
Oh, yep. Here, let me pull that out. Hey. Hello, team. Have you had bending issues in Samsung last year's model? KG has a video for you. Huh? Yeah, you're good. So if people have been getting bending issues with the S95C, I'm not one of those people. My 77 inch is fine. It doesn't mean you won't get it. I believe KG got it. I saw the picture, was not pretty. So it is still a thing even on the S95C. Samsung, if you're listening, you got to work on your QC. That's just not good. Not a good look. I apologize. We were unable to get the reference monitor. Question is, will you do a comparison with the reference monitor tomorrow? No. Although they will be calibrated, we won't know which one is really close to reference. You're going to have to wait until the actual shootout in August. And things change anyway. We were talking about how much firmware will change both the G3 and the Samsungs. I mean, it should be for the better, but still, right? So yeah, we'll have to wait till August to compare it against the Sony reference monitor. Hey, did Leo ever get back to you on that?
No.
Okay, he's probably checking it right now. He's like, what the hell, man? It was a perfect TV until you told me. I'm redoing this thing. Leo answered it. Thanks for the super chat, Leo, with the response. Local dimming high is a lot brighter than standard in filmmaker mode. Okay, so it's RTV. Robert, we're going to have to get a swap. We got a local dimming bug. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to hard reset our 900C. On our TV, movie mode, everything works. Filmmaker mode, the high and standard are identical. Only when you go to low and off did it change. So thank you for confirming, Leo. We didn't know if it was a global bug that affects all 900Cs or just ours. Apparently, it just affects ours. And that was an issue last year where my QN95B was uniquely affected by the local dimming bug. Some people had it, some different people had it to different degrees, and some people didn't have it at all, right? So the firmware fixed it for some, but the ones who had an actual issue at a hardware level, that you just have to get it replaced. So in this case, we're probably going to have to get it, we will have to get it replaced. But in the meantime, we have the TV. We'll show you guys what we saw so that if you do get the Q900C, filmmaker mode should not act that way. So we'll do the comparisons in movie mode. Because it appears that movie mode and filmmaker mode are so similar anyway, it shouldn't be an issue. Thanks for that, Leo. Brian, they're saying you're looking very dynamic here.
I still like on screen.
I love that text comment. KG is literally the only person who got a bent panel. KG, how does it feel to be the one that didn't knock on wood? This is rubbing it in. And KG, you should have paid extra. Bending OLED is the selling feature, right? The curved OLED. Hey, KG, let us know. Was it obvious from the box that it's bent? Like, was there damage on the box? Because if there isn't damage on the box, it's hard to imagine, right? I mean, that means they must have bent the box but not broken the cardboard. Oh. So we have some. Is there a way to pause that real quick? You can pause it. Oh, yeah, go hit. Yeah, see, maybe it'll. There you go. Perfect. So, let me. This is YouTube TV.
This is a Fire Stick.
Fire Stick 4K. We're going to put it on. Do you have ESPN on yours?
You get killed for copyright on that.
No, no, I don't. We're going to take it off and we're going to watch it and we're going to talk through it to see if it has a bitrate problem.
You want to check out the ticker? You want to do the motion handling?
Yeah. Brightness is fine. This is on the YouTube TV. They're very similar. And let's change it into the different modes, right? If you pause it here, I'm going to change the TV mode on the Samsung. Can you put it on?
I've done everything that normal people, the only thing I can do, and I'm not gonna do, is call the price in this house. No, no, yeah, that's why I'm here, and that's why we're all great here. Linda Ellis. Who else? Like, yes. 606. Well, that's well, not right. I don't make it cheaper. So that's what I'm trying to play. Couple of points in the morning. And then I leave good. It's about 5. Yeah, no, but I have I need to also and only to
So as you guys can see, the Samsung's a tiny bit brighter in standard mode. So if you're watching news and stuff, the S95C in this standard with the Samsung versus standard with the LG, you can't get the LG brighter. You could probably change the settings if it's out of the box. The standard mode on the Samsung is a touch brighter. Now, oh, is contrast enhancer on the LG? It's on by default on the Samsung. Try that as well.
So
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Ray. Let us know what your question is. I'll look for it.
it's on medium.
It's on medium.
What was it on the Samsung?
High, yes, man. High. See if that helps. Is there a contrast enhancer on as well?
That is contrast.
Oh, okay. I mean, it looks similar, except I think, yeah, the
Samsung is
Samsung.
washed out a little bit. Look at that. See that?
That's true. The Gamma washed it out. The contrast. You're right.
Oh, actually, no, they both look washed out. But that looks much more
No,
washed out.
the Samsung's much more washed out. So let me increase the exposure. They can see that.
I think I can go back. Should I go back or stay there?
and that's my tag and my so you can text. I mean, I do that, you just can't plug it in.
So just pausing a scene here where the Samsung was just much more washed out than the G.
We'll get that.
Okay, guys, we'll be right back. We have to get back in to get our devices. We'll kick this one, studio. Kick guest. Actually, is this the one or is this one? Let's try this again. All right. There it is. There you are. Okay. Let's do this. Okay.
Ooh, wow.
Yes, that's exactly what we see. So we paused this part of the commercial news so you can see the difference between the Samsung processing low bitrate content and the LG. Now, I'm going to play with the Samsung settings for a bit while Brian answers your questions.
Where's Hitman? Hitman, I don't see your super chat. Please resubmit what it was, my friend. Speed, thank you for the super chat. Bought an 85-inch Q90B for $1,900. Mostly watch sports, games, and movies. Asked my question earlier about colors because I enjoy deep, bright colors. The difference between the 2600 extra for the G3, and that's over what, the 85-inch 90B? You're gonna buy, and what are you gonna buy?
2600.
It's 2600. I mean, you're gonna buy? No, I would say no. I mean, it's an upgrade, but that's tough because you're going from an 85-inch Q90B, which is greatly reduced, and it's large. So I think I would go with the immersion more so than that.
So just to walk you guys through this real quick, contrast enhancer, even if you turn it off.
I stay with the Q90B, Haas. To be honest,
I would too. By the way,
I would stay with that. I wouldn't definitely. That's a whole nother TV, my friend.
It's a whole different TV, and if you're a gamer, the G3 is a different TV for that as well.
I mean, he can buy another TV.
Oh, yeah, seriously, yeah.
Just buy another Q90B,
TV,
put them together. I think
you get a gaming TV.
So,
right?
Haas, and Hitman, if I missed your super chat, please resubmit because I came out of the studio. So just resubmit, not the super chat. Let me know what it was, and I'll find it.
All right. So real quick for you guys, as you can see, the S95C low bitrate content, it's kind of elevating everything. And now we don't know which one's reference because we don't have a reference broadcast monitor now. But if you turn it off, contrast enhancer doesn't help. If anything, keeping it on high.
Hey, John, check this out.
If anything, keeping it on high is better. And there's nothing else.
So SDR news, I think this is a commercial.
Yep. Now I could change the picture profile, but I suspect this is streaming YouTube TV. This is why we tell people when you have low bitrate content like YouTube TV, the S95C and the S95B doesn't do this well. So if you're just using it for streaming, you have to know what you're streaming, what source is. Let me try a different film mode. Hopefully it's better.
It's just I noticed when we were panning through the different things, that definitely became it really elevated.
That is really weird. Wow.
Yeah, it didn't help. Yeah, it's just.
So that's a bad thing.
It is. Oh.
So
Play.
I need to talk to you for 1 second offline.
Push play on what?
On your Fire Stick.
Yep. I need to talk to you offline just for 1 second.
Okay. Your screensaver is set. Have you handled the questions, my friend?
Yeah, of course. Let me just. You said you want to see something else, though, right? We may put on.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, let's do on like Jen.
Put it on the Netflix splash menu.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
But what he's saying is because of that, you're not going to be able to show this, right? So, So all we really can do at this point is just say, this is what I do.
So we're waiting for LG update.
We don't know. It's coming from LG. We don't know. Don't,
So it's unless it's
yeah, yeah.
so it's a
I don't know. It is, well, I guess in the email it explains everything.
I read this email. He said just switch on the calculator. That's what he told me.
Yeah.
If calibration doesn't help, then it's on the TV side.
Yeah, yeah, it could be. But just be vague about it, because until we get that update, we're not gonna really know.
And that's what I said. I said we'll have to investigate later.
Yeah.
But I'll
So what I'm doing is I'm calibrating the SDR. Setting the right point on the HDR, set the right point on the film division, and that will make the TV look right,
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let it. Take our HDR channel. We'll be there.
And that's the reason why. And supposedly this release that's coming out next week is supposed to fix that.
We'll see.
But that's what you're saying, so
Well,
that's what he said. Oh, the other thing is, he also said, I think Cecil said, on this side, the 95C.
Hold on, guys.
He says it would show it differently, but if you don't have it on high, like it's in the, if you put test patterns, I can see the difference in the brightness, but it says in content, you're really going to very, very hard to see.
See that, and that was the thing is, well, the movie was very easy to see.
Whoa, go easy. So this is Jennifer Gala's content.
It should be as black as it should be. So
We're gonna do Netflix in a minute to see how the streaming is. Yeah, classy. I guess he's looking at something.
Yeah, he wanted to point it out. He's been watching, everything's good, so. Okay.
Hitman, how close is the G3 to the S95C in color? Once you take this over, I'll go back to Netflix.
Hey,
Just glad to sign in.
what channel is that?
It's Jennifer.
No, what channel is this? What's that?
Jennifer Gala.
Oh, Jennifer Gala. Oh, and it appears that this is SDR, right? Because it's YouTube TV.
This is actually YouTube, so it's HDR.
Oh, okay.
But
Interesting.
She's got a good saturation demo here.
How close is the G3 to the S95C in color? They actually, it's the other way around. We don't know what reference is. The G3 in many content appears to have more color than the S95C. The question is whether that's accurate or not. For example, in this right here, if you pause right there, I'll show you guys. So this is actually a really good scene. Yeah, go up. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're going to discuss it in this scene. This is a great scene to talk about this. Okay, I'm going to change the exposure so we can capture as much of this as possible. And we can't hold it. We can't hold it on this content too long because one of the TVs probably start dimming. But in this one, right? Oh, wait. This is standard mode. So both TVs are in standard. One is in standard. The other one is in vivid or standard. They're both in standard mode because people watching just regular TV content or YouTube content normally have it in standard anyway. So in standard mode, the Samsung is going to be brighter. The LG is not. However, in low bitrate content in standard mode, the Samsung doesn't do anything right in terms of the shadow detail, the black levels. So the question is so difficult. In the highest quality content, they're nearly indistinguishable, but the G3 actually has more color saturation in some scenes that the Samsung doesn't. But then in high luminance content, or rather high HDR 2000, 4000 nit, the TV, the LG doesn't tone map the details as well. It loses it. It clips out some of those details, but then that's not relevant to many of you who may not be watching 2000 plus nit content. We are in standard mode.
Standard. We're still.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, change it. If you change it to filmmaker, I'll change it to filmmaker, and then you guys can see.
Oh, Cinema Home.
Oh.
I went to Cinema Home.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, and I'm in movie mode. Okay, well then.
We're actually they identified. Nice, because they were both just in standard.
Yeah. So they automatically switched to their more accurate modes. So the Samsung is in movie mode, the LG is in cinema home for bright room watching. And in this scene, the Samsung, the whole scene is a little bit brighter. The LG tone mapped it more, so you get more detail. But the brightest part of the scene, that little bright spot in the bottom, they're both very similar in brightness, except you have two different tone mapping themes. And the Samsung, the specular highlight, here, let me take off this real quick. 1 second. There we go. Okay. You see the specular highlights on the Samsung?
It's brighter. Whereas on the LG isn't. But maybe if we turn on expression detail, that might happen. So, oh, actually, no, expression detail, it won't happen. Right? So with the LG, and this is where you play with it, right? And the Samsung's on static. So let's see if we play with this and see if we can get it to look like the Samsung. So you guys can see that if you like what the Samsung looks like, you can make it look like that on the LG as well.
There you go.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, it is on expression detail. Maybe we can turn it off.
Well, tone mapping's off.
No, expression detail make it brighter, right?
Yeah, it makes it, well, it lowers the brightness of the entire scene, so this could be brighter.
Yeah.
And now it may have lowered it too much because there's some speculation. Dynamic tone mapping is off, which is good. It didn't do a good
But
job.
it's still on the Samsung, maybe.
Yeah, let me check.
Oh,
Let me check to see if the Samsung has active on or not.
right side of the screen.
All right. Oh, active is on. Let's turn it off. There we go.
All right, so we're off.
There you go. Now.
So we're gonna leave this. We're gonna leave this one off then.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. So it was on active. That's what happened. So now when they're both in their most accurate mode, the Samsung, we should actually move the content forward and go back again. It may have just dimmed because the Samsung is a touch brighter, but
It's got a transition.
yeah.
To it.
Okay, so let's try this again. All right, and pause it when you see that bright part, Brian. Almost. Yeah, keep on going.
Yeah. Yeah. You were copied.
So far, they're very similar. And stop right here. That's a good one. So in this scene, paused right here, the Samsung is the finest specular highlight, a touch brighter. Now, that's just how it is, right? If you try to artificially enhance it on the LG, you're either going to lose certain detail or you're going to artificially darken the rest of the scene. They're very close, and I wouldn't make a TV decision based on the scene. But these are the minor differences that the QD OLED fans are saying, hey, you got some specular highlights, because this is with color, right? You have a little bit of yellow in there, but overall the colors are very similar though. Do you see any color differences?
She's got a better one later. In this,
Okay.
right? It
Yeah, move
transitions
that along.
from.
And again, we're on HDR off of YouTube so that you guys can see some variety of content as well.
Here we go.
Okay, that's good.
This is my favorite.
All right. Oh, let me turn up the explosion.
So
This one.
this will transition in a second.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
Hold on, I'm going back. So I like the transition from the tornado. This is Jennifer Gala's. You guys that know Jen, this is her content. I like the different pieces of color in the corners.
The brightness are identical. This scene,
But you can get extra special deal on the price of the TV.
A little brighter, maybe.
looking at my meter on the camera's meter, their brightness is identical.
So anyways, I think one funny story, you'll appreciate this, Leanne. So I was watching some.
If anything, the LG is a touch brighter.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure
The
out.
whites, of course, right? So the whites in the LG is a touch brighter. I want to say a touch. It's like what, maybe 20 nits, if
So
that.
this is actually bright right here. This is a cool transition. This whole transition is great. So you get the bird for motion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's another good one. Very similar, guys. So this is another kind of extreme HDR content brightness. That was a good one. Very similar.
And then you're gonna see what the.
Now, this is the content on Stacy's desk?
No, this is Jennifer Gala.
I don't see this one.
This is awesome.
Where did you get? You go on YouTube?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Jennifer's a creator in Canada. But watch these transitions when she
Yeah.
goes to this hurricane or this tornado. So this.
Hey, Carter, I think I missed your conversation. Which bug on the YouTube you're talking about? Let us know so we can Check it out.
And then it does like a really saturated. See, I'll just get the reddish.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then it saturates.
Okay,
here.
stop right there. Pause. This is a great one.
Yeah, just look her up. Just Jennifer Gala. She's
Yeah, no, I did. I went on there. I wasn't sure which one this was.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
The two TVs.
But it doesn't look like that in the picture.
Yeah, because
It doesn't look like that.
It's beautiful though.
Yeah, I mean, perceptually, they look the same to me, right?
Right, but they look like this.
Yeah.
You got to point that out. It's
The
not-
camera sensors are not capturing what we see, and part of it is the camera sensor. The other part is, who knows what YouTube's doing with this, but they, to my eyes, they look identical.
Yes, this is Sue. Send me the disc. She wants to know if I'll interview.
And part of it is because the Samsung
Really cool.
is
Yeah,
a
he's
touch
really fun to
brighter in the brightest part. So if I expose with a Samsung, then it would make the LG look a little bit darker. But because they're so similar in brightness, they look the same, but our eyes are unable to distinguish the subtle brightness differences, but my camera can. And so it's specifically exposing for the Samsung now, and which makes you lose a little bit of detail on the LG. But if I expose to the dark areas, because this scene has a lot of dark areas, you'll see how similar they are.
And this one's got a good transition to yellow
Yeah.
and blue.
So now you guys see more detail in the everywhere else, right? So once I turn up the exposure, the two look even more similar. So it's very subtle brightness differences that would not be the reason why you choose one TV or the other. It's more of life, quality of life differences, remote control, the YouTube issue with the bug. Oh, okay. Yeah, the washout bug. So this is what they're talking about with the YouTube bug. It's the washout bug, and apparently it's happened. People notice it when they're watching the low bit rate YouTube TV.
Oh, YouTube
What we saw?
TV is tough. You know what? We noticed that during the sports. So
Oh,
this
and
is-
that's the thing.
it's a
They
beautiful-
ask
There you go.
low bit rate, who does it well? G3 does it well.
Yeah.
Samsung does not do it as well. And ratings gave it like a 6.9. That's like the lowest score among all of the S95C and the S95B. The scores are identical. So that's why we're saying it didn't improve for 2023. The bit rate test on the ratings review of the S95C is pretty much the same as last year's S95B, which is, if you get the S95C, make sure you have the best quality content. Blu-ray discs, high quality streaming content. If you use YouTube, not YouTube TV, but the actual YouTube channel, right? High quality bit rate there, or Kaleidoscape, obviously. So something to think about. Oh, what do you think of this comment? Man, the G3 really surprised me. Didn't think it would put up much of a fight.
That's a beast.
It's a well, you predicted it.
Oh yeah, too. Well,
So before we even
so
got the
this one,
TV,
I guess I should lower. I'll move on from this one then.
yeah. So thank you for the super chat, regular TX dude. Which is better with glare in a bright room? They're pretty much the same. We have a lot of glare in here, and we did this earlier looking at both of them.
Hold it off a sec, the camera.
They both have like a semi-matte. Let me move this up. Second, guys. Okay, so we're changing content again. We're gonna go back to YouTube TV and put up some sports action a little bit. We're gonna watch it and see if there's a difference. Yeah, go ahead and put it on sports. I won't put it on. So, which is better with glare in a bright room? The anti-glare layer on both these TVs are so similar that I can't say, well, buy this TV because it's better. I can say other things, but not that. For example, get the G3 if low bit rate content is a concern, right? Let's say your cable, you have a cable box, it comes in at 720i, something weird. I get the G3 or the Sony. But if you only get good content, high quality streaming off the internet, HBO Max, Netflix, right? And it's pretty consistent historically, S95C is fine. Blu-ray disc, S95C is fine. It's not 480, it's not lower resolution we're talking about. It's low bitrate content. That's the issue. Just something to think about.
Well, check out how bright this scene is. When this bird flies to its highest point.
Oh, nice. Brian's we're going to look into YouTube TV sports content. So we're not going to show it, but we're going to kind of walk you guys through what we see, because motion is the other issue with low bit rate, right? So low bit rate, you have that shadow detail, black levels. That was a problem in the Samsung. The other complaint is pixelation, that blockiness you see. Even though it's 4K, if it's low bit rate, the TV is going to interpret blockiness still. So if you put it on like an ESPN and one of the older playoff games that they still have available, or basketball, just anything with a lot of motion in 4K. So, and if you pause it, I'll be able to put it on. They can see that. LG would be great as a dedicated ice hockey TV. Superlex, I couldn't agree more. I tested hockey over almost an hour at all three TVs, the S95C, the G3, and the Sony A95K. If you check out my video, you'll see that after 40 minutes, the G3 still was brighter than the other two. All of them were in their brightest, best mode for sports, hockey specifically. Dynamic mode on the Samsung S95C. On the LG, it was vivid, and on the Sony, it was vivid as well. The G3 was slightly brighter throughout until the end. It didn't dim at all, actually. And if it did dim, it was still brighter than the other two at the end. So you buy relative to the TVs available to you, right? So if you're buying it for hockey, I think the G3 is phenomenal. As far as getting an OLED that would do hockey justice. The uniformity was good. I didn't see any pink tint. It was slightly different than the other two, because WOLED is always different. But other than that, I would give it a shot. Yeah, YouTube TV. This is so confusing. YouTube is fine. The issue is YouTube TV. And YouTube TV, whether it's ESPN or all the various channels, you have inconsistent bit rates. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. But when it's low, the S95C just doesn't cut it, right? And with YouTube TV, you'll hear from Brandon. He watches a lot of sports on YouTube TV, and it's unwatchable for him. But it's not just sports. It's just the way and this is YouTube TV's fault. It is low bit rate. So the S95C needs a slightly higher bit rate feed. So I'm going to pause it right here, and you guys will see the difference.
Check where it's at.
Right. That's
Go back to it.
Actually, pause right there. That's a great one. So we have the San Antonio Spurs playing. Was it the Brooklyn Nets?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
You pause on a close up.
no, wait, this is good. Okay, I'm going to turn up the exposure so you guys can see. So this is YouTube TV, ESPN.
Yep.
Is it 4K?
This
or
is
1080p?
this is actually 4K.
Okay.
It says it's 4K. I'm not sure if it comes out as 4K.
So as you guys know, the S95C is normally the brighter TV. It's not going to be the case with YouTube TV. So with YouTube TV, on YouTube, if you guys watched my review with the A95K as part of the stream, you'll see that the hockey in my review, it was off of a YouTube, of an old game off of YouTube.
Yeah.
On YouTube, the G3 was only a little bit brighter, but it was not this big of a difference, and that was hockey. This is a S95C problem with YouTube TV, where it's not just dimmer, it's washed out. The red, the colors, the color saturation is off. And so I think you guys can see it here, because I'm seeing it here. It should be more saturated, and it isn't, because part of that is a luminance issue with YouTube TV. On YouTube, I bet you the same game, they're probably going to look more identical, because I did not have this difference when I compared them. But let's just change the mode and see if it happens in the different modes as well.
What do you want me to change the LG?
Yeah, change it to vivid. So maybe you have to watch it in dynamic. Don't watch it in movie mode. All right, so in dynamic,
Where's the LG?
it's doing its thing. Where's LG remote here?
We go to
Go into vivid. So if you're going to watch YouTube TV, definitely watch it on dynamic mode in the S95C for sports. By the way, now the S95C looks great in dynamic mode. It's just when the two are in the most, okay, there, stop, perfect. Okay, so now the S95C is oversaturated. That's what dynamic mode does. Let me adjust the exposure. Okay, so you guys aren't going to be able to see this on YouTube because YouTube is going to compress the colors, or just it won't be as accurate. But in this one now, the S95C has a darker, deeper red. And of course, this is dynamic and vivid. Neither of them are accurate. It's just how they do what they do. If you're watching YouTube TV, you definitely have to play with the picture modes for sure.
Yeah,
On either
I mean,
one.
it's gotta,
Yeah,
it's
the
gotta
YouTube
be.
TV, especially if you're watching movies on YouTube TV, though, I don't know. I wouldn't use the S95C for movies on YouTube TV. Sports is fine because you're
Ooh,
watching
look
a
at
dynamic
red,
mode.
look at the paint.
Yeah, it's not good. Gaming, is that what it is?
Just trying to create
sounds like a
content.
gaming. Lazy gamers, obviously.
That you can't just that your
Future
display
proofing.
can-
They're future proofing the content when the better TVs come out, right?
Yeah, like
So-
gaming's a whole other thing.
Creating content your display can't even show makes zero sense. Then bring the fact that your engine tools and pipeline don't support it either. Yes, actually, this is something I had a discussion with at Samsung with HDR 10 Plus team. That's what they're trying to solve, right? They're trying to solve an end-to-end pipeline between the game engine, the GPU, and the display. In this case, display is capable of HDR 10 Plus gaming. This allows the GPU and game engine to do all the decision making, taking it mostly out of the TV. The TV then just displays the signal and it's done, and it allows the game engine to do the rest. And that's the hope, that more and more gaming solutions, including Dolby Vision, takes that out of the TV's hands and puts it into the game engine hands, so that the game engine can then do its job and becomes closer to end-to-end. But there is no end-to-end now. HIG is not an end-to-end solution. It's more of a list of guidelines that people may or may not follow.
Very true.
These images are going to sell a lot of G3s to the uninformed out there. Sports are way brighter on the S95C. Depends on the content, right, SD? So where is it OTA you're talking about? But for sure, and it depends what sport and what mode as well. But they're both bright. So by the way, we can make and that's another thing that a lot of people don't say is, where are they watching their sports? Because we do we have an OTA? If we can have an OTA signal,
We do.
then we
but
could compare it as well.
We do,
Because
but
this is
it's-
YouTube TV, right? The weakness of the S95C is YouTube TV. And so we're still on YouTube TV, but a lot of people wanted to compare the two. And no one's saying, don't get the S95C. If you have YouTube TV, that's something to consider.
It's not unwatchable or anything. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just
Apple
different.
TV is fine. Apple TV is great for all TVs. That is probably the best streamer product you can buy right now, is the Apple TV, although its attempt at Dolby Vision HDR 10 Plus is still going through growing pains. But Apple TV, there's going to be more effort at image quality than any other streamer from Apple for their flagship product. So then you would get the TV with the highest headroom. So if you're getting an Apple TV, choose the one, streaming content. Oh yeah, Netflix. You want to try
Yep,
Netflix?
sign up.
Okay, we're going to try Netflix. We're going
keep
to
your
try the
track
Scotch
on.
place
Just
real quick.
take off
Yeah,
that camera.
take it off right now. So a lot of you are watching Netflix off of Apple TV or off of a streamer, some other streamer, and that might make more of a difference for you guys. Sorry, guys, I'm just catching up with all your questions and comments here.
Camera's off on
Was that
it? Camera off?
off? Yep, it's ready. The orange and reds on the G3, if that way in person is going to knock it out in comparison to the A95L. So the A95L is watching this. The Sony team is definitely watching this. They're taking notes. And yeah, they're going to have to look into how they tone map and how they have it out of the box, the settings out of the box, because the S95C out of the box is not exactly accurate either. And the G3 is actually very close to accurate out of the box, but it's definitely source specific. So we're going to check out gaming in a second. We're going to do some PS5, right, Brian? After we do some more of the sports motion. Well, actually, after the Netflix, we'll see how Netflix look on both TVs through Brian's Fire Stick. Then we'll do some gaming, and you guys can see, because in gaming, where it is supposed to be that deep saturation, we'll see how they look comparing HGIG, the various ones, to non-HGIG and so forth. And I'm thinking, though, when we were just looking at the low luminance red, both TVs did it really well. Without a reference monitor, I couldn't say one is more accurate than the other. There are some differences, but they are so minor. It's more of the shadow detail. So we'll have to see. But as far as the brighter highlights, at 1,000 nits, the two, once calibrated, I don't know if this is going to be the first tie in the history of the shootout, but for sure, we're going to find out. And that red on the G3 looks bad. Dynamic mode, that's what we were on. Oh yeah, let's put it back to its more accurate mode.
What do you want SDR or you
Get on HDR, find, The Witcher is a good one because it has good shadow detail. And then so I have it back on filmmaker mode, static, I believe. Let me double check. If you can answer the questions, Brian, I will look for the scene for you.
use the change this? Let's see.
Ooh, wow, look at that.
What's preset? A filmmaker?
Yes, filmmaker.
And then you want
That's the easiest way to do it.
you know what, this is an HDR, isn't it?
No, once we do the content, it'll convert to HDR.
Oh, so I can't check the dynamic tone mapping once it's
No.
Oh, the camera's off, right?
Yeah, camera's off.
We just run it, that way I can see it.
Yeah. Push on play. There we go. HDR's on.
So we just go into, you want expression enhancer off, tone mapping off,
You know what?
you want to do detail.
Give expression enhancer on, and I'll do active on and off so you can see how the S95C changes. Yeah, put it on detail. Yeah. Because I suspect people who buy the LG will have it on. I like it that much. Oh,
Right side.
yeah, it's way too bright. Well,
For what, filmmaker?
actually, yeah, pause it right here, just so I can show them. And then arrow up so we can get out of that menu. Okay. So what you guys are going to see real quick. So in active, the S95C is incredibly bright. Everything is kind of like brightened up, whereas expression enhancer on the G3, it only brightens the part of the scene that needs to be slightly brighter, and it lowers, well, actually it doesn't brighten that, it lowers the brightness of everything else around it. That's why
the green on the sleeve.
Yeah, actually, yeah, take it off expression enhancer because it's gonna be too hard to match them.
So the green on the sleeve is still bright, but everything else is dark.
And I'll take it off of active so you guys can see. Oh, there we go. Wow.
So turn off the enhancer all the way.
Yeah, turn it off all the way.
And
Perfect.
then you want to engage dynamic tone mapping?
No, dynamic tone mapping, you lose too much detail. Okay, look how similar they are.
Yep. Wow.
This is what happens when you turn off everything, right?
So you can see now how much closer they are than they were.
Okay, so you guys are seeing, so once you guys turn on things like
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate it. Much love.
the Samsung. If you want the entire image brighter, I believe Active does a great job of that. LG doesn't have a function like that. Wait, is this Cinema Home?
This is filmmaker mode.
Filmmaker mode. You know what? Let's put it in Cinema Home. My bad. Put it in Cinema Home, and if it gets that much brighter, I can then turn on Active, because LG's response to Active is Cinema Home. That's the best way to match the Samsung's.
What's the Sam? Oh, it is
Oh, it's on Cinema Home.
Yep.
Okay, so any brighter, then the accuracy will be slightly off. Probably standard mode would get it brighter. So with Samsung, playing with Active gets you the whole screen brighter. The LG, you probably have to go to a different mode to do that. Try standard and see what happens. Oh, Cinema.
Cinema. Regular cinema is real bright.
Okay, hold it off. Hold it on regular Cinema, and I'll turn on Active here. So this is great for
Let me
Netflix
just see what
fans.
the tone mapping is on
Yeah.
this one.
Absolutely. Look at us. Look at this.
So dynamic tone mapping is on. Expression enhancer is off.
Remote control jockeys here. Perfect. Okay, so dynamic tone mapping is on. Expression enhancer is off. Yeah, keep it off.
So turn off dynamic tone mapping.
Actually, move between them.
There
Turn it
was-
off, see what happens. Okay, keep it on. So dynamic tone mapping is on for this scene. So dynamic tone mapping, depending on the scene, may be brighter, maybe less. Let me turn up the exposure.
But it seems like the Samsung's still brighter there. The sand has like a whiter.
It's a different color. It's a different white point, but the Samsung isn't brighter. They're actually identical in brightness. Based on my camera's meter,
Super sticker.
they're identical in brightness. Oh, thank you.
That's,
Is that Qatar? QAR?
I don't know. Thank you so much.
Thank
Very
you.
kind of
Let
you.
us
That's
know where
awesome.
you're from. Thank you very much. So
Leave us a comment too, please.
in these two picture modes, where whether filmmaker or movie, if you have it active, it's very similar to the LG Cinema Home with dynamic tone mapping on. So if you need it brighter in a bright room, Cinema Home dynamic tone mapping on gets you there. Expression enhancer detail on will slightly darken everything around her dress to make everything pop a little bit more. But in a bright room, I don't know if you want that. I think that's more appropriate for a darker room.
Yeah.
But I'd say I wouldn't choose one over the other based on Netflix.
No, it's just taste.
There's so much color in here. I'm going to turn it up so you guys can see the color of the dress. The same.
Yeah, flip a coin. You're not wrong.
So now you see more. So now you guys see more of the color of the dress. Actually, let me raise it a bit more. Okay, so the dress is dark, but look at the color. Oh my gosh, phenomenal. They both have similar shadow detail, similar color gradients. So when I say, if you guys are just streaming, flip a coin,
They both
doesn't
look
matter.
great.
They both.
Jesus. Let's see my kid
Oh, the
again.
pause is too long.
Oh, wow, look how young my kids used to be.
Hello. It's like the good old days. Yeah. They look indistinguishable. So this is why we use Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray with different grades that Stacey Spears does. When you're streaming, they want to stream in a way that all TVs can handle it well. And yes, they do. See, that's a bright scene, but both of them tone
Wanna
map
move
it
to something
perfectly.
else, something a little darker. You're like,
You
about
know,
something-
go in the snow. Let me do that snow one. Actually, yeah. Here. Go ahead and answer the questions, and I'll change it for you.
Guys, where are we at? Yeah, they're definitely trading blows. I mean, it's there hasn't been one category we can say one is infinitely better than the other, or wow, this one's killing this one. The G3 is on the right. Let's see. Yeah, HD movie source. Every couple of years they change what the presets actually do. The C9 wasn't a very bright preset back in the day, but it's much brighter now. Filmmaker mode's pretty bright too, surprisingly.
This is a great scene. I mean, they're identical.
They are so identical.
Yeah.
Can you guys see that?
How
I mean,
amazing
the
that that
fire
would be.
looks.
It's a little bit, just a touch brighter on the Samsung.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
because if you look at the bowl on the left top corner, it looks like it's a bit brighter, like a whiter almost.
If we wouldn't buy TV case in the scene.
You would make a $6,000 purchase on this scene alone.
They
It's
are identical.
number 4,
They're-
fire in the bowl. That's what I need.
Fire in the bowl.
They are so close. It's amazing, huh?
So those who are thinking that one's clipping the other one isn't.
I think we are in cinema.
Cinema Home.
Are we in cinema? Home?
Again, the
You had it
the Samsung appears brighter
It's not
because it's a
cinema.
larger specular highlight, but it's not brighter. It just looks like it is because it's a larger specular highlight.
Mhm.
No, we're in cinema, not cinema. Home.
Oh, you got cinema home. Did it change? We put on cinema home.
So we're on cinema, classy, not cinema.
Put on cinema home.
Cinema Home is darker.
Cinema home is darker.
Yep.
Because tone mapping is on.
Yeah. Yeah, so mapping's still on the Samsung now too.
Turn tone mapping because tone mapping changes depending on the scene.
But it's on.
But the Samsung Active is always brighter.
So you
Tone mapping changes. Try tone mapping in a dark scene and see what happens. This is something that Class and I talk about all the time. LG's tone mapping isn't a global raise or lowering of brightness. It adjusts to the scene. So there you go. Yeah, right there. Let's see what happens when you turn it off. See, it's less bright when it's certain things are less bright. So I'll keep it on.
That's interesting.
No detail on the Samsung on the table.
Very similar.
On the left side, where the guy's sitting down.
Oh, the level of detail
On the left side where he's sitting down pops more.
on the
Samsung.
It's brighter on the Samsung, but that Active is on though. Remember that?
So dynamic tone mapping is on.
Yeah. So turn that one on. So this is on, and this is a difference in tone mapping enhancements for sure.
Very interesting.
But I would say even from this distance, on the left side, his outfit, whether
Play
it's
with
accurate.
the expression enhancer.
You may bring in the big guns.
Yeah, let's bring expression enhancer for what it does.
Something bring in
Because
the,
what it will do is lower the brightness of the rest of the room, but then the brightness of the table will pop. There.
Oh yeah.
So the tables.
Oh, yeah.
the
He's
table
still
is a
more
little bit
detailed.
brighter.
the tables. Look at the table on the
But this
fire.
is still brighter on the S95.
Oh, it is.
But I'm saying there's
It
more
is.
detail in that guy. I
Because
mean,
it's the contrast, the brightness.
Yeah.
Yes, we agree.
oh, then that's more. Here you go with the brightness expression enhancer that comes back.
But then brightness
But that's the
takes
same.
away.
Yeah, see, there's more detail. And that's just like more contrast on that.
See, his clothes lose their specular highlight. You see his clothes is no longer. If you
Yeah.
put on detail, it'll pop again. You put on brightness.
Wow, that's good.
But if you just look at from this angle, if you just look at the table and then look at his outfit,
Yeah, right here. The brightness.
yeah,
all of this-
but he can see more detail. It's not blowing it out. Here it looks more dull. This is
Even
one.
on-
It's one scene.
Definitely leave it on detail because I can see his armor, the studs on his armor better. Yeah. Leave it on detail. Because it doesn't, all it does is slightly lower the brightness of the darker part of the scenes.
Contrast enhancer on the Samsung.
Active is on.
No, the enhancer. Is there dynamic contrast or
There
any of
is, but I didn't turn it on. It
Because it looks like it's on.
Yeah.
Nope. Go down to the contrast enhancer.
the contrast handle is off.
Okay.
See. But static, definitely. Yeah. This,
Oh yeah.
so if you're watching House of the Dragon, you might need active.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This is like the House of the Dragon solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brave Dave. See that's what I'm saying. Now I like the Samsung. So I mean, you guys can't really see it the way I see it, but the guy on the left just has a little bit more detail. But that's the game. You know, the game is you're gonna
You
see.
cannot win every scene.
No, it's
Yeah.
like it. That's where it's disingenuous. Like, oh, this one's good. only, I mean, I clearly see in this
Mhm.
one scene. Do you have the remote? Just hit that. I clearly see in this one scene that it was brighter and more detailed in that one specific scene.
Right.
And there he is up close.
They look identical here.
So
They
yeah,
sure
they
do,
look
don't
they
There
look the
is
same.
No way, right?
They look like a mirror image of each other.
So it's almost like on the Samsung in the last scene, guys, his outfit was almost shiny more than just detail. It was almost like wet. So yeah, Steve, you can combine them. I'm not sure what it would do in terms of if it's going to be accurate or not.
This scene identical as well.
Yeah, I know. Yep. That is amazing that they could look so much like each other.
Yeah.
And then look, totally different depending on the content.
Yeah.
So this is Netflix.
Yeah. I think the blacks are a little bit deeper on the G3 by a tiny bit.
Shadow detail, color detail in the deep areas.
Yeah.
So if you look at the Samsung underneath this table on the right,
Mhm.
you can see a little tiny bit more detail on the G. See underneath the table?
Yes.
See the shadow?
Yes.
2 chairs.
Mhm.
And then the left one, it's a little bit crushed on the Samsung.
Yeah.
Oh, you can make it more obvious.
Smidge.
Okay.
That may
Oh,
fix-
actually, it's slightly raised. It's a darker, it's more deeper black on the G3. See that?
It is. It is. Yeah.
So yeah, that table, the edge of that table on the Samsung, it's slightly raised compared to the G3, but I had to raise exposure. You're not going to tell in a bright room.
No, it looked like
would
it
be
was actually
identical.
crushing it.
Yeah. So the question is it crushed or is it more detail? Right? Is this a crushing of the G3 on a Netflix stream? Who knows? It's a stream, and you're not going to see it because I had to raise exposure so much to get there.
Yeah.
So Rick, the G3 stands, Robert, are they saying what for the G3 stands?
End of April, but I love those Santa stands.
These Santa stands that we're using here in the store, Robert sells them. Those are awesome.
Yeah. We actually include them free with the G3.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because we use the 5% store credit.
Boom, there you go. There's your answer, Rick. Well, the cool thing I like about it too is that you can
set the height where you want it,
set the
rotate
height,
the TV.
and then I'm pretty certain you can actually go in and set. You can make them really. We have an A95K in the back that's
Yeah.
freaking flying.
I know.
That one's up for 86 inches. That one
Yeah.
can go up 86.
That's right.
Or it
Yeah.
can hold an 86-inch TV.
That's right.
You'll see the G2 and G3 tomorrow
Yep.
compared.
Yep.
Rick, the store is in Scarsdale, so it's in Westchester.
But we deliver nationwide.
He's just in the city.
Oh, that's good. Well, we certainly cover Manhattan.
There is this one logo scene I'm going to look for.
Do you want me to take the camera out of it?
Oh, no. This one I have kind of more control over than the other ones. I'll just use this one.
Yeah, there'll be another stream tomorrow. We go a long time, but we're not going to go 48 hours.
There's a game after this, right?
Yeah.
And we're allowed to show this content?
It's just because you're going through it so fast.
Okay. And these little snacks are for you guys.
Oh, is this one of these?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
That's what it is. I don't know.
I don't know what the hell it is, but I'll let you try it first. Oh, it's a tapioca salmon. You're funny. Let's see.
Very nice. Again, they look like each other.
I have HBO Max if you want to do a little dragon tattoo.
Yeah, I see a little dragon on HBO Max.
Which function are you talking about?
Actually, House of Dragon would be interesting. That'd be non-Dolby Vision though.
Well, that's fine. Because Dolby Vision was dark anyway, right?
Here we go. This has been 4. We're just at the 4-hour mark. Iceman the Bob, what's up, my friend? How are you?
They tune out this really well. The QNER could not tune out this.
Robert, how nerfed will the S90C be at 77 inches? It'll probably be more like the S95B last year.
How
nerfed, meaning will it be beat up at all, crippled at all?
yeah.
Wait, what do you think the difference is going to be between the S95 and the S90C?
It's minimal in picture quality, but the build quality.
One Connect.
Yeah, the One Connect, the build quality in general. But the picture is going to be very much the same.
Jared, as far as streaming, it looks like
So this
lower content would. Where are you now? Are you in that? That's not House of Dragon, is it?
So this is the Netflix.
Oh, Witcher.
So I wanted to show.
They're both fine.
So with high bit rate, so this is what we're talking about. In high bit rate content like Netflix quality, black levels are the same. The
Yep.
two are very similar.
Yep.
It's not until you get to low bit rate on the YouTube
That's
TV
right.
with
That's
the blacks.
right. That's
So this
right.
is something people have to consider
Yeah.
for sure.
And even though the Samsung, it doesn't look terrible by any stretch with the YouTube TV. It's not like unwatchable or anything. It's a
Yeah.
step up with the upscaling from the S95B from last year.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
And so this is why reviews have to be so source specific. Where are you getting your source and so forth? Because
Mhm.
if you review Netflix,
course, right.
oh, it's great, right? Streaming is great. But if you're YouTube TV, no, streaming is not so good.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Exactly. It's a strength. Oh, no, it's a weakness. No, it's a strength.
You would do the House of the Dragon one?
Mhm.
You know what? We'll take a quick.
And this is for you also.
Oh, thank you. So next up is everyone's favorite House of the Dragon. How do these TVs handle the low light scenes? Can active fix it, or do you have to go to SDR? So we'll see what dynamic tone mapping does.
Falk, we'll do that once FOMO comes back from this little, let's take a little walk real quick. A95, that'll probably be July, we're thinking.
I'm very sorry I'm not allowed to say.
We're guessing July, summer. Same
Well,
as
you're
last year.
guessing. I'm not allowed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say. I'm
I
not
don't know
allowed to
that. I'm
say.
just guessing probably closer to what was last year. YouTube TV is going to have some kind of NFL thing this year, yes. We'll only be able to see how the picture quality is. That goes back to build quality, Max. If the S95's got better
Right.
sound.
Right.
Let's see. So we can find some of these. Let me know if you guys have a question specific to Robert. Robert's sitting here chilling with us. I want AV1 in YouTube TV. I think the gray bezel on the G2 is super sexy. It's definitely a preference whether you like it or not. But I don't really notice it in the dark. The G3, do you?
Mm-hmm. No, it is getting darker now in the store.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we'll see in a little while if it's.
Yeah.
For Brian or FOMO or Robert, do you think LG will use QD OLED panels or keep trying to improve MLA? Do you think LG will try to go over to quantum dot OLEDs? I don't think they would do that.
I don't think they will.
They'd have to manufacture them. I
Right.
can't see them doing
They're
that.
not. Sure.
Alone at last. Thanks for hanging in here, guys. I know it's been a long stream. I know the audio has been crap, but I appreciate it. Once FOMO comes back, we'll put in House of the Dragon, see how that does. I got the PS5 going too, so we'll see how that looks. So the gaming on the G3 and the S95C look completely different, like ridiculously different. I thought they looked similar, but the presets are different too. So Samsung needs an ally. What's that mean?
All right, let's see.
I like their products. I mean, it's just I wouldn't say they don't. Is in me? You mean? I love the TV. I think the S95C is great. If they had an 83-inch, it'd be on.
They're indistinguishable for streaming, for movie watching. I mean, honestly, other than out of the box accuracy, that's where the G3 has it, but it's so subtle that unless you have a TV next to it, I don't think it's a big deal.
You guys seem to be focusing more on just 3 brands on TVs. Me, I've been watching tones and various brands, but I will tell you those.
This is a great question.
It is, but we'll tell you.
Wait, what country?
What country is important, but also, guys, remember those other brands don't show their faces for a while. So beginning of the year, it really is the first, the bit, well, at least the big 2. But we do cover, the other brands.
Hisense and TCL. If you watch my channel, Dave, you'll know that I'm a huge Hisense fan. Last year, now the year before, the U7-8, U7G, I thought was better than the U8G. So it's not always Samsung, Sony, and TCL. We're talking OLEDs. No one else does OLEDs as well in the USA. Outside the USA, you have Philips and Panasonic, and I would love to have Panasonic here. Panasonic would be phenomenal. And then Philips is famous for its Vivid mode, right? They spend more time working on Vivid because Filmmaker is done. They know what Filmmaker is. Everyone knows, but they feel that Vivid Dynamic mode needs more work. So if you love Vivid Dynamic, that's what Philips is known for. And Panasonic is more accurate than Sony, apparently, right? I don't know. We don't have it here. So that's the OLED. Outside of OLED, really, you should be looking at Hisense and TCL as probably cutting edge mini LED, with Samsung right there, because Samsung is sourcing it from the same people that Hisense and TCL are, but they're adding that Samsung tax. So for me, if I'm looking at mini LED, I'd start with Hisense first for image quality of streaming and all that kind of content. For gaming, though, you're kind of stuck because really all you have is Samsung as a high quality mini LED for gaming. Hisense and TCL still has ways to go for gaming. So I've always recommended TCL as Hisense, dollar for dollar mini LED, best TV.
So best, you may go put in
Yeah.
You want HBO Max?
No, I'm done. Go ahead. So we're going to put on HBO Max, House of the Dragon, HDR, see how these TVs handle it, because obviously the complaint is we're in a normal room in terms of brightness that most people be watching it. And a lot of people are complaining, oh, HDR is too dark. Let me take this off. Okay, it's off. All right. And thank you for that super chat, Giddy. Let me know what your question is. I apologize if I missed your question, but it's like so much action happening. We're going to be here all day and tomorrow. After some of the streaming content, we're going to do a little bit of gaming on the PS5, see what the differences are. And tomorrow we'll have a little gaming on the PC as well. Can you close the curtain as the Samsung is not as visible? Thank you for that comment. Let me check. I see from this. I'll be right back. Let me check. It will look better, Baba. We're working on it. It's a bright, as the room gets darker, so since we're here all day, as everything gets darker, all the lights are off, the curtains eventually will take care of itself. We closed all the curtains we can. That's actually the window, unfortunately. So this is why reviewing TVs are hard, right?
Which episode we have? Is it 3?
Which episode?
I think it's, yeah, I think it's 2 or 3. We're looking for that episode with the dark scene. The excitement around the OLED releases this year was that they both could now be played in bright rooms and compete with mini LEDs. Is this the definite truth? Well, guess what? We have a Q900C right here, and we can test it at some point. I think we can actually turn it on today. My camera can capture all of them. So we'll see. We will answer that question. It is close. And the reason you want to see it in a bright room, obviously, we're going to have to put all the TVs in their most accurate bright mode, and then we'll go even brighter than that for sports and stuff. That is a very good question. The Q900C is a $6,000 75-inch 8K TV that's known for its brightness. Let's see if the 2 OLED TVs can keep up. S95C QD OLED and with the new blue and the MLA-equipped G3. Now, the 77, the 65, and the 75-inch, right? Close enough so you guys will see the differences. Catching up with your question, guys. Thank you for being so patient with us. And I apologize again for that audio snafu. I'm not going to use DJI with this MacBook again. This is like the second time, and you think I would learn. I know hardwire, but it's just so hard getting the hardwire through the Mac without bringing in my mixer. So I wanted to avoid that. But unavoidable. I have to bring my RME next time. KG, what do you think? Mini LED is better for sports or QD OLED? If you're in a bright room, really, really bright, come on. It's all about how bright you need. Brave Dave, I wish I came to the store today to watch you guys live. Be a lot of nothing moving around. I think you'd be kind of bored, Brave. Yes, both. We put everything on max brightness. We watch different content. We have not seen any active dimming the whole time we're watching it. So for sure, the dimming is not aggressive this year. Let us know where your aggressive dimming issues are. Most likely it's in gaming while you're on a bright HDR game. So we're going to test it on the PS5 and see if you guys notice it over the course of 5 or 10 minutes. Because if it does dim by like 5 or 10%, you probably won't notice it.
Where's the dark scene?
Is that the one?
It's a dark scene. I don't know if that.
Oh, here. If you have it, I'll look for it. Go ahead and answer the questions. We're going to look for the infamous dragon scene.
So we're in House of the Dragon on HBO Max. Well, Jared, we have to see some gaming on it. The G3, I would have said would have been mine, but I saw where the presets are locked out. So I have to fiddle with that and see how that looks. I like having the different presets. We'll see when we match them up. They look very different. So right now I can't tell you which one I prefer just yet. Classy said episode 7. Oh, he's on it. Okay.
Right here.
It was inside, wasn't it?
No, it's outside.
Oh, is it the dragon when okay. So shout out to MacBook mic quality.
There we go.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good scene.
Whoop.
Yeah, it's a pan. You have to
Pause. Oh, and then up.
pause. I think it's hit return.
It's This is HDR. This is SDR, isn't it?
It says HD, but
How do I get out of this? Oh, just wait. We'll do this. Okay. Oh, man.
it's not 4K.
Let me double check a few things.
Because
Yeah, it's SDR.
so, why this isn't it? Let me go. All right, why don't you come back and let me? For some reason, it's doing it outside the app.
All right. So we found the scene, but it's an SDR, so we're going to try to convert it to HDR first. I was thinking, wow, the SDR looks pretty good. I can see everything. Right, but you notice it was an SDR feed, right? You see, look on top. Click resume, and you'll notice that
It should say it here in the.
it's SDR mode. All right, we're trying to figure it out still. All right, thank you for that question, Biohazard. Do you think the G377 is worth the extra money over the C2 in a mostly dark room? What is your use case? Are you streaming, watching news, sports? I want to say no, because the image quality would be very similar if you're just watching basic streaming stuff. But if you have more content, that's like Mad Max, right? Even in a dark room, the C2 is not going to get you the sustained APL and that brightness difference. And the G3 has the expression enhancer, which I think would have benefited the C2 greatly. So here's my thing. I think the C3 with expression enhancer is going to work really well, because now I get to see that specular highlight the way it was meant to be seen, even though it lacks the nits. So the price difference between the G3 and the C2 is so great. I wouldn't want you to spend the premium if you're actually debating on with something that's so much less expensive, because we're talking over $1,000 price difference, right? So try the C2. And if you don't notice, like, wow, this is amazing TV, you just saved money, you're happy. Catching up with your question, guys. Thank you for coming by. Volkan, and if I missed your question, keep on asking. I'm sure I'll catch it. Volkan, thank you for that. FOMO, can you try the movie Soul with a perfect black scene at the beginning of the movie? Because I wonder if that will look perfectly black or if they will look gray. That's on Disney Plus Soul. We'll try that next. Soul, the perfect black scene at the beginning of the movie. All right. I wonder if that will look perfect. Okay, so here's something to think about, Volkan, before we get there. If you're in a really bright room, it will all look black because in a bright room, your eyes will adjust to the ambient light. And at a certain level of darkness, it all looks black to you, right? Now, in a dark room, so tell me, are you watching this in a dark room? If you're watching in a dark room, that's when your question makes a difference. Then you'll see differences. Yeah. Then you'll see the differences between near black, black, a bit above near black. In a bright room, how we have it here with Cinema Home and the other TV with active, right, trying to be a realistic watching environment, all the blacks will appear crushed, even though there may be subtle differences. So let me know, what is your use case? Because otherwise I will hyperexpose it, overexpose it for you to see the difference, but you may not notice the difference, even if I confirm it, unless your room is dark enough. Sorry, Kakper, there's no auto translate here. No auto translate, no comprende, or no comprendo. Makes blacks look more gray. So the shadow detail slider I like, because in House of the Dragon, this is when I would use it. This is what we're looking for, right? And the LG has something similar. When you have the shadow detail slider in movies where the content itself, the creator, purposely makes the scene a bit too dark, and this also applies to Game of Thrones, the last episode, or the last season, episode 3, I think, right? Where you complain of darkness. That slider
raises the shadow detail, basically SDR. It's making it look more like SDR, so you could see more of the shadow detail. And that's what I do with the slider. Otherwise, normally in a dark room, you have no use for the slider. In a bright room, you might want to use it to see that shadow detail. Okay, is the same with expression enhancer? No. So expression enhancer, now I figured out what it did, unless the firmware changed it. Expression enhancer is this. This is really cool. LG uniquely does this. I thought other TV makers like Sony did it. No. What it does is, in a scene, you have dark and you have this bright scene here. That bright scene doesn't change its luminance. What it does is the rest of the scene outside of that bright scene darkens just a little. By doing that, this specular highlight pops more. So rather than making this brighter, if you do that, you're going to lose luminance, you're going to desaturate, you might even have a little clipping issue. By preserving this brightness, but darkening everything around it just a little bit, now you have that dynamic range. Very cool. And that's what expression detail does. In scene after scene that we tested it, the rest of the scene darkens just a little, but that area stays the same. And that's the cool part. This bright area, unchanged. So at some point, there is a nit level where everything below that nit level darkens just a touch, not a lot. It's not dramatic, but it's visually noticeable that when you look at it, you go, oh, I see. So anywhere in the scene where there's a little bit of brightness, all that brightness is preserved, but the rest of the scene just darkens a touch. So that's what expression enhancer does. It is not a lifting of the grays, it's a lowering of the grays. So it's like the opposite. Who's Andrew Tate? I don't know. I'm sorry. Did I miss something here? I think I missed the conversation. The Samsung sand looks crisper. Oh, so behind. The sand, we're talking about that Witcher scene. A lot of this is exposure as well. Looking at it here, oh, that must be HDR. Did you get it, Brian?
Look at this anomaly. When you see
Is that HDR or SDR?
it's HDR.
Okay.
Check this out. When you pan,
We found the scene
look at these lines.
on both of them.
Yeah.
That's the source, right? Yeah.
So that's just showing.
Oh, actually, yeah. Here.
Search. Look at it.
In bright scenes, the TVs are identical. Where we're finding differences are lower luminance scenes, like Spears and Munsell, where you have that clock machine. And in the gold areas, the G3 looks like it has a bit more color saturation. But in the bright scenes, they're very similar. So if you're streaming Netflix and it's a lot of bright popping scenes, don't choose a TV based on what you're seeing here. They are indistinguishable. They are both amazing. All right. Okay, yes, pause right there. Oh yeah, right there. That's a good one. Can't see anything. So we found the scene we want. I'm gonna add it to the stream real quick. And you know why we won't get hit? Because no one can see the scene. I'm going to open up the exposure real quick. So this is House of the Dragon, the dark scene that everyone complained about.
When does the flame come out?
What?
When's the flame come out?
Almost keep on playing it. It's coming out. Maybe another minute.
Boy, that is dark, huh?
Oh, yeah. So I'm raising the exposure, but it's actually really dark.
I think it's before this. Because that's my
Oh, yeah. It's before that. That's right.
Oh, I see where it is.
Let me show you. Yeah, it's after that.
You see the lines on the screen?
Oh, that's really dark. See. So I raised the exposure a bit just so you guys see something. And unfortunately, Samsung does have the reflection on the Samsung. I'm trying to figure out where is that reflection coming
I just
from.
shut the light out.
It's the other door.
No, I think I got it out. I think I
It's no, it's that window, mate. What? What is it? Is it a mirror?
What, you still have the reflection?
Oh, it's not right there. It's that corner. And then all you have is the door, but we can't do anything about the door.
I don't know where he gets the flame.
Okay, so as you can see, it's graded very dark. Now you see the brightness. So this is why they did an HDR. Oh, you want to do that? Oh. Yep. So this is. Let me turn this down. Okay. All right. So this is set up for this scene. This is exposed to the flame, but there's going to be a little bit more detail. I'm going to expose it so you can see what we see exactly, but then when you get to other scenes, it becomes way too dark. Here, just go by. Go by. Let's see. Okay, so this is about the level that we see in this scene. So in this scene, now we see that detail. We're going to go into the dark scene and play with the various settings on the two TVs to see if settings alone can change it. Otherwise, it's an SDR only watchable stream, right?
Ooh, that's a nice shot.
This is a good one. We really need to see the head. Okay. So this one, the complaint is, I mean, obviously we know it's a dragon, but you really don't see the dragon. You see mostly the top of their heads. So let me change the dynamic tone mapping on the LG.
On the which one? Both?
Put it on active,
Very good.
and I'll put, or not active, dynamic tone mapping on. And I'll put active on the Samsung. Oh, sorry, on active. No help there.
Okay. And we are on here as well.
Okay, so
Expression enhancer's on though.
turn on dynamic contrast, and I'll turn on my dynamic.
Dynamic contrast.
Let's bring on the big guns.
What about the you want to take off the expression enhancer?
No, keep.
It's
Yeah, take that off because
It's darkening it. Okay. Let's get that out.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, that got much better.
Yes. So this is what it's for.
Very good.
It doesn't help the LG though.
Okay.
Right.
So
Very good.
The secret-
That's good.
the secret weapon.
Oh, it's no.
It's a little bit, right? The secret weapon of the Samsung that we discovered is contrast enhancer
Right.
for dark HDR movies.
Yes.
It's preserving that darkness. Obviously, this is not the creator's intent. He wanted you to see nothing.
Right.
On the LG, it's he wants you to see it. On the Samsung, with turning on contrast enhancer for questionable content where you feel the creator's intent is too dark, that's what you're using contrast enhancer for.
Yes.
It elevates that scene while preserving some of that darkness. This is
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
Yes.
The
it
problem is the
I found a
contrast.
use for it.
The problem is if it's grainy, contrast enhancer will look horrible.
I need you.
You need me.
Well, if it's dark and grainy, it's
You want to take the questions, Robert?
Sure.
Okay.
Did you want to show this one?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Yeshua, Filmo, please help. What is better between an LG C2, the 27-inch Ultra Gear from LG, and the Alienware QD OLED? Is burn-in happening? Alienware has a good warranty for it for 3 years. So you are a gamer. Burn-in aside, I think it's more important to make sure that your TV or monitor works with whatever your gaming source is. So let's start with that. If you're a PC gamer and you're on an AMD GPU, as others have discussed, is it going to display properly on the Alienware QD OLED, right? But if it's just console gaming, then I don't know about the Ultra Gear from LG or the Alienware. I do know that the LG TVs, like the C2, they are pretty aggressive in preventing burn-in, I have not found it to be an issue. Some have, but then they use it as a monitor. It's their everyday use, right? But if you change your content on all three types of TVs, I don't think it will happen. Now, Alienware QD OLED, generally speaking, QD OLED is still first adopter, first generation. That being the case, you may want to stay with the LG C2, which is pretty much a proven commodity in terms of LG's mature technology. The Ultra Gear, I don't have any experience with, but I assume that if it's similar to the C2, it will also have aggressive software algorithms in place to reduce burn-in, dimming, all that stuff. QD OLED is really for the first adopters. If you plan to change monitors every 2 or 3 years. Now, if the warranty is for 3 years and you're okay with switching it after 3 years, go with the Alienware, because that's the part where people get the G series, G2, G1, G3. It's a 5-year panel replacement warranty as well. But I'd say get the one that works with all of your games. I think that's going to be more enjoyable for you at the end. I think burn-in is like consideration number 4. I apologize, Mr. Popo. Reference monitor is not coming. We were unable to acquire it for this weekend. You're going to have to tune in to the Value Electronics shootout for that. But it will be calibrated tomorrow. So we'll have the calibrator here discussing the differences between the two TVs. But yes, we cannot answer that final question. Get through your questions. OLED TVs at 240 hertz. We'll see. I haven't seen one of those yet, but you know what? CES is just around the corner. 8 months away, right? Contrast enhancer gangs rise up. I never found a reason for contrast enhancer personally, but for sure, it is like, hey, now I found a use for it. Dark scenes like HDR. So actually, you know, let me put that back up again. Who it is? Dark scenes like this one. Hopefully, bring it back up again. Okay. So dark scenes like this one. This is so you guys don't think that Samsung is technically the better TV for any reason. Samsung's contrast enhancer, specifically in this scene, dark scenes, it raises it in a way that makes it more watchable. Yes. LG dynamic tone mapping didn't help. Contrast enhancer, that's the best that it could do for the LG. So if you watch content that you complain, man, I don't like this creator at all. Game of Thrones, episode 7, yep. or no, the House of the Dragons, episode 7, or Game of Thrones, last episode, right? Yes. The Long Good Night. Contrast enhancer on Samsung S95C and probably S95B is able to elevate it in a way that preserves HDR while letting you see the details, basically. And that's a very specific use case, but at least I found it, right? I never had a use case for contrast enhancer ever. This is probably it. Now, we have the LG heroes here trying to get the LG to do it. So it's not definitive, but unless the masters of LG settings can match the questionable source that is HBO Max and HDR, right now, contrast enhancer, for the purpose that we're using it for, I say this is definitely a plus for Samsung.
Yes.
Okay. So technically, Sonola, tone mapping is always being used. Always. It's just a matter of what is that special feature of tone mapping. Even when you have reference material, tone mapping is being used. There is always some level of tone mapping. If it's 10,000 nit content, it's more aggressive than if it's 500 nit content. But there's image processing, right? So tone mapping is very specific to HDR, bringing that brightness down, but it's still image processing. It's a type of image processing. And both TVs use it, but if it matches reference, then you can say, oh, the image processing matches reference. It's very accurate. Why is Haas dying? Let us know. Oh, it's a dragon. Yes, this is the ongoing joke. Now, in SDR mode, this whole scene can be seen. Doesn't matter what the TV is.
Yep.
Of course you can, Thor. What is your question? I'll give you my advice. All right. My previous TV, thank you, Brad, for that question, has quit. I've been waiting to buy either the S95C, S90C, or LG G3. I'm going to connect this to my surround system, which would be the best. Surround system aside, right? Because your surround system has its own thing, unless it's eARC. If it's eARC, I'd stay away from the S95C now. That's calling you out, Samsung. You need to fix your eARC connection to the end device. But if your audio is independent, meaning your source feeds your audio directly, and your TV is just doing visual, it's not a pass-through, it's not expected to do the eARC handshake, then you're down to size. Which TV comes in the size you need? If you're looking at an 85-inch size, then only the G3 comes in 83, but does not come in MLA. Now, if you drop down to the 55, 65, 77, then all three TVs at their best comes in those sizes. But the S90C is a little bit dimmer than the S95C, and the G3 appears to be trading blows with the S95C, but then the G3 has its own special properties. Gamers like it for its unique ability to do HDIG or game bar or whatever it is, and it has Dolby Vision. S95C, S90C does not, if that is important to you. Now, it's not important to me because I have found the picture quality to be so similar. It's not a big deal. But many of you, I want my Netflix, I want that Dolby Vision on the Netflix sign, then okay, get the G3. But ultimately, it's quality of life. The S90C, S95C has the new Tizen. If you're a gamer, you might have to deal with a bit of the pain that comes with firmware updates. The G3, not perfect yet, right? It's got some firmware updates that need to happen as well, and it will happen. So between these two TVs, what we're seeing today is very early. Literally, we are in the first month of release. These TVs will not be perfect. Unlike the old days when there was no such thing as a firmware update. Remember the CRT days?
That's right.
There was no firmware update. You bought the TV and it never changed.
There was no internet.
There was no internet. It is what it is. So today they're able to release the TV, and then thanks to our input, otherwise known as guinea pigs, we tell them, hey, you know what? This is not working. That's not working. Then we have calibrators like Classy and D-Nice who are like, you know what? This is also not working. And then the minute we tell the team that, hey, these things aren't working, the respective teams will then do the fixes. Now, the fixes may take years. The Q90R took 3 years before it got eARC to work. It finally got it to work. So what is your use case? Let us know. How bright is the room you're watching in? What are you watching? If it's just basic streaming, get the G3 and call it a day, because I like the G3 for it's very focused on protecting the TV, and they're doing a good job with it because the dimming is not obvious. I like what they're doing with that. And but then it doesn't come with a stand. So keep that in mind. You have to buy a stand with the G3. The Samsung S95C is a One Connect box. So if you like that, or if that's one point of failure you don't want, then get the G3, because some people complain that the One Connect box may not be reliable due to previous experience with it. So there's a lot of considerations beyond which is the best. So definitely use case all that. So let us know. Thank you for that super chat, James. Really been enjoying the stream video lately, and we're enjoying you. Currently have a 65-inch Q9F. Remember that way back when? That's a good TV. The 9. And looking for the best upgrade. Okay, so you're used to a bright TV, my friend. I think you got to go with, so all three of these TVs will give you the same brightness as the Q9F, but the Q9F had that uniquely Samsung quality where they kind of oversaturated everything, and that's why they sold so many of them. If you like that look, the Q900C can get you there, whereas the G3 has those options, but you're going to have to work it to get there. The G3 comes out of the box accurate, which may not be to your taste, because the 9F definitely did not come out of the box accurate. So with the G3, you're going to have to work the settings to get it like the 9F, whereas with the S95C or the 900C, you set it to active, and it's more like the 9F than the G3 in any of its various modes. But like for Sony owners, getting the G3 is closer to the Sony experience out of the box, I
I
think.
would say.
So, but thank you. Now let us know what your use case is. But if it's a 9F in a bright room, I'd say the 900C or the 95C.
Yes.
And I mean, what else we're going to do after
Gaming?
Brian's back?
Just gaming.
Gaming. So before we, let's do gaming, and then we can add the 900C afterwards at the end, because
Very good.
gaming, the cameras are in place. But
Very good.
bring on the questions while we are here, my friends. We'll be here all weekend. It feels like I'm at a carnival. We'll be here all weekend. Come on up. I mean, we're here for you guys because there's so much interest in these amazing TVs this
Yes.
year. The G3 and the S95C, and because there are many of you with means, well, what about the 900C that costs $6,500 for a 75-inch? We have it here as well, and we'll tell you what its use case is, because all of these TVs, you're paying extra for a very specific use case, and the 900C's use case is that extra brightness. So we'll put it in a situation where it can demonstrate its brightness. What's the results so far? I just got here. John, here are the results, and I know many of you did as well. Streaming content, they're identical.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're watching HBO Max in HDR, House of the Dragon,
Right.
where you have that scene in episode 7 where it's really dark and you can't see anything, people are all upset. With Samsung S95C, if you put contrast enhancer,
Right.
you can see it because it does the right things for you to see it. However, that's like that scene. And
Right.
everything else, Netflix, The Witcher, that we've seen, they're really much identical. So it's those special use cases that I found for the contrast enhancer. But on the other hand, the G3, I love its expression enhancer, the way it separates the dynamic range a little bit more, just a little, so that it pops a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Both are phenomenal TVs. Just
Yes.
looking at image quality, I wouldn't say one is definitely better. Now, if you get the highest bitrate content, the most accurate source, it feels like the G3, and Samsung, if you're listening, it feels like the G3 has a bit more color saturation in the medium luminances. At the higher luminances where it's pure light, the Samsung S95C did better.
Mm-hmm.
But in real content, it
Mhm.
didn't come through.
That's right.
So you'll see a lot of tests where you have luminances compared, and the lights, the G3 will not be as bright, but the white will be as bright.
That's right.
But then when you mix it up and you add tone mapping,
Yes.
you add the whole automatic brightness limiter for that scene, the two TVs make their adjustments and they look very similar.
Yes.
I would not choose a TV based on that alone,
Thank you.
but quality of life issues, like we talked about, one Connect box.
Right.
No stand, even though you can buy a stand for $100, right?
Yeah.
Or a good one for at least $80 or something like that.
Yes.
How much was that? Is that Santa stand that you have up there?
The retail list price is $139,
$139.
but we include them free. with
Oh,
the TV.
okay. So if you get the G3, ask
Yeah.
for a stand.
Right. You get the
Robert,
stand for free.
do they get a stamp that says FOMO on the stand? I'm thinking of some stickers.
Yes.
So, but yeah, the G3, you definitely have to get it with the stand. So if you get it here, Robert
Yeah.
will throw in the stand.
Sure.
So
It's a
kind of
gift.
you.
Right.
But ultimately, though, they're very similar. You either like Tizen or WebOS. And if you're a gamer, we don't need to get there. We're going to game on the PS5 shortly, so you can see the
Yes.
differences. And hey, he likes Sony's advanced contrast enhancer. Hey, let us know how that did to
Mhm.
help the House of the Dragon. I have the A95K, so I'm going to try that out
Yes.
on my video as well. I have the A95K I'll try with the contrast enhancer on the Sony G3, and we'll see. We'll see
That's
which
right.
one looks better in that entire scene.
Thank you.
Who's winning? Well, I have my favorites.
Mhm.
And my use case, I would probably get the G3, mostly because the One Connect box, for me, I don't want an extra item to lose track of.
Mhm.
I just want everything on my TV. I can move it around easily. But I would definitely have to make sure I remind myself to get it with a stand, because the 65-inch is not large enough for me to hang on the wall for me.
Yeah.
So I would have to remind myself, don't forget, order a stand with that. And the reason is I like G3 or LG's firmware updates in general. It's predictable what they're doing, whereas Samsung is a little bit unpredictable. And until they get that fixed, for me, that quality of life difference is important. But for many of you, if you're just streaming and you want a great TV to watch sports and whatever, they're both so identical. You can also adjust shadow detail and black level settings for this. So Actually, you probably can. Let's do that and see what happens. The question is, what happens to specular highlights, right? You could always be your own contrast enhancer, right? Okay, that's a great one. Oh, where is the LG remote? Did Brian make off with the LG remote?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Okay, let's do that.
Oh, it's in the cinema mode?
Oop, what the heck? Okay,
Cinema is the darkest mode.
let's try. Oh, that didn't get work.
Wow, that's unusual.
Well, I bet you it's because contrast enhancer isn't on. So we'll
Oh,
put in
okay.
cinema home and we'll turn on contrast enhancer.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll do what Classy was saying as well.
Yes.
So it's a little bit better.
Yes.
And then now we'll play with black levels.
Yes. There you go. Oh my goodness.
So with black levels, you're raising all the blacks. So this will give you, so let me put this up now so you guys can see. So I have the, so this is the original black level at 50. Oop, oop, oop. So at black level 50, you want to raise it to see more detail. What happens is you'll see more detail. So this looks more like HDR now, right? And so now it's just a question of preferences. On the left is the Samsung with contrast enhancer on.
Right.
Black levels are the same. So you have the deepest blacks up to the brightest whites. Whereas on the LG, playing with the black levels, you raise all the blacks a little bit, but you're getting a bit more shadow detail.
Right.
It's more SDR now. So this is what actually SDR looks like.
Yes.
Is the blacks are all slightly raised so that your brightness is a more narrow band between the brightest part of the scene and the less bright. And this is probably exactly how SDR looks like. So, and you could do that with the Samsung as well by playing with the shadow detail.
Sure.
So on the LG, its contrast enhancer isn't as powerful, so to speak, but how often do you use that? So yeah, thank you, Classy, for that suggestion. So this is with the black rays, and we bring it back down
Yeah, put
before
it at 50.
people start complaining, oh my God, what happened to that LG? And then make sure contrast enhancer is off on both of them. Okay. And dynamic tone mapping is on, and you turn it off, it got even dimmer. So
Right.
dynamic tone mapping definitely helps.
And that's because they have their new 20,000 points of looking at the
Yeah.
tone mapping to each little.
And beware expression enhancer in this scene, because what's going to happen is, oh, smart. Very smart. It did not lower. So
Yeah.
it's such a dark scene already. There's no bright highlights. It knew to distinguish
right.
not to lower the brightness in this
That's good.
scene. Excellent. Good job,
Yes.
LG.
Yes, indeed.
You're on the ball. Because in this scene, it would have crushed all the blacks if it did
Yeah.
that. So I'll keep it off. Actually, you know what? We're in a bright room. I'll put it on. Okay. And then we'll go back to the Samsung and turn off contrast enhancer because it will not look so good
Yeah.
in other
And what
scenes.
picture mode are we in?
They're both in. This is Cinema Home now, and I think this is Filmmaker.
Is it in Cinema Home?
Yeah, it is now. It
Okay.
wasn't just Cinema. It was Cinema
Right.
before.
Okay. Because now they're looking so much more like each other. With still a slight preference for the
Yeah.
Samsung.
Because of the contrast enhancer in this
Right.
scene.
Right.
Let's take out. So
And you got
contrast
brightness up all the way here.
Yeah, they both have
They do?
have brightness on max.
All the
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Max.
So now I turn off contrast enhancer. You guys can see that now it's loyal to the faithful to the source.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly dark scene. So now they're both back to what the source intended.
Oh boy.
Reference monitor quality.
What's stopping QD OLED from reaching reference monitor quality? Is it brightness? It's a combination. It's not just brightness, but if you have a 500 nit scene and you have a 1000 nit specular highlight,
Right.
if the reference monitor does 500 nits most of the scene and 1000 nit in one part of the scene, OLED cannot do that, basically, because that's just too much energy that it's using. Oop. So the amount of energy available to the OLED to make it the whole screen 500 nits and then one specular light highlight 1000 nit, that's not available to OLED right now. But how often does that happen? So we're getting very close, actually. In most content under 500 nits, it's going to be spot on. So I would say QD OLED and WOLED has reached reference monitor quality.
Yes.
It's just a matter of the challenging HDR that is partly brightness, but is specifically that. And reference monitor clips at 1000 nits anyway. So there is no reference monitor currently. I know before there was. Currently that does above 1000. I think that new one from Flanders Scientific does, but I don't know if anyone's graded on it. So that's something else to think about. All right, going through your questions. Oh, I see a super chat. Let me get to you. Thank you for that. And thank you for your patience. Hey, Essa Hassan. Thank you for that super sticker. And John's World would like to answer you. Or thank you for answering his question. Yeah, we're going to do games, right? Are you guys ready for a game? All right, let's do that. So let's move this in. Brian. Why don't we do the gaming because it's close up to there, and then we'll add the sound to it. Yeah. So we're going to start gaming on the PS5, guys, and then we'll see what happens. Just tuned in. Which one's better? Literally, same question 30 minutes ago. They're both so good that I cannot say one is better. Definitely use case, ASAP, but it's
very close.
If you are a fan of LG, you're not unhappy. How about that?
That's right.
If you have an LG, LG's continue to do what LG does, and it's doing it very well. And I have to say, the advantage that the S95B had over the G2, it's not so. It's not this. It's more like now we're slicing the differences, right? I can choose a scene where the G3 looks better, many of them. And I could choose a few scenes where the S95C looks better, but those are scenes that you may not. First of all, you have to pause. You have to slow-mo. Now we found that scene. But overall, in content that you're watching, streaming, movies, what everyone does, and most of these are graded under 1000 nits, they're both spot on. However, the G3 does win out of the box color accuracy. I have to recognize LG for that. It is definitely one of the most accurate TVs out of the box. Now, it's consistent. My TV, Robert has two G3s here, and both of them, right, John? Both came out of the box pretty accurate? Yep. So that's 3 out of 3. Again, sampling error, I understand, but that's still pretty good. So I feel comfortable saying that the G3 this year out of the box is more accurate than last year. And that gives it a slight advantage. So if you're looking for color accuracy without calibration, it would be the G3. But I don't think that's what people want when they go to Best Buy and they see these bright TVs, right? Both of them can do that.
The thing I want to comment is that not only is it accurate, but it's very stable.
Yes.
Even at high luminance levels, which is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
And other than color accuracy, the EOTF was very accurate.
EOTF is very good.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing I could just add is
and the white point was good.
Yeah, white point was almost dead on.
Yeah.
The only thing that I could say is that calibration would just bring it to the next level. Like for average person, even somebody who's an enthusiast, you could probably just take it right out of the box and use it to be excellent. But if you want to squeeze every last detail out of it, and probably get it just to the next step. The LG is probably the most accurate TV that you can calibrate, only because they have the tools to recreate the 3D LUT and all that.
Yeah, that's nice.
The 3D LUT is that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I just did it on this set, and it's absolutely reference. It's like,
how many points of illumination did you calibrate to?
I did like a fixed grid 9, so maybe about 18,000 points.
18,000 points instead of 21.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying it's a fixed grid 9. I forget exactly how many points
that's
it is.
Amazing.
I have to just double check, but you could do a 10,000 point LUT if you want.
That's incredible.
It's a great question, Vincent. He saw us do the comparison with the House of the Dragon, where it was just way too dark in HDR. So what we did was contrast enhance around the Samsung, brightened up the highlights so you could see more of the dragon while preserving the dark. And the LG, it didn't do it as well. But when I lifted the black levels, you saw more detail. It became more SDR. So do you see more of that green? Well, technically, because you're not supposed to see that darkness, when you lift the shadow detail, the blacks, you're seeing colors that's actually not supposed to be there. And there isn't, it wasn't obviously green, is more of a grayish, bluish hue, but this is because you're raising the blacks at a level that you're not supposed to see. It is supposed to be dark black, right? So by raising it, you've thrown the color off completely. So there was a touch of green. It wasn't as bad as what you saw on YouTube, obviously YouTube, but if you do raise black levels, don't do it a lot, raise it 1 or 2 clicks. If it doesn't help, find another way, because in SDR, it's not going to be green. It'll be whatever the creator intended for SDR. Good question. Oh, follow-up. So those of you who just jumped in, tech with KG just got his 55-inch, and it was a bent panel, and it was pretty significantly bent. However, not so bent that he couldn't turn it on, right? Image works, looks great, but the question was, how did the box look? FOMO, I just took a closer look at the box for the S95C 55-inch under good light, and I found that the box did have an impact spot carrier, and I found evidence of impact on the styrofoam. Bingo. So definitely, guys, this is one. Now it's not final, but more likely than not, Robert, this is a carrier damage claim. So this is what Robert always says as well. When you order, before you accept, check the box for damage. So if we were to rewind time to 48 hours ago and KG got it, wait here just for 30 seconds. Let me do a look around, because you have to sign off for it. You go, hey, dude, there's impact damage. They're like, hey, you want to reject it? KG says yes. Done. So if you ever receive any TV, this is not limited to the S95C, if there is impact damage on your box, you know what? Don't risk it. Just reject it and say, hey, it's impact damage. You see it. I'm going to take a picture, but it's going back. And the driver doesn't care. He's just doing his job, right? So thank you for that, KG. This is less about assuming, take some pictures of the box, you still have it, assuming that damage is, the impact is high enough, you're going to get bent panels. So something to think about.
I saw why these things are locking up.
Yeah.
Great question. Six the Squid. This might have been asked a million times. Actually, it hasn't. When do you think Sony will release the 2023 mini LED TVs? So mini LED, it's not the X90L, it's the X93 and 95, right?
Yes.
When do you have a date for the X93, X95 yet?
Yes, I'm not allowed to say.
When will you be allowed to reveal? Can you reveal your reveal date?
Yes.
All right. So we will, the X93 or X95L, the Sony's mini LED TVs. So there's only 2 mini LED TVs this year, X93 and X95L. The X93 is last year's X95K, so might as well get the X95K. X95L is the new one, but it only comes in an 85-inch, right? X95 in the USA. So I don't know what country you're from, but we're going to get a date for you that you can then wait for it to hear when it will be released. What a great question. Brian, will Avatar Way of the Water look better on the S95C or on the G3? I will say it will look better on the S95C, because who cares about accuracy?
May 8th, I can announce the price and take orders.
All in one on May 8th. So
we take reservations now, but we can actually take an order.
You will be able to tell them when it'll start shipping on May 8th.
Yes.
So on May 8th, Squid, pay attention. Most likely Brian on his channel will have Robert on to tell you, hey, you can start ordering the new mini LEDs for 2023 on May 8th.
That's
so
correct.
Until then,
There's no dates disclosed, but on May 8th, you will get all the dates you need and all the prices
Yes.
are released at that
Yes.
time. Would that include the price for the A95L as well? The QD OLED?
No,
QD OLED will keep you guys waiting for that price. I
that's
love
later in the year, right, later in the summer.
Don't use FedEx. I hate to say it, guys. They subcontract out like crazy. Even if you don't use FedEx, you might end up using FedEx because whoever you use, unless specifically it's end to end, the same carrier,
Yeah,
it might end up being subbed out to FedEx.
That's
So just
right.
keep that in mind. But yeah, it's terrible.
yeah.
I would hope no one accepts a box with an asteroid-sized impact crater. KG, I'm looking at you, man. Okay, so KG is so desperate to get the S95C. He sees the hole. What could go wrong? Let me take this TV. He had an impact dent on his box. It was subtle. He's like, I don't care. I need the TV. I'm gonna take it. Yes, May 8th, save the date. Sony fans, on May 8th, you'll start to get information on all their mini LED TVs. But
Yes.
how about the A90L, the WOLED? The
It's-
A80L, I'm sorry.
It's a week later.
So a week later, A80L, mini LEDs, May 8th, and then A95L, well, you know what, we'll see.
Yeah.
Which one is bright when they are in dynamic tone mapping? So Samsung doesn't have dynamic tone mapping per se, but it's active, is bright. And when you put LG Cinema Home with its own version of dynamic tone mapping, they are very close. So I wouldn't choose based on that. They're very different, but close enough. What LG has, though, is their expression enhancer, which slightly lowers the brightness of the rest of the scene as necessary
Mhm.
while preserving the brightness so that you have that extra pop and range. But in dark scenes, it doesn't do that. It was smart enough to figure that out. So I was very impressed that it did that. But would that be a reason to choose one TV over the other? I wouldn't. I think dynamic tone mapping affects gaming more. So we're going to do that here, do some
That's what we're gonna-
comparisons.
We're setting up right now for that.
Yep. Setting up. Whenever Brian's ready, Brian, I'm going to make you the star.
So quickly, with if, they don't,
We won't know when the A95L release dates or pricing will be. There's nothing for that now. Do you have a date when you can announce that yet for the A95L?
I can't even announce the date. I'm sorry.
So that one is
It's
definitely
coming up though.
So after May 8th
Yes.
and after the A80L.
Yes.
Good try, John. The APL on both TVs are so similar in my tests that in real content, right? So Classy does all of his meter tests, so he'll be able to tell you on a meter level. I run content and then I look at the APL, the content. To me, they are very similar to the point where I wouldn't choose one over the other because of it. However, when I was watching YouTube, old hockey, well, like last year's hockey playoff videos in HDR on YouTube, the G3 looked like it was a touch brighter in vivid mode when the Samsung was in dynamic mode. However, as you all know, source is king. OTA, who knows? I don't know which will be brighter in over-the-air content. And are you getting ATSC 3.0 or not? Like, is there a difference there? There's so many questions to be had in that case. So it's not definitive, but they're close enough that I wouldn't choose one over the other because one is so much brighter. Yes, X90L is May 8th. We'll have all the details on that date. And then A80L a week later. Lee Lin, thank you for that super chat, my friend. You think all the G3 sizes from 40 to 80 inches can achieve reference quality? Extra brightness beyond reference is just a bonus for me. So 83 inch on G3, 55 inch is the smallest G3, right, Robert? It doesn't.
Yes, 55.
The answer is SDR, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. HDR, because brightness is not important to you, the 83 inch will lack the reference quality punch because it doesn't have the MLA.
Mhm.
It's not going to get you that dynamic range separation that
Mhm.
the 77, 65, and 55
right.
with MLA will have. So when you say reference quality, reference HDR, the G3 will get closer. The colors will all be there on the 83 inch. It just won't be as impactful.
Mhm.
So if you want the HDR impact, you would have to go with the smaller sizes. And as far as reference quality, meaning if I had a reference monitor here, there were probably enough differences where you can say, oh, I see a difference. But for most people, I think it's close enough. So yeah, the answer is yes. With a 3D LUT and its accuracy out of the box, I think you got yourself a winner with the G3 this year. Okay, this is a great question, Stefan Boxy. In a dark room, can I calibrate a B2 and be happy and not spend the extra 2,500? Oh, it's not the color calibration. The B2 is actually pretty good out of the box. It's that brightness impact. You're not getting the HDR. Basically, B2 has some of it, but you're not going to get that extra pop. So you'll be happier than your 10-year-old TV. But if you're coming from a Q8FN, a Q9FN, you're not going to be happy because suddenly everything, the APL will be noticeably dimmer. And that's the number one complaint of Samsung Q8FN owners and Q90R owners going to an OLED. If it doesn't have that extra brightness, you cannot go back. Your luminance sensitivity and luminance memory is actually pretty good. So I'd say, what is your old TV? Get the B2. If your old TV is an OLED, you won't be happy. If your old TV is a really old TV, you'll be fine because the B2 SDR, absolutely fine because SDR 150 nits, hey, it's all the same. Your B2 can handle that. Good question. Volkan asks, FOMO, when you say a TV comes out of the box accurate, are you talking about black level brightness? What do you mean exactly?
Both.
So it's
Both.
everything.
It's
The contrast was spot on.
yes.
The color was spot on.
Yes.
And this was me with the A95K next to it, which was calibrated. It was very close. And here with John measuring everything, the luminance, the contrast, the black levels, it was spot on.
Absolutely.
The calibration gets you the extra, like he said, calibration will get you the extra 2%.
Right.
That 2% is not very noticeable unless you have a reference monitor next to it. So yes, it's everything, Volkan. Now we're not talking gaming because that's a whole different, accuracy in gaming, HGIG, a whole different ball of wax. And this is not Dolby Vision too. This is straight up HDR10 content that is graded to 1,000 nits or under. The G3, spot on. Dolby Vision, graded at brighter, still working that out. HDR10 at 10,000 nits. Content does not exist on the LG. When it tone maps it down, you're going to lose some of that brightness, obviously. So it cannot be accurate to 10,000, but the colors are all there. However, it's tone mapping above. It's tone mapping at 2,000 nits and above is not as good as the Samsung. So tone mapping detail, it clips some of that details in the brightest scene. So that's one win for the Samsung. In the brighter scenes, the LG G3 loses detail, even though it's tone mapping it down. So that's just something I don't think many of you will see, but it's something that I'm mentioning because we saw it. And SB Digital, thank you, Robert and Value Electronics, for making this awesome comparison possible. Yes, and then the 900C will be up there shortly.
Yes.
And thank you, Brian and FOMO. You the man.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Whoever gets their latest upgrades into their 83-inch wins. So G3 MLA, a race to 83, and QD OLED.
Yes.
I agree. I think that is the
Yes.
new 77-inch.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, the 83 size. And then finally, Brian will make a commitment and upgrade his, what do you have now, C2?
C1.
C1. 83-inch C1, baby. What a great question. I had to deal with this. John, no. I had a RAV4. I have my Toyota Sienna minivan. On my S95C, it was just barely large enough. I don't know. If you drop all the seats and you can, the issue is the height, right? The length is one thing. Then you have the height. That height's a tough one. I think Classy got the 77-inch to fit in his SUV Pilot, And maybe based on that, you can decide. Now, the 77-inch does have the box dimensions. You're going to have to check that out, but definitely break out the measuring tape. It is so close. I don't think it'll fit, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just too short.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the S95C has demonstrably greater color volume over the G3 and greater color brightness over the G3? In real content, no. Test patterns, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're setting up the G3 to fail there. But yeah, we saw that if I run a luminance pattern where you have 6 different pure colors, and then you have luminance up to 1,000 nits, the G3 cannot get up there. The brightness, the sub-white, does get there, so it matches the S95C there, but all the other colors, it will fall behind the S95C, but that's that pattern.
That's right.
In real content, we didn't see that at all.
That's right.
So that's just something to think about. You're going to win the luminance measurement wars, no doubt, but I wouldn't choose a TV based on that. I choose it based on the content that you're watching. So watch more reviews, because let us know what content you're watching and we'll try to cover it.
That's right.
Then you could say, oh, I need the G3 because in my content, it's super bright. And you know what? Let me change the exposure so that you can see the PS5. Brian's setting up the Q900C right now, but I'm going to put. Oh, yeah. Start playing the game.
Just turn the camera.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so maybe Rob can start playing.
I don't know how to game. Unless we're talking about real life, then I game very well.
So in this scene, guys, the G3 is a touch brighter. So let me put it here so you guys can see it.
Yes.
There we go. So the G3 is a touch brighter.
Right.
Just a touch in the brightest part of that scene.
There are some caveats to that.
There are some settings, right? It's always settings dependent.
Yeah.
So this is the scene, and so you guys can see this. All right. So as Brian goes to the different settings and plays the game, you guys will see the difference.
Yeah.
But here's the brightest part. The brightest part of the scene, the G3 is just a touch brighter.
It is.
But the rest of the scene looks very similar. So I'm going to raise exposure so you can see the rest of the scene.
Yeah. One more thing that you may notice is that because of the new tone mapping where they look at 20,000 little cubes, it's tone mapping to each and every little part, not just to the highest peak lumens. So this is a new tone mapping algorithm that the G3 has. So it looks at each and every frame, and it doesn't just look at peak lumens, it looks at peak lumens of 20,000 little cubes of the frame.
Yeah, the
So
G3
it
is
tone maps to 20,000 little areas.
so the G3 is definitely brighter.
Brighter.
Now,
So
it's very. Brian will fix the settings. I know everyone's like,
so this is
go ahead, Brian.
So what's changed with the G3 versus at launch is the G3 had the same presets that you would see on Samsung and they had from the C1 and so on. So the reason you're seeing this look darker is because it doesn't ship in this preset.
Right.
Hold down.
It's on the right corner. All right, so if you look at the camera, you see that we're in original. That's not what it ships in. This is what it ships in.
Standard. Right. Right.
So it's a good deal brighter.
Yes. Thank you. That's very important to bring out.
Slightly brighter, right?
Yes, it is.
But when we go into, I guess, what would be HDIG for,
Now, this is just to the specular highlights. The specular highlights are a little bit brighter,
Yes.
but the rest of the detail is very similar.
Yes.
all right, so if we went back to make them look more similar, guys, I had to go into original. So if you look at them, how saturated it looks, RTS, FPS are much brighter, but there isn't that ability to do that on the G3 at this point. The presets are locked. So you could go in and do the,
And this is for gaming only.
this is gaming only.
Right. Right.
But see, if you look at the G3 had this
Right.
same feature. You guys can see in the middle where it says standard. You used to be
Right.
able to change that.
Right.
Now I can go in and do that per setting, but
Yes.
meaning you can go into the game optimizer and ramp all this stuff up.
Right.
It's just
Actually, can you take it off the menu? I want to say something as well.
Sure.
Because this is definitely, look at the screen. The specular highlights is brighter on the G3, but then the shadow detail is darker.
That's
The
right.
question is, which is more pleasant, or can you fix? It could be. Do you see the difference?
Yes.
On the Samsung, it's an even brightness. On the LG, there's more dynamic range. Which is
Right.
accurate, or which is preferable?
so where
You
they
can
look
change that,
where
right?
they look accurate is when you go into
Ah,
all right. So original looks dark, but wait, we gotta go
Right.
into
Right.
the remote is terrible. Go into game mode settings, which I'm in. Game picture expert, HDR 10 plus, game HDR. So I think that's HGIG, or Cecil will be able to tell me.
ask the fans.
Cecil, is that HGIG if I go into game HDR? Because it says HGIG in the corner, but it doesn't say it in the menu anymore. But how much brighter that is now.
Yeah. Looks good.
Now in the LG, I think I have dynamic tone mapping off.
Right. You'd have to turn it on here.
Or if I have it off, I don't have HGIG on.
And variable refresh rate is off.
Oh yeah, that won't change the image though.
It's okay.
So tone mapping's on, but if I go into HGIG,
Right.
it
Right.
darkens it.
Yes.
At least it darkens
Yes.
not the entire image, just it leaves what's bright. It's supposed to be bright. So you can see the specular highlights on the, like if you look in the clouds, the detail is gone on the Samsung completely, right?
Yeah. It's washed out.
There's nothing. So, but if we go in and have to, that's where I think the HIG thing they're talking about has changed.
Yeah.
So yeah, so let's stop here. This is a great scene. So I lowered the exposure so you guys could better see where the Samsung clips the shadow detail or gradient detail in a bright scene. And
This where it comes back.
well, you turn off game HDR.
Game HDR, is that game HDR or is that just HGIG?
Let's see here.
Because this thing doesn't want to tell me. No, it's still in HDR. Look. You see it here. From
There's a setting in advanced. It's on the high contrast enhancer. So we are comparing the game modes in the PS5, and the G3 specular highlights are brighter, but in this setting, right? We can get the Samsung brighter, but it appears to clip a lot of the highlight details. So HDR 10 plus, game HDR should be on, right?
Game HDR 10 plus, I don't think has to be on. There's nothing that supports it.
Oh, here. Brian, after you change to basic or advanced on the Samsung, you have to go into expert settings after that. So go put advanced. Okay, so go click on that. All right, let's go into expert settings. Go to the left. Yep, go to picture mode. And then go down to expert settings. There you go, all the way down. Contrast enhancer is high, and active tone mapping. So contrast enhancer is on high right now. So that's correct. Put it on high, Brian. Oh wow, high ruined it. Okay, so let me just toggle it real quick. Let me turn down the exposure so you guys can see it.
So see the brightest, see the part by her hair? See how the clouds are there?
Tried everything. I had Brian come in here, he knows what we want to do, what I do. Couldn't figure it out. So you're looking at the thing about.
So contrast enhancer on high. Yeah, toggle between high and
Is that when I went in, they enable calibration.
yeah, a lot of the clouds have been clipped. Even off, it's clipped, right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, KG, which setting in contrast enhancer, high, low, or off. It's clipping the fine clouds to the left of her hair.
Back a little bit, but you still have the clouds up by her left.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know what happens.
The LG is on HDRG.
LG is on HGIG.
So let me put the
Yeah, HDR 10 Plus does nothing, correct. They are both cranked to the max. Brightness to the max. HDR 10 Plus is off because it does nothing. Game HDR is advanced.
so basic.
Yeah, basic.
I think basic is HDRG.
Is basic HDRG?
Which one's HDRG? One of them is. Look how much better it looks.
Well, basic looks like it has more D62 look to it. It looks warmer.
But I'm not sure what it is though. That's the thing.
Well, that's the thing. You know what I'm going to do with you? I don't know if you know this.
So you look at the quickly. If you look at the.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, the camera exposure has been lowered specifically so you guys can see the loss, the clipping in the clouds. If I raise the exposure, you will not be able to see the clipping, the clouds. But I'm sure you guys are curious to see what the rest of the scene looks like, right? So I'll do that.
Importance of HDRG guidelines. So I don't know if these are both.
Well, basically, for that mask, they want it brighter.
Look how bright the sun is.
So in this exposure, obviously, there is a lot more detail in the clouds. But if I raise the exposure, you guys can see everything else looks very similar. The problem is the specular highlights on the Samsung is slightly more clipped. I mean, it's not huge, but it's there. You have to call it out. Like here, both of them, there's still a little bit more detail in the LG. But otherwise, they're very similar, right? Right, Brian? It's just the specular highlights. If you look into the sky, oh, right here looks very similar. So actually, this one looks pretty good, right? Well, you still lose a little bit of detail.
I guess my thing is we have to find out what we have to be in for. Is it active or?
So we'll figure it out eventually. And if Ray won't tell us, I'll just keep pressing LG and like they come. And I talked to Dave. He said, as soon as he finds out, so, and we're just keeping them on us, just.
So this is the feature we need to find out what it is. I think
basic is HGIG.
So this is enabled. I think it locks me out of the presets. Hold on.
But the thing I don't get is.
So this is HDRG because if you look at the presets now.
Oh, wait. Loki is saying it's clipped because the settings on the PS5.
How so?
Oh, because you know how you have to calibrate it to the. So yeah, actually, that is actually the other point is if you calibrate to one, not the other. So that could be it. That's probably it too then. So why don't we calibrate it to the Samsung? Okay, got it. All right, we're going to calibrate to the Samsung and see what happens. Thank you for that reminder, Loki.
I'll find out. I'll let you know. I still want to bother with the weekend. I'll talk to you next week. Because if I text you, look, I appreciate all the input you're giving us.
PS5. There's so many people that love the PS5. How can you say it's trash, Mr. Popo? We're gonna have the 4090. Tomorrow we'll have the 4090, so then you guys can see what it looks like on PC gaming. Hey, a lot of moving parts. We forgot. Oh, wait. We're going to get some additional info from KG.
Yeah, KG, let me send it to you real quick.
And then if I set the white point manually, it gets even better. It's like even HDR. It's like it's almost perfect. I set the white point.
All right, so we'll do it together. So here's the question though, if I do calibrate it to the Samsung, what should the Samsung be set into? Each schedule?
Yep.
It's like right there. It was like really
All right, KG. I sent it to you. Volkan wants you to play The Last of Us on the PC. No, I'm just kidding. He said no Last of Us.
I actually have it. It's garbage.
All right, we have a new guest.
Hey,
We have some. Wait, where am I?
can you hear me?
How come KG? I cannot hear him.
Oh, you
Can
can't
we
hear me?
KG, are you on?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Um,
Oh, wait. You know what?
can the stream hear me?
Okay.
Oh, there we
can
go.
hear you. We all hear you now.
All right.
My bad.
So here's what's going on with the Samsung. So when you switch it into basic, it's going to change all your settings. It's going to change your color space. It's going to change your sharpness, all kinds of things. So all the expert settings is going to change completely. So you got to set the expert settings to your liking right after you change it. Same thing with advanced, but advanced will throw on contrast enhancer on high and just completely ruin the image. And you also got the color space set to native. And then you have the color tone set to standard, I believe. So you're going to want to change that to warm too to match the LG. Basic is going to be using static tone mapping by default, and advanced is going to use active. So advanced is going to be like the picture pop one, and then basic is supposed to be closer to HGIG. But as of, I don't know what firmware you guys are on, but like as of the latest firmware, is it?
This is still the out of the box firmware.
This is the 1100.
Yes.
Okay, so it should match the HGIG pretty closely once you have all that set up. So the LG would be a HGIG to match basic once you change all the expert settings. And then advanced will be probably matching dynamic tone mapping on. That's the closest thing probably you can get to it.
So basic.
I was talking through it once again.
Yeah. We're going to put up a game and you can talk Brian through it. We're going to throw it on the screen right now.
Okay.
Can we throw it on right now? Throw it on right now. All right.
So PS5 is now calibrated to the Samsung.
Here, sit here, Brian. So they can hear you.
I can hear him from here.
No, they can't hear you.
Oh, they can hear me.
I don't have KG's high-tech microphone.
You must be hungry.
All right, here we are.
What's up, big dog?
What's up? How's it going?
I'm talking to your robot face again. You know how I like that. What's up, everybody? All right, so the PS5 is now calibrated to the Samsung. Okay, so I'm gonna go into the game settings real quick.
Yeah, so you know like why it looked the way it looked when you set it to advanced right away? Because it just changes everything. So it just puts on contrast enhancer on high. It changes your color space to native, and then change your color tone to standard. So all of that's going to be completely different than what you're running on the LG, which is more closer probably to a warmer color tone. I imagine you set it to already. I don't know.
So you got me going to where?
So when you go to game picture expert, what are you trying to match right now with the LG? Is it in HGIG or is it dynamic tone mapping on?
It's an HDIG, but now the LG's locking me out of the other presets, so I'm stuck with.
Okay, so if you want to match HGIG, go to game HDR.
Yep. I'm with
Change
it.
it to basic.
Okay.
Then you go to picture settings, the expert picture settings.
Okay.
And then scroll down, just make sure contrast enhancer's off.
Yep.
What
about tone
should be
mapping?
static.
Yeah. What do you want that for? That static? You want
Static,
that?
yeah. Static will be your most accurate there.
And it's
Yeah,
on
warm 2. So everything looks pretty good here. So it should be very similar. So the color spaces, you're gonna want to change that though. Color space is on normal. You want to change that to auto, or the colors will be off.
There you go.
It's in normal.
Auto.
Yeah, you don't want auto for this one. Normal's like close to native almost. So
It didn't change anything. All right. So this locks me out of the other presets then, just like the LG.
yes,
Right. Okay.
yeah,
So
right.
now the LG looks darker, but the LG. Let's find that bright spot again. How are we looking now, FOMO, with the highlights?
Well, the problem is now
No, they're both
that
clipped.
PS5, you would have to do the clicks. You can adjust that to make it less bright. So it's clipping, but it's very similar.
So by calibrating to the Samsung, they're both clipping. That's not bad. No, it doesn't look bad. But I think, to your point, KG, taking it out of advanced, which was just brute forcing it. So is that considered HDIG for them then?
So the basic is going to give it so that the patterns don't get tone mapped, so you can correctly set your highlights, and this should pretty much make it perform like HDIG. Since you're on the earliest update, like the out of the box update. Yeah. After the update, they broke that, and it's like 3 clicks off now. So
all right.
It's worth noting.
All right, that's what so probably a little. That's washing it out.
I can see they look fairly similar right now.
Yeah.
So that's good.
They both look awesome at this point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, when a game is done correctly, like HDIG is going to look really great.
So obviously you can change the tone mapping with the calibration on the PS5 side, but running it through a splitter, you got to choose one TV or the other.
Right.
So, but all that does is adjust downward the clipping points, so you get more detail. Yeah. I think both TVs where they don't clip look so similar that it doesn't matter if you're getting an extra 100 nits or not. You're getting, there's nothing wrong with either one, right? The differences aren't so great. Like with so this is very similar to the HDIG on the LG, I think. Now, this is before the update. Hey, since we're on here, you want to update it now?
Update the Samsung?
Yeah. Okay, so this looks actually pretty good. I would have to say this HDIG looks very similar to the LG. So
yeah.
We should go.
And then now I'm curious if you put it in dynamic tone mapping on.
I need 2 PS5s. What was that?
FOMO, if you could put the LG in dynamic tone mapping on.
Okay.
Because a lot of people use their LG TV like that, and then we'll try active on the Samsung.
Okay.
See if that matches.
Oh, dynamic tone mapping on.
Yeah.
I'm in game mode. How do I get to the settings? All settings?
Or you can go to the optimizer too.
Yeah, you can get through there to optimizer as well. Shortcut there. It's under brightness, I believe.
So turn that. It's on HDIG right now, though.
Yeah.
Turn it off?
Switch it to dynamic tone mapping on.
Got it. Okay.
Now the brightness is almost exactly the same.
Okay, so from this part, we're going to do an upgrade. So Brad's saying that dynamic tone mapping is worse on the LG. I guess to taste, right? What are your thoughts on dynamic tone mapping?
Yeah, it depends on the game. It really depends on the game and how well the HDR is done for the game.
They're both so they're both blown out because of my exposure, Jimmy. I'll load the exposure so you can see the difference real quick. Oh yeah, that Samsung's definitely will blow out. But yeah, it's a clipping point, right?
Well, it's blowing it out, even though
it's a clipping point too. We're setting it at it's set to one of the 2 TVs.
So even though the G3 still got dynamic tone mapping enabled now.
Yes.
It still has one.
They're very similar. So I've lowered the exposure so you guys can see a bit more. Mm-hmm. And the differences are minor. So if one looks like it's clipping more than the other, The other part of it is the PS5 can only be calibrated to one of the two TVs, right? It cannot do both. So you choose your poison. If we had two PS5s, then that's different, but we don't. So
Yeah, and if you change the Samsung to active,
it's on active right now, right, Brian?
advanced, I mean, sorry, advanced.
Well, advanced, is that the preference?
Game
advanced?
HDR advanced will be like the picture pop mode,
Ah,
and then
right.
you have to make sure that's on active.
So if we want to test to see if HDIG is broken, though, we would
Oh,
keep.
then use it on basic, yeah.
So that's what we'll do when we change our firmware right now. Is while it's in basic, do the firmware, and they'll see the big difference, right? I assume.
I would imagine, yeah. I did it on the S90. Sorry, I did it on the Q90C. The visual difference isn't like something I noticed. I just noticed it because the patterns were clipping a little bit later. Like it was just 3 clicks off, but like visually, I couldn't tell a difference.
So Paulo has a good point. He's saying that this is 10,000 nits fixed. The PS5 settings or calibrations to the luminance are not relevant for it. You guys told me if this is the case, then this is, you see what you get. It's even better. Thank you. So I'm glad we're on this content, because then the splitter can do its job without worrying about the clipping point that the calibration of the PS5 would affect. And your comment, I saw, okay. So actually, no. I'm seeing a little bit more clipping of highlights on the Samsung, but now the Samsung. Okay, so let's stop right here. This is a good one to stop because it's very subtle. So this one, right? Samsung's D65, LG is dynamic tone mapping. They're very similar, except the color is just different. I think HDIG is closer to D65, right? So let me load the exposure bit so you guys can see.
Was this switched back to HDIG on the LG?
No, it's still at dynamic tone.
Yeah, switch it back to HDIG since you have the Samsung in basic.
Okay, so we're gonna do a firmware update now that the Samsung is in the HGIG. It looks very similar to the LG, and we're gonna switch the LG back to HGIG so you guys could see at 1100 how similar they look, and see if we can get it to that point again.
There's HDIG.
Okay, is that on now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a screenshot in StreamYard real quick.
Oh yeah, go for it.
All right, I did it.
Perfect. Okay. So
I mean, I doubt you'll be able to tell, but
I know. Well, hey, you know what? People are sensitive. We'll see. So let me run the firmware update real quick. Hey, Joel, are the TVs broken in? How many hours do you have on it?
The S95B is relatively new. This maybe, I don't know, 25, 30 hours.
Okay.
But the LG is,
I think the LG is probably not on warm 50. Like Classy is pointing that out.
LG is on 0, not warm 50. Hey, Brian, can you put the LG on warm 50? If you could change the warmth in the LG.
Warm 50.
That might be the difference in.
Yeah. Warm. Okay, we'll get it to warm 50 at some point. We're almost there. Oh no, we're not seeing the warm. Where's warm 50?
It's color temperature. You're
Color-
there. White balance, color temperature.
Okay, we're there. Hit it again.
Just hit OK on that one and then drag it all the way down.
Oh, go the other way. I see. Okay, warm 50. Okay. All right, so now it's on warm 50. So now they're more similar.
What's the Samsung?
Should be warm too.
So Samsung is on warm too. So
Yeah.
it definitely looks more similar than they look different. Thanks a lot, Classy.
KG.
Thanks for the super chat. Way to go, folks. Marathon Machines. You the man. All right. Okay. Now, you guys are all caught up. Finally, we have the two TVs, most similar as possible. The LG is on HDR 150. The Samsung is on basic, right, with active and contrast enhancer.
It's on static.
Ooh, but before you do the update, if you could go into like the PS5 HDR calibration menu and then just look at the patterns and see where it clips at, and then check that after the update as well. Okay, that would be a better representation of
what
was affected.
So I just calibrated it to it, so they should be fine. So I guess when I redo the firmware, they should be different than what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying like the actual menu itself, where it clips at.
Yeah, so right now they're clipped. They're good. Like, so
I'm just talking about the actual setup screen. Like it will tone map that screen a little bit more, and then it'll be 3 clicks higher or something like that.
Yeah, so I'll see a difference once we do the firmware.
Yeah, if you remember, do you remember where you set it at?
I remember.
Well, you remember
Did you set it to the S95C? I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. You're good then. Yeah, that works.
Right. Here goes nothing, guys. We're going to update the firmware and see how bad it gets.
If it smokes them, we're not responsible. You're like a. Oh man. Let's see.
We're about to see the shenanigans in action right now.
I know, right?
Shenanigans.
Oh, there's the famous last words. They didn't even give you an "Are you sure?"
It's a failed to connect.
Failed to connect
on the Ethernet.
We're not connected.
We're not connected.
Hold on, guys.
That's because we're not supposed to be connected. We have to reconnect.
Yeah, I have to connect to the intranet.
Might want to switch cameras.
Oh, do you have an Ethernet though? Are you on Ethernet?
No, I'll do the Wi-Fi. But
all right.
Let me.
We're gonna do the Wi-Fi real quick. Top secret Wi-Fi code, guys. So let's take this off. All right. Ask your questions. Let's do it. Oh, he's saying count the clicks. How you got there?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Count the clicks.
Yeah, it was it was 2-3 clicks up, 2-3 clicks down.
Like 2, 3, 5, 4.
Go 4 fast.
We'll do it again.
We'll just do it live.
Nintendo Switch upscaling. We didn't bring a Nintendo Switch, right?
Oh, I hate that piece of crap.
No Nintendo Switch today, my friends.
No 720p here, my friend.
Yep.
We only do
it is offline, so Brian has to reconnect and get it offline and watch Samsung do their magic.
Do this thing live? This clicks.
What was that?
Calibration thing?
Yeah. So let me put you back on so you can count let's count the clicks together. I feel like Count Dracula, or is that what they're called? What's his name? All right, we're going to count those clicks for you guys, see what happens. I'll turn the exposure and adjust to the clicks so you guys can see. Wait, is there an agenda to push LG to look good? What do you guys think?
That's what everybody seems to think, but I don't know. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. I don't know.
I did put out a luminance test where the S95C clearly was brighter. And there are scenes where the S95C did better, like the enhanced contrast with House of the Dragon. That was a win for the S95C. All of the content, they were identical. And the G3 was...
Is the sun going on you, or is the sun there?
I'm sorry?
Where's the sun on the other?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me adjust the contrast. The sun was clipping on the Samsung. So let me lower the contrast again.
Yeah, I don't think there's an agenda. Everybody is kind of surprised that it's actually this close, I think.
Okay, so want to ready to count the clicks, Brian?
Are you counting them?
I'm not counting them all. You have to count it loud, Brian.
So, where do you want the clicks? From the very bottom?
Yeah, where are we counting from? Like the very bottom and then count up?
Once they go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the very
so you
bottom.
go from the darkest to the brightest.
From the darkest.
2 click, 3 click, 4.
Can you hear Brian?
6. Come on, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh,
16 is just faded.
Keep on going. 16's faded.
16 clicks.
I can still see it.
17 is gone.
Okay, 17 is gone. Is that it? At 17, it's gone.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, so
the
17.
though, they're still there. All right, so you cool?
So we're cool. 17 clicks is
Hold on,
gone.
next.
Oh,
How many
next.
clicks?
So 17, write that down.
This should be 17 as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
It took 17 clicks. What?
16, 17 puts me out.
17 again? All right, 17 on this pattern.
For this one, let's go. All right.
So 17 clicks is equivalent to
17.
like 1,300 nits.
17
Brightness,
until it disappears.
press up and down. So you want me to count from the top down?
Count from the top down then?
Oh,
On
for
this
the black just needs to be the darkest possible.
one? As dark as possible. There you go. Okay, we're done.
Yeah.
Black.
Black.
That's it.
All right, so now we're ready to connect, to do the update.
Let me get to the internet.
Okay, now we're going to get to the internet. So now, everyone took notes? All right, let's take this off.
At the same time.
So I'm back to responding. Is this a G3 bias, G3 agenda? Well, if John was here alone, it might be, right? But so the S95C, let me tell you where the S95C wins. First of all, in 2000 nit content and above, the G3 does not tone map as well. I've said that many times throughout the stream. Bright white scene, you know, the horses that everyone loves. You're not going to see the grass coming out of the snow in the G3 as much as you would see in the S95C. So it tone maps it while maintaining the brightness of the snow, whereas if the G3 tries to maintain that brightness, it's clipping the details of that grass coming out of the snow. And you'll see that in some other content at above 2000 nits. But what we always have to remind everyone is you will never see that content anywhere other than a few movies at best. So on the one hand, that is a win for the S95C, but then also what content are you watching and make sure you apply accordingly. So that was definitely pretty good on Samsung's part because it is tone mapping brighter content to what the TV could handle, whereas the G3 did not do that successfully. So that's one, right? And everything else was so similar. I cannot call one beat the other. Anti-glare, anti-reflection look the same to me. Color in most things look the same. The bright yellow tulip and the red tulips in the background look the same. KG, from your point of view, where you were sitting on the other side of YouTube, did you think one was better than the other? Because from my side, I couldn't really see it.
Nah, I don't think you can make any like definitive like analysis based off of that. Like I couldn't tell. A lot of the scenes looked very similar. There were some scenes where the S95C looked brighter. Like, for example, that one Witcher scene where they're in the dark, the fire looked like it was brighter. I think a lot of times when you had color up on the screen, sometimes the S95C was noticeably just a tad bit brighter.
Yep.
But I was actually surprised at how well the G3 kept up. Like, I didn't expect it to be like 1-for-1 match as much as it is. So it's kind of cool. But I did the S95B versus the S95C yesterday.
Yeah.
And while it's in static mode next to the S95B, there were so many scenes where I couldn't tell them apart. There was only like certain colors where I could tell the difference. So,
and that was also the same with the C2 versus G2 last year, right? There were some scenes where, wow, what did I pay extra for the G2 again? And it will be again with the C3 and G3. You have to really put it in content where one is strong and one is weak. And now you see the difference. But that content is like less than 2% of what you see. When we went through Witcher and all the various streaming stuff, just to get a see. The S95C is definitely not as good in low bit rate. That one you cannot deny. So if you're watching YouTube TV, don't get anything but the S95C or the S95B. Have you tried low bit rate content? KG, what was your experience?
I haven't yet. Like, I haven't had a way to trigger it. Like, I'm not sure how to trigger it. Like, if I can find a source that I know is definitely like guaranteed to be low bit rate, then I'll try it. But I don't know how to like trigger that on demand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's YouTube TV is the trigger on demand because all of YouTube TV is low bit rate. I don't know how they have the gall to charge so much for it, honestly. Oh, is it updating, Brian?
Well, apparently, if you don't want to update it, don't agree to terms and conditions.
So Brian's writing his life away and selling his children. He's agreeing to update now.
Yeah, so I would say like if you plan on getting the S95C and leaving it in static, you're not gonna see like a huge gain over the S95B. But if you put it in active,
There you go.
that's where you see the difference, and
Yeah.
that's where I started to see the difference. So
Oh, wait. Let's go. Let's make sure everyone sees this in action. For posterity, everyone, we are now updating.
don't do it.
What?
No, I was just joking.
DEFCON 5?
No, everybody acted like this update's the end of the world. I honestly, not a huge deal. Honestly, you're gonna lose a little bit of accuracy in game mode. That's it.
Hey, thanks everyone for showing up. We're updating now to whatever it will be, right? Let's be pleasantly surprised, see what happens. So ultimately, if you guys just joined us, the HGIG and the LG looked very similar with warm on 50 to the Samsung S95C, right, KG? I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, if they weren't even side by side, I'd say they were nearly indistinguishable, especially if you take into consideration the two different clip points. But even then, in that specific video game, I guess that shouldn't make a difference anyway. So
Yeah, after you guys are done with HDR, you should test just really quickly SDR and see what the SDR brightness looks like for SDR gaming, since you can't adjust the peak brightness on the G3.
is there a PS5 game that's SDR?
Yeah, there's probably
You have a
few.
couple? Brian has a
Yeah.
couple. He'll put one on. So, all right, let me get caught up with your questions, if any. I know everyone's holding their breath. What will happen? All right, here's a great question for tech with KG. Is active tool mapping on Samsung on by default, or do you have to turn it on?
It's on by default in movie mode, right? I think.
No, I think it's static. I have to turn on active in Filmmaker.
No, on Filmmaker it's in static, but I think movie mode is on active.
Oh, really? See,
Yeah.
I personally prefer active. I really like what they did, but then
Yeah, me too.
what was that?
I said me too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Brandon, he's not here, but he told me the same thing. But on the other side, though, LG, I really like expression enhancer detail. Did you hear what it did? I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, no, I was getting the lowdown from Classy, and I'm
Yeah,
really excited to try it out.
It's very cool because in those scenes, like Alita, I'm going to use that movie because that could have been graded brighter.
Mm-hmm.
So with expression enhancer, those brighter scenes will appear just a touch brighter because they will subtly lower the brightness everywhere else without raising the brightness of the specular highlights, so you don't lose any of that luminance. So that's very cool that they did that. Actually, I expected Sony to do something like that. That sounds more like a Sony thing, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, kudos to the G3 for that. I'm hoping the C3 does that because that will make a big difference. And I think that's what
That would, yeah.
yeah. And Samsung, it's active. It's kind of like a global brightening, but it works really well in a bright room. And the contrast enhancer, I never had any use for it until House of the Dragon. I don't think I'll ever use it again.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Fortnite is SDR. Okay.
Yeah. Loki's saying expression enhancer is sort of like a contrast enhancer. I don't think it's like that. So they already have a contrast enhancer for LG, I believe, right? It works in a similar fashion. This does something else completely.
Yeah. The contrast enhancer, not contrast, the expression enhancer, it's very specific. It doesn't brighten. It lowers the brightness in some parts of the scene. Contrast enhancer is actually brightening everything, right? So it's a different approach, and they each have their purpose. You guys just have to play with it. But I love, well, for us, we love it because we have options. But I think, I hate to say it, but the common user will be like, I don't get it. What I use this for again? And then they'll never touch it again.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always see a burn-in question in chat.
Is that a burning question? Where?
Yeah, about the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, is that a burning issue?
Well, no, like he's just nervous, I guess.
Hey, Michael. I game on Nintendo Switch, and the ratings test going on has me nervous. What are your thoughts on the burn-in test? Okay, remember the burn-in test? It's running straight one content. They don't turn it off. They keep on running. They keep on running. You turn off your TV.
How long do you play your Switch? In the same game, do you change games? Those are all things that reduce burn-in. If you watch TV 1 hour, you play Switch the next. If you play Switch 24 hours a day after day, I would not get an OLED, right? So tell us, Michael, what are your gaming habits and viewing habits? Because the ratings test is a very specific use case, and that's the problem. With any conclusions, you have to read what exactly did they do? And they did this. And another question I had for them: how hot was your
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Remember that throttling? Wait, it's 90 degrees in your warehouse. So if they're running this burn-in test in a 90-degree warehouse, not to say that this one is, but the S95C, it was in a very hot room. That's why it throttled the brightness. So definitely read the process. It's not a cut and dry conclusion.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple of burn-in update videos on a lot of my TVs, just so I could show people what I do on a daily basis and my use case. I think people will be shocked at how much I have static elements on the screen, and I just have not experienced burn-in.
Yeah.
So
I play 2 or 3 hour stretches on the weekends only. The rest of the time, movies. Michael, you're safe.
you're fine.
Yeah,
You're fine.
don't worry. This is not the hardcore gamer. Hey, is the update done, Brian? It's still updating. All right.
She's still cooking.
Still cooking.
It's almost done.
And this is another point. When they call it accelerated test, it's not even okay. So accelerated is a misnomer because it feels as if you're going fast forward. The way they run it, to say accelerated isn't even accurate too, right? I know they call it accelerated, but it's more like exaggerated.
Yeah, it's like if it was running in an airport or something. And
Yes.
That's all they had up, you know?
That is a specific use case. That's a great analogy. It's an airport test. No one has it on SDR, Max Bright. I forgot what mode it was, but it really doesn't matter. And day after day, but they were pushing it. And to be fair to them, how else do you show aging accelerated?
Right.
They don't have 3 years to wait around, right? So that's what they're trying to figure out, and they're trying their best. So we're trying to help them improve that process, but ultimately, it may not be possible. I mean,
yeah, it's a hard task to do. So hats off to them for even trying and attempting to do it. Like, and it's also really great for us as consumers to see like what's going on with these TVs. Like, I love when they show the failed units and what happens to them, things like that. So, yeah.
All right, we're on.
Okay.
Okay, so are the settings the same? This is SDR. Oh, this is SDR. So we will get back to the HDIG HDR later, folks. This is SDR, and
This is what I expect. Yeah.
Right, is what you expect. So S95C looks great in SDR.
But contrast enhancer is probably on, so you might want to adjust that.
Okay.
So that's probably giving a more dramatic effect here.
Oh yeah. Check to see that contrast enhancer. Let's take that off. And is the LG still? There's no HDIG, right? So it's whatever game mode standard is.
Yeah, there's no control over peak brightness, unfortunately.
So if you're an SDR gamer, that was your recommendation, right, KG? The S95C would just be naturally brighter.
Yeah, it doesn't look like contrast enhancer is on if he's in original. But let's see, because original turns like everything off.
Yeah.
Well, that's HDR.
Yeah. Go to that advanced. Yeah.
And I'll send you a link of like one of the videos you can take.
I love the original preset because it's like
the
recommendation I would go for.
Dude, it's off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like the original preset is really good from Samsung to put in there this year because it's just basically the settings we would give.
Peak highlight high. Yep. Okay. So Brian's going to resume. Contrast enhancer was off. The S95C is just brighter in SDR, right?
Oh yeah. For gaming, for sure. And I would check the OLED light for the LG and then maybe the gamma settings class he's saying.
Let's check that. Let's make sure. It's in Filmmaker, of course.
Oh yeah, you want to put it in game mode for sure.
Obviously. All right. So game optimizer. There we go. Much better.
But you can see now he's locked out of like
energy saver.
A lot of stuff, right?
Why is it on energy saver?
Oh yeah, you want to take that off for sure.
They look awesome, and both of them look awesome.
All right.
Didn't change that much.
Yeah, just in case.
Turn itself back on though. That was on before.
Yeah, it wasn't. It just turned on. And then what else? What is what you say, right? Suddenly you change sources, it turns itself back on again.
Yeah.
I know, right? Let's just turn this off too. It doesn't need that.
So this is why I like Samsung for SDR, because it's just like gloves are off.
All right,
As
gloves are
bright
off.
as you need it, you know?
See how bright it can get.
Yeah.
It's subtly brighter, but it's not like night and day. But it is a little bit brighter.
Yeah, it seems like the
G2's
G3 is going a little bit closer than it usually does. Because I remember the G2 was so dim compared to it. I was like, and the C2 was like the worst next to it. So yeah, it seems to be a lot better. But unfortunately, until they let you change peak brightness in SDR, why LG doesn't let you do that, I don't know.
I had to change the exposure to match the Samsung. So now it's exposed correctly in the Samsung, and that's why the LG looks a little bit dimmer. But hey, it is what it is, right? It's not super dim, but it is dimmer.
Right.
But I would say for my uses, the G3 is bright enough, but the S95C is brighter. Now we're in a darker room.
It's blinding me.
Everything blinds you, John. Yeah, it's not super close. So Brian, you see this. Mozart's say it doesn't even look close. The S95C is brighter, very like a lot brighter. What are your thoughts, Brian? Oh, Brian's still adjusting. He's trying to win here.
Well, the difference.
Okay, this is after the update, guys. So
This is SDR.
SDR.
This is my biggest gripe with LG. This is like the biggest gripe I have with LG.
Okay, so Mr. Popo, my exposure is giving you a brightness difference. I'm going to expose it a little bit brighter. It's not this dark, actually. So now you're beginning to clip a little bit, just a little bit on the Samsung. The Samsung is a touch brighter, as you see here, right? And it's just my camera cannot capture this dynamic range. The Samsung, the clouds and the blues are that much brighter. But if I try to capture all of that, then it dims the LG too much. But this is the difference. What you see here is it's subtly brighter, but you see all the detail in the LG. In the LG,
Yeah, if you're going to lose some accuracy in like default mode, you got to take the contrast down to like 40 on the Samsung if you're trying to like look for accuracy with SDR. But I mean, you're playing SDR. I don't think you're really going for accuracy.
It's fun.
Yeah, you're just trying to get as bright as possible. And
oh, wait, Classy wants the link to call in. 1 second, Classy. No, John, you don't get to talk to your best friend. No, it's gaming only, John. Gaming only. No, he's not calling you, John. He's got a family to take care of.
do you want me to send him the link?
Oh, I just sent it to him.
Okay.
I should have told you to. Thanks, KG.
Yeah, I could have.
Who's winning? Be honest. You know, KG, I'm going to let you answer that. I've tried already many times, and I've been accused of being a LG shill.
I mean, everything except for this, they're equal.
Yeah. There you go. We're counting hairs by both TVs. I could choose one where one wins and it doesn't. So it's all use case. You have to tell me. If your use case is I love YouTube TV, I will tell you do not get the S95C. We saw how not so well the S95C handled YouTube TV on the Fire Stick, right? But maybe it'll handle it better on Apple TV. I mean, that's such a specific source that I used.
So we check the coverage.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like,
counting time.
it's not when I say they're equal, each one is going to do something better than the other. It's so subtle differences. It's going to come down to your preference, your use case. It's just depends on what you like.
Are you ready?
You can't just compare them like one to one and expect one is better than the other.
Counting.
So
Are you ready, KG? Brian, count aloud. We got to hear your Count Dracula voice.
1, 2. Oh, I didn't go. 1 click, 2 click, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
That's about
19.
19.
Yep, that's about right. So like I did hear that, so that would put it at 1700 nits. So it's not too far off of what it was before. It was like 1300 before. So either they adjusted something because they felt like they had to adjust something, or it's just off now, right? And you'll know if highlights are clipping. So who's to say what's the real thing? I guess you'd have to see if highlights are clipping. But everybody says it's broken now after the update.
All right. Oh wait, so we have the infamous G3 Defender is what Backtech is calling Classy. Hey, Classy, welcome aboard, man.
Where is it?
Hey,
Classy? Hey, what's up?
so I'm on Bluetooth and mobile, so I'm not going to talk too much.
You sound fine, dude.
But okay, yeah, the S95C for sure is going to be brighter in SDR gaming. But for the people who care about accuracy in gaming, there has not been a Samsung yet that I've found that you can actually make accurate in SDR game mode.
Right.
And by default, with the contrast at 50, it's going to be clipping a lot. You usually have to get it down to like 35 contrast.
And when you say accurate, you're saying HGIG, right? I mean, I guess that's the only.
No, I'm talking SDR. SDR gaming on the Samsung is always not very good as far as accuracy.
Fair enough.
And then also, I think you have the G3 at 90, which is the default brightness instead of 100. So basically, the G3 is about 320 nits in SDR gaming with no ABL. And the not having the peak brightness setting is at least my guess of why it doesn't dim at all in SDR gaming, whereas any other mode that I tested where there is peak brightness is where it would dim a little bit.
Right.
So
Fair enough. Now, your preference, because obviously you like accuracy, you want accuracy. Would you never game in the S95C? What games or what use case would you have the S95C as a gaming TV?
well, for other people, if they don't care about accuracy, they'll play games on it just fine. For me, I wouldn't use it for gaming because it can't be accurate.
And when you say accurate, you're talking to what the developers intended you to see. Because a lot of people, well, who cares about accuracy? It's what the developers see on their monitors they use to grade their video games, right? So that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Classy, with the update, we saw that the PS5 went from
SDR, Brian?
what 15 clicks, I think it was, to 17.
It was 17
clicks?
before.
It was 15, right? Before?
Well, it should have been 17 before the update.
On the PS5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, 1300 nits. Yep, 17, and then now it was 19. So it jumped up from the 1300 nit mark to the 1700 nit mark. So that means
that's what other
it's
people are
over
saying.
tracking.
No, it just
highlights?
means
So
so
going to
from
click
the
some?
again, I don't have it yet,
Right.
but from what other people have seen, that update breaks the HGIG, it makes it over track EOTF, so it's going to appear brighter, but at the same time, the highlights will actually probably come down a little bit from it.
Right.
So
Well, is it possible? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but is it possible, Classy, that they updated it because it was under tracking before?
No, because again, I don't have it yet, but
Right.
relying on what other people have measured, it was accurate with gaming before, and it's not now.
Okay. But is it off? Is it off by a lot though? Based on what you saw from other people's measurements.
I mean, how do you define a lot? It's off
Well,
or
I
it's
mean,
not.
like, I guess, like, yeah. Is it a dramatic difference though?
I mean, it's like the QN90C, like with that, there's pretty much no matter what you do, you can't get it right. You can get it close, but it's a Samsung. You're not going to get it what a professional would call calibrated.
Right. And if you don't have the tools or the measurement, like any way to measure it, there's no way of knowing. You're
Yeah,
probably
it just
fine with it. Like
comes
it's
down to, does somebody like the Samsung look? Like, it's a preference thing.
right.
So it's not that anything, like, you can't say that they're wrong if they like it. They like it.
The sun or the rest of the scene. You can't have both.
It's true.
Okay, real quick, guys. So this is the Spider-Man,
Mhm.
Miles Morales,
This
and
is the original Spider-Man.
the original Spider-Man. So the sun is so bright, I cannot lower the exposure anymore. So you can see there is more detail within the sun that both of them are showing, and they look great. What are your thoughts, Brian?
They both look amazing. I mean, they
And I'll
do.
turn up the exposure.
There's
to
a
see the
little.
other
Looks
details.
like on the Samsung, there's a little bit more depth. It's got a little bit more of an orangey look to it. You guys actually can see that.
Yeah, it does look a lot more orange. It's got that nice gradient.
Yeah, they're nice. That's close to what we see right there, bro.
Yeah, that's
Look at that.
fantastic.
Let me see if I can get that. There it is. Yeah.
What happened to the rest of the lighting in the room? Because, like, that helps to demonstrate, or it helps the camera, because when there's no other lighting and it's exposing to the brighter TV, when the other, it doesn't matter if it's the G3 or the S95C, whichever one it is seeing as brighter, and the other one, it'll make it look dimmer and accentuate that difference between them. But when you have the ambient lighting around it and expose the camera to that, it kind of helps to not have that effect so much.
Well, that was actually
disappeared. It's
that
now
was
nighttime.
that was sunlight.
Hey, you want to put it in the?
Oh, I thought those were lights on around.
No,
Oh,
it was
no.
the sun.
It was the sun shining down on our heads. So you want to switch to the other? What was that game? Horizon.
Back to Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah. So after the firmware update, I mean, this game specifically, I know it's game specific in these scenes in Spider-Man. I thought it looked great. So we'll go to Horizon and see how the firmware updated affected Horizon. Obviously, very game specific, right, KG and Classic?
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes these updates affect one game worse than others.
You want the little girl, or you want the second one?
The one that you left it off as, the clouds, where she was looking into the clouds, the blue sky, because we remember that D65 and the LG hasn't. It's the same game mode, so we can compare and see if the color temperature on the Samsung changed at all, because it was so close. Drop exposure. You know how to get there?
I don't get very far in these games, so I know where to go. It's always right in the beginning.
Right in the beginning, right before you die. All right, we're getting there. And then we have to get the Samsung back to its correct setting. Oh, there we go.
Right. Samsung does look like it's a little bit brighter,
It-
unintentionally or not.
I have to say they look similar, right? The same.
The Samsung doesn't look overly punchy, right?
The hair is a little bit. The red hair is a little bit brightened up.
So the picture mode moved to standard, but we're still on that same settings.
So we're double checking the settings are the same. The specular highlights look
Gaming
pretty good.
Still in basic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
So the update didn't
contrast
change that.
enhancer.
I heard there's a new update. Just
Contrast enhancer is off.
a new.
There's another update.
HDR tone mapping is static.
We're still on one too. Those settings are the same.
Yep, everything's the same, right? Oh, and check the firmware number. Maybe it's a different firmware too.
It's that 113.
Maybe it's not 1.1. Yeah, who knows?
It's at 113,
It's
Oh, that's what it said. 1.13.
1113. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
So let me say that's what mine shipped with. I didn't update. Mine shipped with that. So
This looks great, guys.
They both look awesome.
I can't say that the update ruined this image. Again, game specific, scene specific, probably. So I'll turn up the. Can you have her look down so that they can see
the color of the hair on the S95C is just a little bit brighter. Oh, yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, the measurements might show that it's broken now, but I doubt you'll tell the difference.
It looks great. I don't know how broken it is. It looks good. Definitely different types of tone mapping because the brightest part of the scene that's in the distance, the G3 is a touch brighter, but then her hair is a touch brighter on the S95C. So each TV is choosing to do it differently. Obviously, with HGIG on the G3, maybe that's what the creator intended. Whereas Samsung, it's doing its thing because it thinks it wants this is more pleasant. But it's so similar that you're not going to look at either TV in person and say, oh, this is way better. But definitely the little highlights on the Samsung, it appears that they pushed it a little harder, but then the brightest part of the scene on the G3 is brighter. So it's not always consistent in the same scene even.
This is close enough to where I think the size might make a difference.
This is definitely a size would make a difference. If there's a price difference between the two, get the larger one for sure.
Is Classy still here?
Yeah, I see him. I don't know if he's logged. Oh, he muted himself. So.
Oh,
Doesn't the S95C look better? Well, we have the S95C. I do, and KG does. I think KG is going to have some comments about that once he gets the G3. He's going to dive deep in that. But you prefer the S95C anyway, right? KG generally over HGIG accuracy?
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I don't really use HGIG that much unless the game looks fine. Like, in this game, I'd probably use HGIG if I was using an LG. And then, like, for the Samsung, I'm using the active mode more so than the basic mode because I do like a little bit of extra tone mapping on top of it, which I think that's what advanced is doing, and basic is trying to be more like HGIG.
Yeah, in this scene, I can tell you guys that the edge of the leaf on the right, so on the right you have these broad leaves on the ground, the edges on the Samsung are a little bit brighter. It's like highlighted, whereas on the G3 it looks more two-dimensional. But then in the distance where that bright clouds are, on the G3 is slightly brighter. But then her hair on the Samsung is slightly brighter. The reds are more luminant. So each TV, they're doing their thing, but they both look great. I would not say, oh, I prefer this or that over the other. Like on the ground, the S95C is a touch more reflective. It feels a little bit brighter. But, you know, they both look great.
Yeah, they look very similar, honestly.
Yeah, very similar. What was that, Brian?
Let's do something dark.
Oh, Brian's going to choose something dark to see if that affects.
That's a good idea. Look at the black crush and stuff.
Right.
That keeps it real. Let's see.
But Mr. Popo, look at what Paulo just said. So obviously, it's like, yes, Samsung is awesome. But wait, the G3 is more accurate, right? So, and there is no wrong answer. This is gaming, guys. Get the TV where you enjoy owning it. I think they're great if you stay out of the forums because there's a lot of upset people with firmware updates. But what are we watching here?
Returnal.
Eternal?
Returnal.
Returnal. So we're going to do Returnal.
Is this game HDR? I thought it was SDR.
This is SDR or HDR? We'll see.
Can we look at Super Mario Brothers?
Unfortunately, we doubt it.
I think it is SDR.
But we tried SDR, and the S95C is a touch bright.
It might be HDR, though.
Yeah.
That
Just
looks very HDR-ish.
I think
Okay,
black has it right. I wouldn't turn my nose up at either one. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
That's what everybody should admit in the comments.
In the comments,
Exactly.
choose the brand you like based on the WebOS, right? LG WebOS, Tizen. I think that's more of a valid argument. I hate Tizen or I hate WebOS for whatever reason.
Also, firmware updates, like that's another reason. I mean, there's a lot of things. Like some people are just gonna go away from Samsung after all the firmware update stuff that they have to deal with, and it just depends on what you like. No TV is perfect. It's all about what you can put up with.
No, that's the best way you put. That's a great way of putting it. So what I do?
That's what I
with
was
this,
saying yesterday.
Yeah, that Classy said the same thing. That was pretty much echoing what Classy said.
yeah, that's the lesser of two evils scenario.
It is. It definitely is.
Which one has the best and the worst?
So Brian chose this one.
So here we're gonna stare into the light a little bit.
You want me to turn down the exposure so you see the light or not?
Well, if you turn it down, you'll see three of them.
Yes.
So
you
what
wanna
we,
see-
what we see in person is 3. That's what I see. So I see 3.
I need to play this game.
3 lights. What's up, Classy? I see 3 right now. Go a little brighter. You can see. That's good, actually. That's kind of what we're seeing. Tad.
One more.
Go.
Yeah, I'm trying not to have my blinker sound and stuff going through, so I keep muting.
Oh, one more?
Well,
How's that?
Oh, lost it.
we'll go down one more.
Oh, there you go.
Probably gonna head out in a minute. If
Perfect.
anyone has any last questions before I go.
Okay.
Let me see if chat has any questions. Anybody got questions for Classy real quick?
It's just looking into the right. This is where they look pretty identical.
Oh yeah.
See the green?
Do you see any Black Crush on the LG compared
really?
to the S95? No. That's good. I heard shadow details really improved on the G3 this year.
It looks good to me. We'll get to an area where it's less bright.
Looks like the Mandalorian.
Chat. Mandalorian's trash, bro. Who likes Mandalorian in the chat? Star Wars. Dead to me. Been dead for a minute. Right, KG?
I haven't watched The Mandalorian yet.
Attaboy.
I can't say. Last Star Wars movie I watched was like the new Disney ones, and then I was like, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm straight. Yo, Return of the Jedi. All right, here we go. Some action.
I love this game. I need to play it. Like, I watch people play this game sometimes, and I'm like, why don't I just get it?
Again, KG, if you look at me in all these games, I'm still on the first level. So
This is a hard game. I heard this is a hard game.
Content creator in the Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one, like, Brian is still a little girl.
You don't have time to play.
I saw a question about how is Dolby Vision gaming on the G3. It's just as crap as every other LG because they insist on making the Dolby Vision gaming use basically the same calibration out of the box as the Cinema Home. So it's entirely inaccurate, and the only way that it could be accurate is if you have it calibrated with a config file update, which technically they took away last year. So yeah, so the Dolby Vision gaming is kind of pointless without having someone calibrate it that knows how to fix it.
Right here. Let me kill this guy. Hold on.
This is why we need you at CES, Classy, so you could tell them that.
No, I'm going to talk about shadow detail in the corner in a second.
All right, you hold it, and I'll raise the shadow detail.
All right, so look into that corner. Oh, if I stop getting shot at, come on, bro. I'm trying to do a video here. Yeah, hold on. Let me just kill this dude.
All right. See the shadow detail you want?
Give me a
I
second.
saw a comment about why do I hate Samsung, and I don't hate Samsung. It's just I'm a calibrator, so I want more accuracy,
So,
and whoever gives that,
this corner.
I'm gonna like more.
Okay.
Like if you watch my
Hold the phone.
video,
Hold the
even
phone. Hold the phone. So we're looking
What?
into this corner. I'm going to shoot this corner right here.
Is there crushed blacks on the G3?
There's well,
Oh,
Okay.
come on.
I'm seeing a little bit more shadow detail when you raise the camera up like that.
So
It's still crushed.
Yeah.
So that scene is crushed. So the question is, what settings should we play with? This
I mean,
is
there's brightness settings in the game itself,
right.
but
This is HGIG, splitting between the two TVs on the PS5. And so in this scene specifically, it's very scene specific. Definitely the
Well-
G3 is crushing the blacks.
what level of or how many clicks did you end up using on the PS5 right now?
17.
Yeah, that's
we're
something
19.
too.
19.
Yeah, so as you keep adding more clicks, it can make the LG look dimmer because it needed was it 18, but it's only one click more, so it's not going to really matter.
Yeah.
Would that really-
Shouldn't
But
matter
because the
too much,
Samsung
but
is
you're right.
lifting the EOTF,
Oh, yeah.
everything's going to appear brighter on it because it's not accurate.
And this is specific to this scene. We saw it look very similar to other scenes before. So in the low luminance scene,
well, it also talks about what do you prefer. I mean,
well, actually,
would
stop
you
right here.
prefer-
This is a great scene.
This is-
So
let
I've raised the exposure though.
me light up that corner for y'all. There we go. Got the sword though, KG. I played it long enough for that.
Yeah.
Good morning.
You know, it reminds me of, it goes back to like the argument of when I was comparing the C2 to like the A8. see once at A80J and I was playing Resident Evil. I was like, do you want to see the monsters in the shadows? Like, do you care to see? Like, some people actually don't mind that. So it's like one of those things. Do you want to lift it too much?
I think with me, the lifting bothers me when it shows the banding on the panel. That's the part
That too, yo. Oh, speaking of banding, can you see more banding on the LG?
They're both
Because
clean.
typically you can see more banding on the LG
They're
in
both
game
clean.
mode.
I can put a banding game on if you want to see it. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, put on one where you test.
It's time to see that banding. It's another beginning of the game for Brian. You can tell when I was playing Spider-Man, it's trying to show me how to play. I'm like, I know how to web. I got you.
Yeah.
It's actually Deathloop.
Now, again, though, considering the G3 is accurate, maybe it's supposed to be dark crushed like that, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't have the reference gaming monitor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. From the LG does track EOTF out of the box fairly closely, so that's closer.
Right.
With this update, since it made the Samsung more inaccurate and it's lifting EOTF, everything that's above black is going to appear brighter than it's supposed to be. But if someone prefers it, they prefer it.
Right. What would it be a workaround, Classy, for that? Would it just be trying to drop the ST2084?
When I get it, I will let you know how close it can get.
Okay. Because that's what you did last year, and it got okay. But last year was super raised, right? Like, it's pretty bad last year. The S95B out of the box.
And also, it's your content. You're a gamer. You prefer brightness of the way. You might disagree because not all developers get it right as well, right? You can't.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you need more evidence of that, like, we got Gaming Tech in the channel right now. He breaks down HDR. And,
tell him the Calypso protocol is still a disaster.
yeah.
That's some banding mess.
Shout out to Marcus.
Marcus, what's up, bud? All right, here we go. So, all right. So what we're looking for as we come into this is a cool HDIG scene too, because you can actually see where HDIG.
Yeah, this game does have a lot of banding.
So HDIG does something in this, right? So if you look at the sun, and Robert, you'll see it too. Why HDIG looks good or is doing something is remotes. Hold on, fellas. All right. So when you look at the sun, here comes the sun. Da-da-da. Oh, my food poisoning's wearing off. That's awesome. Let's see. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let's go Z.
See, a scene like this, it does feel like the Samsung is a little bit too bright.
It is. See if you can hear
it. All right, so look at HDIG. If you look at the sun, at least this is how it used to be. If you turn it on, the sun is darker.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. When you turn it off, it looks different. When you turn it on, I hate that it takes me out. So all three look different. That's where I think HDIG belongs. If it doesn't change. But I love how when we talk about HDIG and you want that bright peak, what you want bright is bright. This shows the weakness of dynamic tone mapping when it's not like look at the sun. The whole thing turns bright, the sun goes dark.
Right.
Or I should say it gets brighter, but you lose the detail.
Yeah, and then it lifts the shadows.
Then off, it's just like, but then HIG does what it's supposed to. That's like I think the best examples of HIG.
Yep. All the homies still here, modern wise. Yeah, we're all here.
That's
more people now.
Find some band here. All right. Looking for blue, which is in this game.
Oh, did your camera just die?
No.
Oh, okay.
When I was on with KG and Max, both their cameras died. I was talking to robots. All right, so right here is where you'll see the banding.
I need FOMO's like camera. What camera is he using?
You can see banding on both of them. All right.
Yeah.
So lift this up brighter.
It's brighter.
On the look. So can you guys see that? As you pan, can you see the banding on both of them?
Yeah.
There's a ton of it.
Well, some of it's baked into the game, and some of
it's content dependent.
Yeah.
So Robert, can we talk about banding in these games?
Is it the TV doing it or the game?
It's the game, and
game.
it's up to the TV to handle the banding.
Oh,
How it deals with the
no,
banding.
no. Let me see. It's oh, that is banding. Yeah, see that? It's a static pattern.
Yeah.
So it's exposing the TVs. So these are the very difficult ones.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that it's actually.
And you can't put smooth gradation on for the LG, so that's kind of
Can
a
you do that
bummer.
again? Do it slowly again.
But my point is, it's not on everything, so I don't. feel it's
But
actually-
okay, it could be the source too. Maybe the background of the game has banding built into it. That's the thing.
Well, I think it's one. This is not.
FOMO, it's always going to be the source. It's just up to the TV to clean it up.
Yeah, the TV's
That's
not
it.
cleaning it up.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Now, for you guys that don't have big TVs, at 83, whether it's worse at 83, it's more visible because the TV's much larger. So in a game like this, fine, it's a little brighter.
So like,
Is
let's
here-
say you had an A95L with you guys right now. That would clean it up better than any other TV
Oh,
because it
895K?
allows smooth
Yeah.
gradation in gaming.
So,
So if you come here, I'll angle here. I'll show you.
oh, go ahead, talk into that.
So look at the ground.
Oh, I see it.
Let's go here.
Do that without me.
There's not as much on the Samsung, but the Samsung's much brighter at this point.
Yeah.
But it's here, look.
Okay. So it feels like the game introduces banding
Mhm.
as part of the source,
Well, if Marcus
and
is in,
some TVs clean it up better than others.
so if Marcus is in the chat, Marcus, it's when it's HDR, whatever is pushing brighter, like in the new Modern Warfare. If it's not quite black, it ends up being like a 15% perpetual in the game. And I think that's when it brings out the flaws in the TV that none of us would notice. I know Classy's had a lot of problems with banding, but we can agree that a lot of it is game dependent.
It's all in the game. It's all in the game. So you see it in skies and everything. It's all baked into the game. It's just how the systems are, and it's just up to the TV to clean it up. Samsung has it on by default. You can't change it. You can't turn it off.
Well, it's got smooth gradation on by default.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why it looks a little.
LG is off, and you try to turn it on, it does nothing. So it doesn't work in game mode.
Yeah.
If you take this out of game mode for the LG, you could clean up that banding, but then you'd have input lag.
What's interesting though is that this is not something that is panel uniformity because this panel's clean as hell because we've been putting patterns on it.
Mhm.
So that's where I think people get screwed up with gaming. And because if you were to see this, you'd say, okay, this is not a TV I could keep. And then you'd take out 10 of them and they look just like it.
Is this one an HDR?
Yeah.
So it feels like the Samsung slightly over brightened the
Yes.
HDR on this one, right? It's slightly lifted.
Which is probably what happened with the update. So the best way to take it down would be ST2084 slider.
All right, let's try another. We'll go into an SDR game that I know has banding. It's not Ghost of Tsushima because that game is perfect. At least the beginning is. Yeah. Let's see. Where is my cat game? Oh, the worst banding is Little Children. Not Little Children. I'm sorry. It's Little Nightmares. That's the worst. You ever play Little Nightmares, guys? Oh my!
Nah, I've heard it was good though.
Banding is on it. It was because it's like blue.
Yeah.
Where's my cat game? What's the cat game?
Oh, Stray?
Stray. Where's it at?
I don't see it.
I might have uninstalled it because I got it on PC. Snob. Oh, it's.
Over here, so you have a direct line of sight to your.
What's it about?
Yeah.
I had it. I don't know where it is. I might have deleted it.
All right.
What the hell is Stray?
Everyone's verdict is so skewed. I don't know what to believe. Preferences, Rick. Preferences.
Yeah, there's no conspiracy, man.
I mean, typically you could see banding in skies, like any game with like skies. You can
Yeah, but
see
like in
banding.
Horizon Zero Dawn, I mean, it's clean as you can. I mean, I'll put the baby one in.
The baby one.
The baby. See, what's funny? You guys remember the CX actually had that Venetian blind crosshatched?
Yeah.
I was the first one on YouTube to talk smack about that. They called it
Yeah.
Venetian
I
blind.
haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, that was-
I think they got rid of that last year because
Okay.
I didn't see it in any OLEDs last year.
KG, question for you. What is the best for gaming so far? No, we
Like,
don't. I know
what do
you
you
don't
mean
have
by
the
that?
two, but the S95C versus S95B. How about that for you?
Oh, between those two, the S95C is definitely better than the S95B because the S95B in 1430 is you can't use the game mode HDR on. You can use HDR in game mode, but you can't toggle that game mode HDR thing, you know, the HGIG, so to speak. So you have to play with it off. And with the Samsung S95C, as we've seen today, you have options, and it's beautiful. Like game mode is beautiful on the S95C. So
And for those who want accuracy, the G3. So really, this is what it comes down to: is the G3 has a better chance of getting accuracy to whatever the software the game developer wanted. But the S95C looks good as a gaming TV. So they both look great as a gaming TV, depending on your end objective. And the S95C is consistently brighter here and there than the G3, if that's important to you, especially in SDR. So I don't know if there's a clear winner, that's for sure.
are we getting confused here? So Classy says when Brian is talking about banding, he isn't talking about posterization. He's talking about vertical banding, uniformity panel issues. I'm talking about color banding, like posterization.
Right. So Classy,
how it cleans up.
Yeah, what they're talking about is in a scene where there is actual DSE, not color banding, DSE within the content.
It's vertical banding.
It's vertical banding in the content, right?
Okay, that would be the panel.
It's not color banding.
But
it's not
where it was on Deathloop,
pixelation.
So where it was on Deathloop, if we're looking at a skybox, was here,
Yeah.
right? So
It looks like a dirty screen effect.
there's nothing there now.
Hmm?
So it would be. It's this back. If it was a screen problem, it would be right here.
The issue was it was in that 10%, 14% gray in the game, and we think it's part of the gaming source where
Even on bright white, if it was legit vertical banding,
you'd see it. Yeah, it's not the panel; it's the actual game itself. It's part of the source.
That's interesting because like usually if it's that kind of banding, it's
everywhere.
the panel.
That's what I mean.
I was talking about color banding though, like the actual like posterization and how the panel cleans it up.
Okay, yeah, this is source DSE banding, which is I guess a third type of banding. This is not color banding.
The S95 looks amazing though.
It's kind of like
neither TV should have banding issues.
When they remastered the Lawrence of Arabia, you could see the banding of the sky, but it's not the TV. It's actually the film grain. The film itself has banding because they didn't realize that when they went to HDR, they made everything visible, including the natural banding of the film and all of its issues. They were supposed to clean it up in post, and they missed it because their monitor wasn't set in a way where my A9G caught it. So that was a source that made it look like the TV had banding, when in reality it was actually the film source that had the banding.
So if we're looking at them, I mean, yeah, Samsung looks awesome in gaming now that it's under control and kind of toned down. So if I was to choose them for gaming, I would look at the Samsung. At least in this game. I didn't like the over brightening in the last game, but
in a brighter game, the over brightening does not like matter as much. In a darker game, it might bother you more. So that's like one of the things where you're gonna have to pick your poison with that.
That's a good point. In the last game where you saw that vertical banding in the content, a lot of people preferred the G because it felt like the Samsung was a little bit over brightened in a dark room.
Like it erased it. But I think a lot of the banding that we see is content dependent, not the TVs. That's the problem. A lot of times, like that gray vertical banding looks like it's the TV. Or I'm sorry, the content half the time.
Are you talking about the waviness in it?
No, those gray lines.
DSC. DSC
Oh, I know. I don't know.
Banding is
The one we saw in that game.
Posterization is a different banding. The problem is they all call it banding. Yet another term to fix.
Yeah, I agree, FOMO.
Well, that hazy gray banding to me is what I see in a lot of games. Let's see. The medic says you're not supposed to see stuff in the dark.
That's the other question.
It's
right?
true. Well, to be honest, when I never saw banding of any kind or whatever we're calling it on the C8 or the C9 because it crushed everything.
So
but it looked cool. Right? I mean, like the old, everybody's sleeping.
I have to say, they both look so similar. I'm not going to
other than the highest specular highlights where there's a slight brightness difference, below that brightness, look, they look identical.
They do.
They really do.
Well, I'll say like with yeah, especially the clouds. Now, if you look like to the left of her head, you still see the shape of the clouds. They both look awesome. Man. I mean,
Mhm.
too bad they're baby sizes. God.
They're talking about color fringing from the pixel structure in the chat. You don't see any on the QD OLED that you notice, right? Like I've never really noticed color fringing from text that much unless I really get close to the screen and look for it.
Oh, there's text on the screen right now. Text
Yeah.
in regards to what? Like what that letters of the wild you see?
Yeah, just stuff like that. I know a couple people that use the QD OLED as a computer monitor and they have no issues with it. So there's ways around that the pixel
You guys would
structure.
not be able to distinguish which TV is which just based on this scene right here. The exposure is spot on. The TVs look identical.
But I mean, are they? So they're talking text like 4:4 chroma subsampling and like Windows. They're not talking about in game.
Isn't the G3 on the right now?
Okay,
Right.
you talking about in game
Looks
or
like
in
that.
like?
Yeah.
Both. You
like-
can see a little bit of color fringing if you get close, but yeah, you have to get really close. But there's ways around it on PC too, like if you're using it as a PC monitor.
It looks fine. And if it's cleaner, it's because this one's smaller.
Oh wait, Fly Jock can clearly see the difference. Hey, you're a better man than me. They look very similar.
Are you sitting in the room with us? Because I don't see you.
You might just be seeing the camera difference. Like keep in
I'm
mind,
looking at the camera. No, I'm looking at the camera. Like,
you know, I'm saying he might be just seeing the camera difference, like
Yeah.
what the camera tinting does. Like the
Yeah.
cameras
This dude's
Color-
behind the
do
couch.
that
behind
with
the
the
couch?
TVs. Remember
there's
that.
a slight color difference because the OLED, the G3 is always going to have a slight blue touch to it. But this is actually very close, though. I mean, I wouldn't make a TV decision based on the differences in person or on YouTube on this one. They look
Mhm.
really good. It was the other one, the dark scene that we saw, that was a bigger difference, where the G3 was not as lifted as the Samsung. The Samsung lifted it a bit much on that one.
So I think that's
Yeah,
pretty,
I think a lot of people don't realize this, but if you like a brighter image and you just want your image to be brighter, a lot of your TVs that you have right now, you can make brighter by just like manipulating some settings.
Yeah.
It's just like the Samsung, for example, it's too bright, then you just take down the ST2084 by like 1 or 2.
Yep.
If it's too dark, then you take it up 1 or 2.
Here's a great
And
question.
That's
Yeah.
what you can do to the TVs.
So, Redemption, I'm sure you listen to all of us and all of our different views and reviews. Question, FOMO, what differences would make you pick the G3 or the S95C? So, for me,
so after 7 hours and 20 minutes,
after 7 hours,
he's like,
and
"What is
20
the answer?" Got hemorrhoids
Uh,
over here.
The S95C has replaced my Sony A95K because I felt that it brought more of the creator's intent than the A95K did, especially in the low luminance, right? But the G3 now, having it there, I would say as a reference TV, I would have to choose the G3. It just has that extra accuracy that we're seeing here. Now, tomorrow we're going to calibrate it and see how much better it is. But after calibration, if they are indistinguishable, then it comes down to quality of life differences, right? That we always talk about. What are quality of life differences? So I like the G3's 3D LUT, which it makes it easier for my calibrators to play with. And the S95C is kind of fixed in certain things. I also don't appreciate the unpredictable firmware. Those of you who are gamers, S95C or B fans, you know, take it offline. But for everyone else, it's kind of like, wait, what just happened to my TV? But these are differences for those who are very sensitive to these things because they're gaming and they're like counting the clicks. Ultimately, they are so close, you have to choose the lifestyle differences, which is Tizen, WebOS, the audio. Maybe you're not going to use a soundbar. Which one's louder? Which one sounds better? And Dolby Vision. Is it important to you? Well, the LG has it. S95 doesn't. If that makes a difference, I personally would not choose based on that. So, but because I have a purpose, I'm using the G3 as a reference TV for others to compare to. But if I was bringing one home,
If it was for my son, probably the S95C because he games a lot of SDR. He plays Nintendo Switch. He has friends over. If it's for my wife, she would say, "Get me the Sony. I don't want to watch anything else," because she consistently is able to recognize which is the Sony, which isn't. I don't know how she does it, but she has the sensitivity to Sony's color science that she really likes. And I've seen so many TVs that my Q90R is my daily driver. I use that all the time at home. And I like it, but it's because I have a bright room and all this glare behind me. So, short answer, get the cheaper TV, right? Get the cheaper TV.
Yeah.
See, what were your thoughts? I mean, I know you haven't seen the G3 yet, but given what you expect out of it, because it's not going to be that much different.
Yeah, I think you hit it spot on. Like, you pick the TV that has the most or the least amount of flaws for you. So, like, whatever you are bothered by, don't pick that TV. And then it'll all like solve the problems for you. Like, just watch a few different reviews, look at the pros and cons, see which one you are more on the fence with. Like, do you like what Samsung's doing with Tizen? If not, then maybe Tizen's not for you. You know, if you like WebOS, maybe that's something better for you. Depends on how much you actually use the smart TV portion of it. And then, of course, we talk about SDR gaming. That matters a lot too, I think, if you're somebody who plays that a lot, like I do. So
Charlton, maybe. This is a great comment. I came here loving the G3, but Sammy got me thinking otherwise. And I'm sure there are people coming in loving the Samsung. Like, you know what? The G3's caught up. A couple of comments like, it's got a lot closer than we expected. Spot on. Oh.
I think that's the takeaway.
Hey, John, thank you for the super chat. 7 hours is still going. You came just in time for us to wrap up. I think it's time for dinner soon for the team. You know, I have to say, it didn't feel like 7 hours, right? But I guess it was because it's a team effort. But thank you for hanging in there, John. Thank you so much.
yeah, I know you guys got to be hungry. I've eaten like 2 times and I'm about to eat a 3rd time.
Oh, my
So-
You're like 100 pounds.
And Dominatrix is a great comment.
We'll see
Wait, I just thought about it. Was the S95C in static or active during the stream? Both. If you watch the entire stream, we bounce between the two to compare it, and they both serve their purpose. I think most of you will leave active on. I would at home if I'm streaming. I just like it on active. And if I had the G3 streaming, I definitely would leave expression detail on unless things look dark, then I'll turn it off and put something else on, I guess. But I think for most bright scenes, I really like what expression enhancer on detail does. Oh, you're gonna love it, KG. I can't wait to get your thoughts on that.
yeah, I'm really excited to try that out.
Oh, here we go. Dirt
Here's
5
Dirt
looks,
5.
it looks identical on this one. Come on, this looks great. But you have to go into the sunset, sunshine, right, in the dark. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll run a quick demo of Dirt 5, and then we're gonna head out.
Dirt 5 is actually a really good one to test the color posterization on. So you can try that out too. Like in the sky, you can see it. You probably even see it on a couple of those flags and stuff too.
Oh, this is almost identical. Come on, even the color. This is amazing.
Which one's which?
So Paolo Technology Optimized says G3 has basically caught up with QD OLED with the benefit of being pre-calibrated out of the box. Agreed. With SDR, HDR filmmaker modes and Dolby Vision Cinema, SDR, HDR game presets. Are you trying to convince people to get a G3, Paolo? It sounds like you are.
Paulo, here's the thing though. Is the plan to catch up or was the plan to beat it?
It's catching up enough.
Is catching up enough? That's the
catching
real
up
question.
enough.
The idea is to not just catch up. The idea is to pass it.
Maybe next
So,
year.
but I mean, that's how close everything is.
Yeah, definitely.
Was it to catch up to? Because that's the argument. This is a perfect conversation to segue in. We got hammered for comparing it to the poor 8095K, that poor defenseless
Sony
TV.
Master Series.
I mean, that poor thing could barely fight back. I mean, I was being so. Well, now this is the TV that's the same year, and it did well.
I thought it did. I thought the A95K held its own against
Absolutely, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
like-
Being facetious.
it. Yeah, like some people were
These guys were like, "Yo, you
being
can't
like,
compare
oh
those,
my
bro."
gosh.
I was like, the TV's not from 1974. It's from 4 months ago. Relax, bro.
It's like I compared the S95B to the S95C yesterday, and oh my gosh, like most of the content was almost identical. There was only a few different
Look at the
things
skybox.
until you turn it on to active. That's it.
Beautiful.
So
They look fantastic, and that's not. They both look great.
Yeah.
They're gonna be good bargains. Like A95K actually coming down in price. Beautiful stand. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, we're
I love
leaning
the
against this
stand.
right here.
But yeah,
this,
I mean,
this looks great on
good.
both. Actually, but I prefer it being a little bit deeper on the G3 in this game.
Yeah.
But this has a watercolor look to it, this game, you know, so, but I would take either one of them, to be honest. I would say, as we close out, what
Yes,
changed for me
game
with the
mode, HDR.
G3, what changed for me with the G3 is if they don't bring back those presets, I'll be very upset. Because you got me locked in a standard mode. You took away all of my different presets. Bring that back to me.
Brian, is it when you're only in HGIG that they lock you out? Or
No, I'm locked out all the time.
because Classy was saying there's a workaround. It's like a bug. It's definitely a bug.
For the settings, but there's no the presets are not there.
Wait, you can't change it at all in HDR?
No, it's just standard.
That's weird. That's got to be a
That's
bug.
the part that's changed.
You know,
Yeah,
so-
that's got to be a bug.
because that's one of my favorite aspects of the G3, or I'm sorry, LG, is same with Samsung, is the flexibility of image.
Yeah.
So this is a great comment to wrap things up. Loki says, bring out the big guns, Q900C, and let it run loose. Tomorrow, let's see if it spanks those puny OLEDs.
Bro, we're on hour 8.
And a lot of people are like, well, my eyes are being drawn to the TV on the left, mostly because it's a 77-inch. It's possible it's a larger TV. This is why we tell you to get a larger TV, even though perceptually it will look brighter, even though if we measure it, it's going to be similar brightness, right? But yeah, this is 77 on the left, 65 G3
That's
on
why
the
I'm
right. And the
wondering if I go
Q900C
with
is 75, right? A little bit in between there. So, and
Follow Classy's backstage. I think you wanted to say one more thing.
I thought he kept himself on mute. Hey,
Sorry, I just saw that.
What? I didn't even see
I've been sitting backstage since you guys were talking about the banding. I was trying to
Oh
explain.
no, class. All right, go ahead. You have the last word, buddy.
So the problem is the word banding gets used for both.
Yes.
And so the vertical bars that people see, that's a problem with uniformity of the TV. And it's usually like either a dark scene or a solid, like, hallway walls if the camera's panning or whatever, you see that. The like circular color banding that you guys are talking about is posterization. That's in the source. And then it's up to the processing to try and clean that up if it's able to do so, or if you want it to do so or not.
So, classes, let's talk about. So, this is the one that we are postulating about. So, there's this third banding, which is which is not posterization, right? It's not the bit depth and all that causes that pixelation sometimes in the color banding. It's in the scenes where it's semi-dark, maybe 15% gray. And as you pan slowly, it looks like it's a dirty screen effect. However, the reality is both TVs have it identically. So that means it's not the panel, but then the Samsung cleans it up a touch better. So it looks like the source did not clean up their own vertical DSC within the scene because both of them share it in an identical spot. And what KG is saying is the Sony cleans it up the best, but
so that might just be a random specific thing for certain whatever. But I'm talking about like with Brian, like he's called me before, talked to me about it with his 83C1, because all the 83-inch panels they do have that really bad vertical banding.
Yeah.
So when you're in any darker scene and it's panning around, you'll see that. But when you see the color posterization in the sky, that's that's in all the content, or that's a content specific thing that you have to rely on processing to try and clean up, which Samsung forcibly does so. Sony gives you the option to turn it on. LG kind of gives you the option, but it doesn't work, at least in game mode. In movies, it's fine. It's only in gaming.
Right.
Yeah, and what FOMO's talking about is in certain textures, things like that are a little bit light gray, white sometimes, you can sort of see like that dirty screen type effect, but it's baked into the source. And what I was trying to say is that smooth gradation, stuff like that, will clean that up a little bit. It's much like the color banding.
Yeah.
Like the color posterization.
It's weird, but you know, like it's so rare. It's in that special content. And so a lot of great comments. Neither Samsung nor G3 is calibrated, but out of the box, G3 is so close to calibrated that this is why we're saying, that's pretty good. And it costs money, guys, for them to do that at the factory. Not cheap, but the Samsung is actually more accurate than it used to be before, I felt.
not quite, but getting closer. So what we're going to do tomorrow, if you guys are still here tomorrow, we're going to come back tomorrow at around, I don't know, 9 a.m., 11 a.m. Pacific time. This time the audio is figured out. We'll just use the MacBook Pro. And we're going to have it calibrated in the morning so that both TVs have a shot. Then we're going to compare it, the G3 against itself. But I don't think there's going to be much of a difference, actually. Not a noticeable. Right. Better would be the G2 against the G3.
Yeah, we could try that.
And then we'll have the Q900C against both of them. So you can see in a bright room, because many of you actually are in a bright room and you have that question, does that extra color depth and all the wonderful things of infinite contrast on an OLED, can the 8K and the extra brightness of the Q900C make up that difference? We'll answer that tomorrow. So
maybe Robert can bring his churro. You can bring the churro. And
you're bringing.
I could if you wanted me to.
Churros. I just want to say bringing the churros.
100 a week.
All right, guys. Hey, thank you so much. Those of you, I cannot imagine everyone hung. Some of you who are here now probably were not here when we turned it on, but if you are, I need to have a prize for you guys. So we'll be back tomorrow. And hey, Classy, KG, last words. Are you guys doing anything special, content this week, whatever? And if you guys come by tomorrow, you're definitely welcome.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch more live stream, I did a live stream yesterday between the S95B and the S95C and just like dived in on the S95C. So you can check that out if you're bored. And then I'll be doing a real side-by-side of that sometime next week. So stay tuned.
All right. And remember, S900C still on deck. And how ironic we have this question, which is, I want to see how the Z9K looks. The Z9K is literally behind the S95C. But we're not going to compare it because we just don't. Well, maybe we could. We could if
you want to.
If you guys want the Z9K
Maybe
against
Monday
900C, I'm moving in here. All right, guys. Thanks again, and we will see you tomorrow. Until next time.
Thank you all.
Stop the FOMO.
Don't
Bye.
miss tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big